Section 0 of the End of the Middle Age, 1273 to 1453. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pamela Nagami. The End of the Middle Age, 1273 to 1453, by Eleanor Constance Lodge. Introduction. The history of Europe from 1273 to 1453 is of noteworthy interest and importance, but it is also so extraordinarily complex that it is impossible to tell the story in orderly or chronological sequence. Europe had lost by this time such unity as was given to it in the earlier Middle Ages by the prominence of the Papacy and the Empire, and it had not yet gained such an approach to unity as it acquired by the formation of distinct national states, whose relations with each other, whether of friendship or of hostility, render it possible to construct a history of international wars and diplomacy from the 16th century onwards. The essential thing to grasp is that the period was one of transition, a time in which medieval characteristics were decaying and modern characteristics were growing up, but in which the former had not disappeared and the latter were not yet strong enough to take their place. Popes and emperors still claimed to be the joint heads of Western Christendom and sometimes acted as if their supremacy was still recognized. But their claims were practically obsolete. Some emperors, such as Rudolf and Charles IV, recognized the change and tried to devise a new policy to suit the altered times. Others, such as Henry VII and Sigismund, talked and acted as if the old traditions were still unshaken. So again we find a pope like Boniface VIII defying national independence in the tones of an Innocent III or an Honorius IV, whereas a more prudent pontiff, Martin V, evaded the control of the Council of Constance by making separate terms with the various states of Europe, and devoted himself not so much to the task of ruling the Church as to that of restoring the temporal power in the Papal States. It is the same with the growth of nations which ultimately shattered the medieval conception of a united Christendom. England was the only state which was really organized in the early part of the period, and even England passed in the 15th century through a prolonged civil war, the Wars of the Roses, which for a time seemed almost fatal to national unity. France underwent horrible convulsions during this period, but the dawn of better things began with the inspiring career of Joan of Arc and with the administrative reforms of the reign of Charles VII. Spain was still non-existent by 1453, but the prolonged war against the Moors had given to the various kingdoms of the peninsula such a community of interests and general character as facilitated their later union. The growth of German unity was obstructed by the endless diversity of its political organisms and by the fatal union of its crown with the shadowy dignity of the Roman Empire. But the tendency of the age toward unity and consolidation is to be traced, even at this early date, in some of the separate states of Germany, notably in Brandenburg. Italy, the teacher of Europe in art, in literature, and in political philosophy, was the most hopelessly divided by its geography and by the strong individuality of many of its component parts, and Italy remained a mere geographical expression until the 19th century. Like all periods of transition, the age is one of numerous and bold experiments. Many of these experiments were successful and many failed, but the history of the failures is often as important and instructive as that of the successes. The great Slav race, which for generations had been conquered or driven back eastward by the Germans, made a great and, for a time, successful effort to recover its independence and extend its power. We may trace this movement in the Hussite Wars in Bohemia and the union of Poland and Lithuania under the strong house of Jogailo. The Teutonic Knights strove to utilize the last crusading impulse of the Middle Ages to found a great state on the Baltic. They failed because their organization was ill-suited for civil government. The age of crusades was over, and the united Slavs were too powerful. But the state of Prussia, after all, survived the ruin and dissolution of its creators. A notable experiment was the attempt of the famous Hanseatic League to maintain the interests of merchants and the predominance of German influence in the Baltic and North Sea. They also failed because a federation of towns could not hold its own when national states were formed, and because the Baltic lost much of its importance when trade was diverted to the Atlantic. But their advancements were great in themselves, and their bold assertion of the power of merchants marks a great change from the military and feudal ideals of the Middle Ages. Another interesting experiment, provoked in some measure by the strength of the Hanse towns, was the attempt to combine the Scandinavian states by the Union of Kalmar. These and other efforts of the age give it the appearance of almost kaleidoscopic variety, but all have their lesson. The most striking experiments, however, were those in art, in literature, and in science. The 15th century is preeminently the period which is known as the Renaissance or the New Birth. One side of this intellectual activity is the revival of the study of ancient learning, the hunt for manuscripts, the study of the classical languages, the exposition of the great writers of antiquity, and the copying of their style. Perhaps the best representatives of this accumulative and imitative side of the Renaissance are Pope Nicholas V, the founder of the Vatican Library, and Aeneas Sylvius Piccolomini, afterwards also Pope, as Pius II. But the Renaissance was not only imitative, it was also creative. It emancipated men's minds from the old restraints imposed upon them. Side by side with the revival of classical learning went on the growth of national languages and literatures, of Italian in Dante, Petrarch, and Boccaccio, of English in Chaucer and Wycliffe, of French in a series of writers between Joinville and Comines. There was also a marvellous display of originality, especially in Italy, in painting and sculpture. It would take too long to describe the change in words, and it is far better to see it for oneself. A visit to the Italian rooms of the National Gallery and a study of well-selected photographs of Italian pictures will enable anyone to trace the gradual abandonment of the stiff and lifeless forms of early art, the close study and delight in nature, and the exercise of unfettered imagination which mark the progress of painting in the 14th and 15th centuries. The object of this introduction is to show that the period is well worthy of study. The more it is followed out, the more fascinating it becomes. And it must never be forgotten that it is the period which begins the Renaissance and leads up to the great achievements which follow: the Reformation in the Church, the discovery of a new world, the spread of education and the diffusion of literature, the general change throughout Europe from medieval to modern life. Richard Lodge. End of section 0. Section 1 of The End of the Middle Age, 1273 to 1453, by Eleanor Constance Lodge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 1. Germany and the Empire, 1273 to 1378, Part 1. Before 1273, the decline of imperial supremacy had already begun. The great emperors of the Hohenstaufen family, Frederick Barbarossa, Henry VI, and Frederick II, had done something in the past to revive the already weakening power of the empire and to maintain the theory of universal rule, but the fall of their dynasty was followed by disastrous disputes between the rival emperors, an epoch known as the Great Interregnum, which did much to destroy the authority of monarch both in Germany and in Europe, and the period now opening was marked by still further decline in the ideal of imperial supremacy and in domestic power. In theory, the empire was still the Roman Empire. The emperor was direct successor of the Caesars, Semper Augustus, with temporal rule over the whole world. From the days of Frederick Barbarossa, the title Holy had added a character of sanctity to the institution, had upheld the claim of the emperor to divine right to rule over Christian society, and had placed the Holy Roman Empire side by side with the Holy Catholic Church. Pope and emperor together were to exercise spiritual and temporal rule over the world, and to form the one bond of unity in a Europe composed of masses of feudal states. This medieval ideal of universal authority had always been shadowy and unreal, but not without effect. Although England, France, and Spain, the most independent countries of Europe, had never really acknowledged the territorial supremacy of the emperor, and their kings had refused to do homage for their lands, they had never failed to recognize imperial precedents, and even in the 14th and 15th centuries, despite the discredit caused by the great interregnum, the emperor was still looked up to as an international power, and imperialist doctrines were still held by writers and students of the science of government. Thus, in theory, the emperor claimed the right to be recognized as the superior of all European kings and rulers, but in reality, though his opinion might have had weight in the case of any question of international interest, only certain small states admitted his authority within their own borders, and the term empire came to have a definite territorial significance. At the close of the 13th century, France lay outside the imperial limits on the west, although her boundaries were more restricted than in modern days, and Provence, Burgundy, and Lorraine were all strictly parts of the empire. On the east, Poland and Hungary were still independent, and on the south, part only of Italy was considered as actually imperial land. Outside these boundaries, the emperor might perhaps command respect for his dignity, but could certainly not enforce obedience to his authority. There was also another aspect of the imperial position. Ever since the 10th century, the German monarchy had been attached to the Roman Empire, or in other words, the same man had always held the two dignities of German king and Roman emperor, and this with disastrous results. The interests of the empire and of the kingdom of Germany were hardly ever the same, and yet each was certain to suffer from anything which hurt the other. For example, when the emperor fought expensive wars in Italy, they in no way benefited the German kingdom, but Germany suffered very much from imperial quarrels with the Papacy, which brought her also into discord with Rome. Again, the fact that the German nobles were imperial vassals, princes, that is, who held their estates straight from the emperor, gave them an exalted sense of their own dignity, and made them less ready to submit to the rules which he laid down in his character of king. Above all, because the empire was elective, the German monarchy became elective also, and this system of choosing the ruler weakened the power of the crown so much that it was almost destroyed. Each emperor was supposed to go through 4 coronations. This, as a matter of fact, he rarely did, but the 3 most important crowns were generally assumed. The German crown of Aachen, Aix-la-Chapelle, only conferred, strictly speaking, the title of King of the Romans, the preliminary step for every emperor. The crown of Burgundy was of slight account, and during our period Charles IV was the only emperor who went to Arles to obtain it. The 3rd crown of Italy, or Lombardy, was received at Milan or Monza, and chief of all, the real imperial crown itself could only be conferred at Rome, and was held to bring with it that right of universal rule so splendid in theory, so feeble as we have seen in practice. Quite strictly, the emperor-elect was only king of the Romans until this important ceremony had been completed, but he could exercise full powers from the time of his coronation at Aachen, and it has generally been found convenient to give him his full title from the first. With the death of the last representative of the great family of Hohenstaufen, which for more than a century had occupied the imperial throne, there was great hesitation on the part of the electors to fill up the vacant office. The right of choice had now become practically centred in the hands of 7 great princes: the archbishops of Mayence or Mainz, Trèves or Trier, and Cologne or Köln to represent the German Church, and 4 lay electors. These latter ought to have represented the 4 great nations of which Germany was composed: Franks, Swabians, Saxons, and Bavarians. But the duchies of Franconia and Swabia no longer existed, and the right was exercised by the Count Palatine of the Rhine and the Margrave of Brandenburg, in company with the Dukes of Saxony and Bavaria. In 1256 the votes of this electoral college had been divided between Richard of Cornwall, brother of Henry III of England, and Alfonso the Wise of Castile. The former was crowned at Aachen and paid an occasional visit to Germany, but never really took up his office. The Castilian king did no more than issue an occasional proclamation. The result was that, with no restraining hand to check their encroachments and private feuds, the nobles became more unmanageable than ever, and feudalism ran rampant. When Richard of Cornwall died in 1272, the country was in such a state of anarchy and turmoil that all parties felt the need of a real ruler, and Pope Gregory X, who was anxious above all things to raise a new crusade, for which a German monarch would be the best leader, refused to recognize the claims of the unenergetic Alfonso and urged a fresh election. Therefore, in 1273, the question of a new emperor and a new king of Germany was seriously considered, and the choice of the electors fell on Rudolf, Count of Habsburg, a prince who they hoped was neither strong enough nor rich enough to rouse much fear or jealousy by his elevation. The new emperor was a man of considerable force and independence, or, as Carlyle puts it, justness of insight, toughness of character, and general strength of bridle hand. Rudolf was not one of the chief princes of Germany, but an important count nevertheless, and from his Hawk's Castle in Switzerland, Habsburg or Habsburg had spread his power widely throughout the old duchy of Swabia. In person he was far above the average height, thin and upright, with small hands and feet, and a face whose eagle eye and hooked nose betokened strength and energy, while his thin, determined lips were also capable of showing a keen sense of humour. Moderate in meat and drink, and zealous in warlike enterprises, he was the darling of his soldiers, and commanded general respect and admiration. His piety is shown by the story of how he lent his horse to a poor priest who was carrying the host to a sick man and was afraid to cross a rapid torrent, and then refused to take back an animal which had carried so sacred a burden. Something of his promptness and resource is seen in the account of his coronation at Aachen. When the new sovereign was prepared to receive the homage of his princely vassals, there was no sceptre forthcoming, and without it he could not bestow the fiefs. Delay might have been dangerous, for the nobles were none too friendly, but Rudolf averted any postponement of the ceremony by seizing the crucifix from the altar and declaring that the sacred sign of salvation for the world could well be his sceptre. It was over a very complicated dominion that Rudolf was called to rule. Germany was split up amongst many great princes, both spiritual and temporal. Archbishops, bishops, and abbots held what were called sceptre fiefs, since they were granted to them originally by presentation of a sceptre. Lay lords such as dukes, margraves, palgraves, and graves had banner fiefs. All claimed to have no superior but the emperor. All asserted the right to exercise practically independent power in their own estates, to judge their own causes, levy their own taxes, and make their own wars as they wished. The breaking up of the old duchies of Franconia and Swabia had largely increased the number of tenants-in-chief, landowners, that is, holding straight from the emperor himself, and quite insignificant nobles. Small towns and even villages often claimed the head of the empire as their immediate overlord. This multiplication of estates was aided by the very usual practice of dividing the property of a dead man amongst all his sons, instead of giving the whole to the eldest. Certain families were particularly important at this time. The Ascanian family ruled in the Mark of Brandenburg and the Duchy of Saxony. The house of Wittelsbach was also split into two branches. The elder possessed Upper Bavaria and the Palatinate. The younger ruled in Lower Bavaria. The Welfs held the Duchy of Brunswick. The Wetens, later possessors of Saxony, were now the lords of Meissen and Thuringia. Besides the Habsburgs themselves, there were two other families which were to become very prominent later on: the House of Luxemburg, in the territory of the same name, and the Hohenzollerns, the head of which, Frederick, Burgrave of Nuremberg, was a cousin of Rudolf, and had been largely influential in securing his election. The three archbishops with electoral powers were the most important spiritual princes, though there were many others, for most great churchmen were territorial lords. By far the most powerful and dangerous temporal ruler of the time was Ottokar of Bohemia, who, in addition to his Slav kingdom, had taken advantage of the interregnum to lay hands on Austria, Styria, Carinthia, and Carniola, which gave him a very firm footing in south-east Germany. Besides princes and bishops, the imperial cities were now rising to importance. Some of the larger towns of Germany, those of the south, which had prospered because of their proximity to the great trade routes, and those of the north, which carried on commercial enterprises by means of the Baltic and the North Sea, were independent of all but the emperor, were recognized as estates of the realm capable of representation in the imperial diet, and were called imperial cities. These diets were in theory feudal councils of the whole empire, summoned from all parts of the realm for common business, and composed of all the great princes and representatives of the imperial towns, but they met at present very irregularly, and had little control over the different states, amongst which they were intended to bring some sort of unity. Rudolf showed his practical wisdom and clear-sightedness by realizing that it was impossible to maintain the old ambitions of the Hohenstaufen, that he would only waste his strength in vain endeavour should he strive to regain their Italian possessions, and that his true policy was to strengthen their position in Germany, to reduce the excessive power of his imperial vassals, and to build up a strong territorial position for his own family. To effect this, it was necessary to win allies, to secure the friendship of the Pope, to crush out rivals to his power. That he intended to emphasize the national character of his policy is shown by his persistent use of German in state documents and in the prosecution of business. When a messenger from the King of Bohemia began to explain his embassy in Latin, he was interrupted by the emperor with the words, "Lord Bishop, when you have only concern with priests, use your Latin, but amongst us speak German." Rudolf's first act was to gain friends by the marriages of his numerous family. On the day of his coronation, one daughter was wedded to Louis of the Palatine, another to Albert of Saxony. Next he turned his attention to the Pope. Rudolf never went to Rome to receive the imperial crown, but he had a magnificent meeting with Gregory X at Lausanne, where he formally confirmed the cessions of Italian territory already made to the Pope, gave up any claims in the Angevin kingdom of Naples and Sicily, and together with many of his barons took the cross, in token that he would, on the first opportunity, fulfill the Pope's most fervent wish by undertaking a crusade to the Holy Land. The old policy of the Hohenstaufen was finally abandoned when the Habsburg monarch made a treaty of friendship with Charles of Anjou, their bitterest enemy, and promised to marry his daughter Clementia to Charles's grandson. Italian schemes certainly never tempted the prudent emperor. Italy is like the lion's cave, he was wont to say. One sees traces of the steps of those who go thither, but never of those who return. After these measures, Rudolf was ready to turn his attention nearer home. He felt his position in Germany would never be secure so long as he was threatened by the enmity of Ottokar of Bohemia. Ottokar had never recognized the election of 1277. His own vote had been rejected, although as King of Bohemia he had claimed the rights of an elector by virtue of his office of imperial cupbearer. He had also repeatedly refused to appear at the Diet to justify his possession of the German dukedoms of Austria, Carinthia, and Carniola, and had of course never done homage. Despite the rather doubtful support of some of the princes, the emperor found a good many German nobles ready to fight against the Slav king, and his army was sufficiently strong to cause the capitulation of Vienna and force Ottokar to come to terms. The latter consented to do homage for Bohemia and Moravia, to renounce his claims to Austria, Styria, Carinthia, and Carniola, and a double marriage was arranged between a son and daughter of each monarch. There is a story that this homage was to take place privately in a tent, and that during the ceremony the tent collapsed, revealing the proud Ottokar, magnificently dressed, on his knees before the pauper Count of Habsburg in his plain leather jerkin. Such an incident, however, is not only totally improbable, but quite unnecessary, as an explanation of the speedy failure of the present agreement. Neither side adhered fully to the terms, the marriage plans were never accomplished, and the discontent of many imperial nobles, who found Rudolf less compliant than they had hoped, gave Ottokar an opportunity. The death of Pope Gregory robbed the emperor of another ally, and in 1278 the Bohemian king renewed war with every hope of success. The two armies met on a great plain north of Vienna, known as the Marchfeld, and an engagement of great violence took place. Both kings fought in the thick of the battle. Rudolf at one moment was attacked by two knights at once, had his horse killed under him, rolled off into a stream, and was only rescued just in time from this awkward situation. Ottokar fought gallantly long after success was hopeless, but was killed treacherously in the end by two Austrian soldiers who attacked him after his surrender, in revenge for his execution of one of their relations for brigandage, and his adversary, who had commanded that his life should be spared, arrived too late to save him. The Bohemian defeat was complete. The kingdom was handed over to the guardianship of Odo, Margrave of Brandenburg, during the minority of the dead Ottokar's young son, Wenzel II of Bohemia. Wenzel was married to Rudolf's daughter Gutta, and his sister Agnes to a son of the emperor. Austria and the two other disputed provinces were bestowed upon Rudolf's two eldest sons, Albert and Rudolf, with the exception of Carinthia, which was given to Meinhard of Tyrol, whose daughter was married to Albert. This settlement was one of the greatest importance. From this date, Austria has remained the hereditary possession of the House of Habsburg and its chief source of strength. The foundation was laid on which the later fortunes of that great family were to be erected. Rudolf had done much to strengthen his family and something to consolidate the central power, but not so much as he wished. In vain he endeavoured to win over the princes by marriage alliances and the people by suppression of private war. The nobles remained obstinate, the towns objected to his imperial taxation, and the organization of justice and government was still defective. Above all, he was unable to effect the greatest wish of his life, the establishment of an hereditary monarchy. The electors feared the growing strength of the Habsburgs and refused to choose his son Albert as successor. When the emperor ended his toilsome career in 1292, Adolf of Nassau, a poor and insignificant count, was crowned at Aachen. Adolf's rule was short. His unexpected activity and determined attempt to strengthen his position speedily raised up enemies against him and gave a party to the disappointed Albert of Austria. Germany was divided into two camps, and the war which broke out was ended by the Battle of Gülheim. The death of Adolf, struck down some think by Albert himself, gave the victory to the latter. The electors could no longer refuse him their votes, and he was proclaimed emperor as Albert I. The new sovereign was not prepossessing in appearance. Boniface VIII, when consulted as to the election, had objected to his uncouth and rustic mien. He was blind of one eye, rude and harsh of face, strong but ungainly in figure, and his indomitable energy was tempered by no gentleness and few scruples. His character has doubtless suffered by the legends concerning his rule in Swabia, where he has been handed down to tradition as the great persecutor of the mountaineers in the district later to become Switzerland. But though there may be no grounds for the accusations of heartless cruelty and oppression, he was a stern, fierce man, not easy to check when the interests of his family were at stake. End of section 1. Section 2 of The End of the Middle Age, 1273 to 1453, by Eleanor Constance Lodge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 1. Germany and the Empire, 1273 to 1378, Part 2. Albert's policy was a continuation of that of his father. He left Italy entirely out of account, made peace with Philip of France, and turned his whole attention to Germany. Here his plan was to support the towns against the nobles and keep a firm hand over the most powerful of the princes. His chief danger lay on the side of Bohemia, whose sovereign, Wenzel II, had been elected King of Poland in 1300, and in the following year was also offered the crown of Hungary. Albert was furious, but was saved from violent opposition by the unexpected death of King Wenzel and his only son, the last male descendants of Ottokar. Thus ended the Bohemian family of the Primasilides. The crown of Bohemia was elective, and by mixture of threats and bribery, Albert secured the choice of his own son Rudolf, and hoped thereby to have secured for the Habsburgs another territory of the greatest value. King Rudolf, however, failed to abate the hostility felt by the Bohemians for the Habsburg line, and on his sudden death in 1307, the electors, despite their promises, refused his brother Frederick the Fair, and chose instead Henry of Carinthia, a brother-in-law of King Wenzel. The indignant Albert made preparations for an expedition against the Bohemians, but this was suddenly hindered by his own assassination. 1308. The murder was the work of one of his own nephews, cheated, as he believed, out of his rightful possessions by the close-fisted Albert, and encouraged to the deed by many discontented nobles who hated their ambitious ruler. Albert's sudden death again made a break in the line of the Habsburg emperors. A disputed election followed. The French king, whose influence had been much increased by the late emperor's friendship, put forward his own brother, Charles of Valois, as a rival to Albert's heir, Frederick of Austria. In the end, however, the electors were faithful to the almost universal custom of choosing a German, and voted for Henry of Luxembourg, brother of the Archbishop of Treves, who naturally gave him his support. Henry VII was about 40 years of age, a man well skilled in arms, of middle height, with fair hair and a fresh-coloured face. He was also well educated and could speak French, German, and Latin. With the new monarch, quite a new turn was given to imperial policy. Henry looked back to the glories of the Hohenstaufen. He determined to revive their claims of universal dominion, and above all their headship of the Ghibelline party in Italy. Thus his reign belongs rather to the history of Italy than to that of Germany, and can be kept principally for the next chapter. One great acquisition, however, he did make in Germany, not for himself, but for his son. Bohemia was not too happy under their King Henry of Carinthia. He was idle and inefficient, and did nothing to quell the disorders of the country, which was in open rebellion against him. Certain of the Bohemians turned in their need to the new emperor, and proposed to bestow the kingdom on his young son John, on condition that he should marry Elizabeth, a daughter of Wenzel II, and the last survivor of the Premislides family. This arrangement was accomplished, and John of Luxembourg became King of Bohemia. This done, Henry set off without waste of time to secure for himself the Iron Crown of Lombardy and the Golden Crown of Rome. Henry's Italian expedition left neglected Germany, a prey to rival factions, and sad confusion prevailed when his death at Siena in 1313 rendered a new choice inevitable. The election which followed the death of Henry VII was one of peculiar difficulty. The rights of the 7 electors were more or less established, but no provision had been made for the splitting of families and territories into two parts. Two branches of the Wittelsbach stock ruled in Bavaria. There were two Margraves of Brandenburg, and Henry of Carinthia still laid claim to the Bohemian throne, occupied in reality by John of Luxemburg. There were rival candidates, also representing the three leading houses of the time. John of Bohemia, the late emperor's son, was eventually rejected as too young, but that still left in the field Albert's son, Frederick the Handsome of Austria, and Louis, Duke of Upper Bavaria, a warrior of great repute. Delay of more than a year was caused by these complications, and when the election was at last made, the votes were divided between Louis and Frederick, 5 being given to the former and 2 to the latter. Neither candidate intended to give way, and both raced to Aachen to secure coronation at the traditional spot. Here again the honours were divided. Frederick won the race, but the town would not admit him, and he had to be content with a ceremony at Bonn, performed, however, by the Archbishop of Cologne, to whom especially belonged the right of consecration. Louis, on the other hand, was admitted and crowned in Aachen by the Archbishop of Mayence. Civil war followed, and was waged for 8 years with varying fortunes. The Austrians, Frederick and his brother Leopold, were also hampered by struggles in their Swabian lands, where the mountaineers were fighting for independence against Habsburg rule. At last the decisive blow was struck at Mühldorf, 28th September 1322. Louis the Bavarian had the support of the young John of Bohemia, who was thought by some to deserve the chief credit of the victory. The towns also were principally on his side, and foot soldiers played a prominent part in the fight, a sign of the gradual change which was coming in the art of war. Frederick the Handsome commanded in person on the opposite side, and fought with distinguished valour, though overpowered in the end and taken captive. The decisive turn was given to the struggle by the arrival of a fresh troop, which the Austrians welcomed as an expected reinforcement under the young Duke Leopold, but which proved to be an addition to the enemy's forces. Louis remained master of the field, and Frederick was sent as a prisoner to the castle of Trausitz, not far from Nuremberg. Here he is said to have amused himself by carving sticks, and up to the present day supposed specimens of his work were still being sold to tourists in the neighbourhood. An old warrior called Schweppermann made himself a name by brave service on the victorious side, and the emperor's words, when food was served frugally after the battle, have passed into a proverb: Jedermann ein Ei, dem frommen Schweppermann zwei. An egg for every man, but 2 for the honest Schweppermann. Shortly after this victory, another stroke of good fortune helped to extend the Wittelsbach power. In 1322 Brandenburg fell vacant by the death of the last representative of the Ascanian family, and was transferred by the emperor to his own son Louis. This acquisition, it is true, cost the friendship of John of Bohemia, who had hopes of his own in that direction, but danger from his estrangement was not yet obvious. If Louis hoped for peace and tranquillity now that his claims were secured in Germany, he was very much mistaken. His new enemy was even more serious than the Austrian duke, being none other than the Pope himself. The Papacy at this time was closely allied with France, some thought little more than her tool. In 1305 the Archbishop of Bordeaux had been chosen Pope, chiefly by the influence of Philip IV, and from this time the papal court had been established at Avignon, a place which, though not actually French territory, was perilously near the lands of France. Philip must undoubtedly have proposed this change of residence as a means of securing his own control over the head of the Church. In 1323, John XXII, the Pope at the time, declared that to him belonged the right of sanctioning an election, that Louis therefore had taken his title of king illegally, and that all his decrees so far were null and void. Going further still, he pronounced sentence of excommunication on the unsubmissive Bavarian, and expecting to find ready support from Bohemia and Austrian rivals of the emperor, proposed a new candidate in the shape of Charles IV. of France. But he did not reckon on the growing national feeling in Germany. A wave of indignation swept through the country, and Louis turned the tables on his adversary by declaring the Pope himself deposed on the charge of interference in imperial Italy and for holding heretical doctrines. This quarrel was of rather a different character from any previous dispute. It was complicated by the Pope's relations to France and the consequent international questions which arose. And it was distinguished by the national feeling displayed in Germany, where Louis was supported warmly by the Church, the towns, and the Franciscan order. Encouraged by the attitude of his country, Louis entered on an Italian expedition which opened very favourably. Despite the absence and opposition of the Pope, the Emperor was crowned at Rome. 2 excommunicated bishops anointed him, and the crown was placed on his head by lay officials of the city, a ceremony which struck even those who took part in it as strange and doubtful. As a practical demonstration of his full imperial power, Louis set up a pope of his own with the name of Nicholas V, and together they paraded the streets of the capital in triumph. The triumph was very short-lived. Louis's partisans were of no real stability. They dropped away from him. Towns which had received him gladly closed their gates upon him on his return journey. The terrified antipope fled to John XXII, humbly craved for pardon, and was imprisoned. The whole imperial position in Italy was rotten to the core. Louis never freed himself from papal excommunication, though he made repeated efforts and hoped much from the more compliant successors of John XXII, but they had France at their backs, and France was well content to see Pope and Emperor at strife. The struggle had, however, important results in Germany. It led to a declaration of independence which showed the marked decline in papal authority. At Rennes, in 1338, the electors proclaimed that since the empire depends on God alone, he who is elected by the majority of votes can take the title of king and exercise all sovereign rights, without need of the consent or confirmation of the Pope. The German character of the empire was little by little superseding the sacred and international position which had been the ideal of the Middle Ages. The relations of Louis the Bavarian with Edward III were indirectly part of the papal disputes, for the emperor was glad to support the rival of the Pope's ally, Philip VI. The English king in 1338 made a visit to Germany, and was entertained with great splendour and magnificence by Louis. The 2 kings were already bound to each other by marriage ties, for the emperor had taken as his second wife Margaret of Holland and Hainaut, a sister of our own Queen Philippa. The chief result of all this parade was the rather empty honour bestowed on Edward of the office of imperial vicar, or representative on the left bank of the Rhine, and this was almost all that England obtained from her high-sounding alliance with the emperor. Louis had more on his hands than he could well manage without assisting English claims in France. During almost the whole of his reign he was at enmity with his original ally, John of Bohemia. He had troubles in Lower Bavaria. Austrian relations were not cordial. His unstable and yet ambitious character was not likely to secure him firm friends and allies. His last efforts at family acquisitions brought him into new troubles. Henry of Carinthia and Tyrol had a daughter and heiress with the very unattractive name of Margaret Maultasch, or Pokemouth. Whatever her looks may have been, her possessions were of such undoubted value that she had no lack of suitors, and after an unhappy marriage with the second son of John of Bohemia, which was ended by divorce, she was secured by Louis for his son, the Margrave of Brandenburg. A dispensation was required for the new marriage, and this Louis proclaimed on his own imperial authority, an action which stirred up anew the papal ire, whilst there was considerable outcry in Germany itself, where the emperor was daily becoming more and more unpopular. So strong was this feeling that Pope Clement VI had little difficulty in inducing 5 of the electors to choose a new king of the Romans, 1346, in the person of Charles of Bohemia, son of King John, who lost his life in the same year at the Battle of Crécy. Louis was engaged in raising men and money to meet this new danger when he was struck down by sudden death in the midst of a bear hunt near Munich, 1347, and left the field clear for the Luxembourg candidate. Louis the Bavarian had passed a long and troubled reign. He had been untiringly active, and his courage and good humour had won him many friends in early life. But he had little real force of character or stability, and his policy was almost wholly concerned with family aggrandizement, so that one after another his supporters lost patience, and their belief in him turned to contempt and suspicion. He had failed to establish his power in Italy or to secure his rule in Germany, but he left the Wittelsbach family in a very strong territorial position. Brandenburg, Bavaria, the Palatinate, Tyrol, Hainaut, and Holland were all in the hands of members of that house. The character and career of Charles IV. Of Luxembourg, who ruled from 1347 to 1375, has given rise to considerable disagreement. German historians, as a rule, have spoken of him slightingly. Amongst English writers, Bryce says severely that he legalized anarchy and called it a constitution, and Carlyle is palpably unjust in calling him an unesteemed creature who strove to make his time peaceable in the world by giving from the Holy Roman Empire with both hands to every bull beggar or ready payer who applied. On the other hand, Bohemian writers can scarcely praise him enough, and they thank him for all that is best in their country's history, for, writes one, he broke down the oppressive power of the overmighty feudal lord, restored quiet and security within and without, supported justice and good government, increased the income of the state and encouraged industry, so that in both mountain and valley skill and knowledge spread amongst the people, religion and morality prevailed throughout the land. Perhaps Maximilian I was partly right in calling him the father of Bohemia, but the stepfather of the empire. His best work was done without doubt in his own country, but his imperial rule was not so despicable after all, and it was not altogether his fault that the power of the German king became less and less able to compete with the authority and privileges of the electoral princes. Charles's personal appearance was not attractive. He was small, his back was slightly bent, and his head hung forwards. His face was pale with very prominent cheekbones, and his hair and beard were thick and black. He always dressed very simply, and his tunic was kilted to the knee, never worn long and flowing. He was neither a great warrior nor an impressive figure, but he was a clear-headed, prudent man, a hard worker, and a far-sighted statesman. He preferred diplomacy to force, and the substance of power to the show and pomp of majesty. His policy was chiefly concerned with introducing order and stability into the government of the empire, in advancing the welfare of the country, especially of Bohemia, and in aggrandizing the House of Luxembourg, which he hoped to leave in permanent possession of the imperial dignity, based on a strong territorial position of its own. Charles had many difficulties with which to contend. His election had not been unanimous and was not undisputed. There were other applicants for the office. Edward III was at one time considered. Albert of Austria put forward claims. Gunther of Schwarzburg, supported by the Bavarian family, was actually elected. The emperor, however, knew how to win over his enemies, or to take advantage of any chances in his favour. He hampered the house of Wittelsbach by encouraging a sham claimant to their possessions in Brandenburg, and the Elector Palatine, head of the family, was won over by the marriage of his daughter to Charles himself, whilst his own daughter was wedded to a son of the Austrian duke to conciliate his rivals in that direction. The Black Death also had diverted the country generally from political disputes. The imperial cities, sighing for order and quiet, were easily conciliated by grants of privileges, and finally the convenient death of Gunther in 1349 left Charles undisputed master of the situation. His next step was a journey to Rome for the imperial crown, 1354. There was no resemblance between Charles's attitudes toward Italy and that of his father, Henry VII. He went for the coronation alone and merely stayed in Rome the one day necessary for this ceremony, thus deliberately renouncing any claims to imperial rule in the peninsula, and arousing considerable contempt in the Italian towns of the north, which would readily have welcomed a new head of the Ghibelline party. His return gave him the opportunity for that part of his work which is best known, the formation of a rule for future imperial elections, which was drawn up and published in the famous document known as the Golden Bull, 1356. Charles, it must be remembered, was not attempting any great change. The practice of election and all its consequent evils were thoroughly established by this time, but there were consistent disputes about the actual claim to electoral votes. Did they belong to the great fiefs themselves, or to the great families which held those fiefs, or to the imperial offices which members of those families generally filled? What was to happen in case of the subdivision of fiefs, the splitting up of families, the abeyance of offices? All these disputed points were made clear by the Golden Bull. Elections were in future to be held at Frankfurt, and a majority of votes alone was to be necessary. Electoral powers were to be exercised by the 3 archbishops of Cologne, Mayence, and Trèves, and by 4 lay princes: the King of Bohemia, imperial cupbearer; the Count Palatine, Grand Seneschal; the Duke of Saxony, Grand Marshal; and the Margrave of Brandenburg, Grand Chamberlain. Not one word was said in this important document either of papal sanction or papal confirmation, and thus tacit recognition was made of the German character of the empire and its independence from the control of the head of the Church. In a sense, the Golden Bull did legalize anarchy, as Bryce puts it. It legalized electoral control and interference, but at least it put an end to some of the worst difficulties which had beset previous elections. Charles had plenty of scope for his diplomatic talents. He acquired what territory he could for his family, but when friendship was more important than extension of boundaries, he knew how to give way with a good grace. This was shown more especially in the case of Tyrol, which fell vacant with the death of the only son of Margaret Moltach, and which he confirmed in the hands of the Austrian Habsburgs. For his own family he gained by purchase and diplomacy the Margravate of Brandenburg, which brought with it a second electoral vote, the principal aim of his ambitions. Silesia, Moravia, and Bohemia were already his. Luxemburg and Limburg were in the hands of a brother, with the promise of reversion to Bohemia. Marriage alliances gave hopes of future succession in Holland, Hungary, and Poland. Germany was almost surrounded by hereditary estates of the Luxemburg family. Charles won a final and very important triumph in the election and coronation during his lifetime of his son Wenzel, so that he could die with the assurance of having done what Habsburg and Wittelsbach had so far failed to effect, in laying the apparent foundation of a hereditary claim to the imperial throne. His last advice to his son and successor was very characteristic. "Love God and thy friends, be peaceful. If thou canst gain anything with gentleness, avoid war about it. Show consideration and honour for others. Have the Pope, priests, and Germans as friends. Thus wilt thou live and die in peace." Charles had done much, even though he had not been uniformly successful. He had failed to command respect in Italy. He had allowed the foundation of a very strong estate between himself and France, for Burgundy in the hands of the successors of Philip the Bold was to be a danger to future emperors as well as to future kings. He had been forced to acknowledge the Swabian League of Towns, although so independent a union was really contrary to the Golden Bull. He had helped to bring about the return of the Avignon popes to Rome, and lived just long enough to see how this resulted in the great schism of the Papacy. Above all, he weakened the territorial position which he had built up with so much care by following the general custom of division amongst his sons. Nevertheless, he left behind him a Luxembourg emperor and a formidable array of Luxembourg estates. In Bohemia he had founded the University of Prague, reformed the coinage, improved means of communication, encouraged trade, and made himself beloved. His name is still remembered in that of many a town, many a bridge, many a public building. Karlstadt, Karlsbad, Karlstein, and many other places remind the traveller of one of the most important of the Bohemian kings. End of Section 2. Section 3 of The End of the Middle Age, 1273 to 1453, by Eleanor Constance Lodge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 2. Italy, 1273 to 1313, Part 1. The history of Italy during this period is one of great difficulty, since it is impossible to study it as a whole. The country was split up into separate states, independent republics, and subject towns. Any sense of national unity was totally lacking. Patriotism, though strong, was wholly local or even municipal. Several causes had tended to bring about this condition of complete disunion. Italian geography was the original and dominant reason. The long, narrow shape of the peninsula rendered communication difficult between the extremities. The country was divided from north to south by the chain of the Apennines, whilst the lateral spurs of these mountains split up the two long divisions into more or less detached portions, and the plain of Lombardy in the north was very much isolated from the rest. This natural disunion had been strengthened by the nominal subjection of Italy to the emperors, whose dominion, however shadowy, had been sufficient to prevent the rise of any strong national power, whilst the influence of the popes, who were temporal lords in their own estates, as well as the heads of Christendom, produced much the same effect. Add to this the fact that for years there had been a continuous struggle going on between pope and emperor, in which all Italians became more or less involved, either as Guelphs supporting the Papacy or as Ghibelline on the imperial side, and it will be seen that party feuds were one more drop in the cup of discord and division. These party enmities and party names continued long after they had lost most of their original significance. Not only were Guelph states at war with Ghibelline provinces, but each state was itself split up into rival factions, whose chief bond of union was common hostility to one another. Advance in Italy did not take the line of growth toward nationality, as was the case in countries such as England and France. But in the north, where progress was most rapid, the town tended more and more to become the unit of political life. Cities became strong centres of influence, whether they were republics or under the control of some dominant family, and the large cities gradually obtained sway over the smaller towns and surrounded themselves with subject communes. By the 15th century, the chief of these municipalities had developed into regular city-states, but at the close of the 13th century, this process was only in the making. In 1273, Savoy, which was in our own day to become the centre of Italian unity, was scarcely part of Italy at all. Lying to the west of the Alps and originally belonging to the kingdom of Arles, it had split off as an almost independent province, a fief of the empire alone. Its rulers had indeed subsequently enriched themselves by the acquisition of Piedmont, but for the present it stood entirely aloof from the complications and difficulties of the peninsula. Of the Lombard cities, Milan had for a long time been by far the most prominent. It had been a republic from at least the early 12th century, and had begun almost as soon to assert its supremacy over many of the surrounding and smaller towns. Now, at the close of the 13th century, the republican independence of Milan was being rapidly lost. Martino della Torre, a Guelph leader, had headed the burgesses against the nobles and made himself lord of the city in 1209, only in his turn to succumb to the superior power of Odo Visconti in 1277. But the period of complete Visconti supremacy as Dukes of Milan had not yet come, and the city was weakened by a protracted struggle between these two families for some time longer. The other chief powers in the north were Genoa and Venice. The first was important as a commercial centre and was to become involved in trade disputes with other towns, especially Pisa and Venice. But otherwise she was fairly isolated from the history of the peninsula, occupied with her own concerns and with quarrels between her own rival families. Venice, the other great trading state, directed her attention almost entirely toward the east. Here lay her chief power, and her commercial and maritime supremacy, which was undisputed until the rise of Genoa introduced a formidable rival and a constant source of war and quarrel. Venetian history differs from that of most Italian towns, partly owing to her peculiar constitution. A Doge of Venice had existed ever since the 7th century. He was a duke elected for life, at first by the whole body of the people, and in early days invested with almost supreme despotic power, though this was gradually usurped by his ambitious colleagues. By 1273, the election was in the hands of 41 councillors, chosen by a complicated system of drawing lots from amongst the whole body of the Great Council. This Great Council had superseded the assembly of the whole people, when the growth of population had rendered such a meeting totally impossible. Though at first elective and quite representative, it had gradually changed into an exclusive hereditary aristocracy. From 1319 all form of election ceased, and it was understood that every son of a member entered the council at the age of 25. The Doge was assisted by a senate or pregadi, annually renewed from the Great Council, but he was now really under the complete control of 6 ducal councillors, a sort of ministerial cabinet, without whom he could do nothing. From 1310 a further committee was chosen by the Great Council, which, though at first only intended for a time of emergency, became a permanent body known as the Council of 10. This council formed a sort of court of justice to deal with exceptional cases, and was a strong weapon in the hands of the ruling aristocracy. Later it added to its judicial functions and interfered in most affairs of state. Although the constitution of Venice was thus very oligarchical and aristocratic, in the hands, that is, of a small number of the upper classes, it was not in any sense feudal. It was one of the peculiarities of the city that no distinction existed between merchants and nobles. All the chief patricians were great traders and guildsmen, not military and territorial lords. The power of Venice had gradually increased by the spread of commercial settlements and the subjection of surrounding lands, until the name came to include much more than the islands on the Rialto, which formed the city itself. It was not, however, till the 15th century that Venetian territory reached its full development, and that Venice became a great mainland power, participating in Italian complications and even in European politics. Tuscany, divided by the Apennines from the Lombard plain, was split into a number of city-states. Pisa, Siena, Lucca all have interesting histories and rose to prominence at different times, but the fame of Florence has dwarfed the fame of other Tuscan towns, and gave her for a time supremacy over the whole district. The internal history of Florence had for a long time been marked by a heated struggle between nobles and people for power in the government. The people had, however, one great source of strength, and obtained some training in the art of governing through their craft guilds, societies of those engaged in different crafts or industries, which were well organized and very prosperous. In 1282 a great victory was won for the popular side by the recognition of the priors or leaders of the crafts as the chief magistrates of Florence, and by the rule that the nobles must enter a guild in order to qualify for office. In 1293 a further step was taken by insisting that all officials should actually practice at the trade of their guild, while the nobles were subjected to especial severe rules in matters of justice. The triumph of the people over the nobles was now complete, but it tended to be an oligarchical triumph all the same, for power was largely monopolized by the wealthy burgesses. Some amount of democratic or popular control was, however, maintained by means of the Parlamento, a mass meeting of all citizens which had authority to alter the laws by an appointed committee or balia. The great defect of this constitution was its instability, since the governing body was changed every 2 months. As some remedy for this, in 1321, a consultative council was added of 12 buonomini, good men, who were to hold office for 6 months instead of 2, and in 1323 a plan of choosing officials by lot was introduced to satisfy the passion for equality which prevailed amongst the Florentines. The government now consisted of 1. The Signory, of 9 members known as Priors of the Arts, guilds, with the Gonfalonier of Justice at their head. 6 chosen from the major arts, the more important guilds of bankers, lawyers, merchants, and so forth, and 2 from the minor arts of less important trades. These were changed every 2 months. 2. 16 Gonfaloniers of the companies. These were captains of the old military divisions of Florence and were responsible for police and war. 3. 12 Buonomini, chosen every 6 months, to give advice to the Signory. These 2 latter bodies were called the colleges. 4. The Council of the People, consisting of 300 members, all belonging to the guilds, headed by the captain of the people. 5. The Commune or Council of the Podestà, a body of 250 members, some of whom could be nobles. Every 2 years a scrutiny was held, an election of all considered worthy of office. The names of those who gained a sufficient number of votes were put into bags and then drawn out by lot when officials were needed. The chief glory of Florence was her preeminence in art and literature. If Italy was the teacher of Europe, Florence was the teacher of Italy. Endless internal struggles, family feuds, and fierce warfare seem to have had little or no power to check the work of writer, painter, and builder. Indeed, the prevailing turbulence appears to have acted as a fresh incentive to energy, or perhaps it was the outward sign of the fiery zeal which was spreading through the people and leading to such brilliant results in the development of a literary and artistic renaissance. To the southeast of Tuscany lay the States of the Church, consolidated as a principality for the Holy See by Innocent III, and now comprising, besides Rome and the Campagna, the March of Ancona and loose claims over Romagna. The Emperor Rudolf gave security to the popes for their temporal possessions by renouncing all claims to imperial sovereignty over them, but such a territorial position, though probably a necessity at the time, brought many difficulties in its train. It was this, above all else, which tended to weaken the spiritual prestige of the popes by involving them in the secular interests of a temporal dominion. In the south of the peninsula, the kingdom of Naples and Sicily, united under Norman sway in the 12th century, was the most extensive stretch of land under one ruler which yet existed in Italy. The Hohenstaufen emperors had gained the crown by marriage, and this had been one of the many causes of quarrel between themselves and the Pope of that day, who called to his assistance Charles of Anjou, brother of Saint Louis of France. Charles, by a victory over King Manfred of Sicily, and by the defeat and death of Conradin, last of the Hohenstaufen, had obtained possession of the kingdom in 1268, and by 1273 was the most powerful prince in Italy, bidding fair to gain ascendancy over the whole peninsula, thanks to his own good fortune and the support of the Papacy. he was not only king of the two Sicilies, as Naples and Sicily together are often called, but also imperial vicar and senator of Rome, whilst several towns of the north acknowledged him as lord. In the period covered by this chapter, a few main lines of policy and progress give some sort of connection to the whole. The ambitions and eventual failure of Charles of Anjou, the continuation of papal pretensions whilst the actual power of the popes is gradually being lost, the attitude of the emperors toward their old dominions, and the feeling of Italy itself in regard to the imperial claims affect to some extent all parts of the country, while in the north the rivalry between the city-states and the gradual advance of Milan, Florence, and Venice are going on continuously. In 1273 an excellent pope sat on the throne of St. Peter. Gregory X was above all else an advocate of peace. His highest wish was harmony throughout Christendom, which might lead to a united effort of Europe for the recovery of the Holy Land. To prepare the way for a successful crusade was the leading motive of his life. Something Gregory was able to accomplish as the peacemaker of Europe. He negotiated between the warring cities of Venice, Genoa, and Bologna. He pacified for a time the struggle between Guelphs and Ghibellines, declaring the doctrine strange in those days of intolerance: "They are Ghibelline, it is true, but they are citizens' men, Christians." At the Council of Lyons in 1274 he succeeded, if only for a time, in uniting the Greek and Latin churches, and inducing the Greek Emperor of Constantinople to acknowledge papal supremacy. At this same council he recognized the new Emperor, Rudolf of Habsburg, who renounced his Italian pretensions and promised to head the forthcoming crusade. At the same time, rules were drawn up for future papal elections, which were to be solely in the hands of the cardinals in private conclave. Thus it was hoped to secure a speedy choice and to avoid the scandals which so often accompanied the proceedings. Peace and concord seemed secure at last, when Gregory's sudden death in 1276 broke up the European confederation which he had just effected with so much labour, and left Christendom to fall back into a state of feud worse even than before. The crusade was abandoned, and the popes who followed were little more than Italian princes, themselves concerned far more with temporal concerns and family quarrels than with the welfare of the Church at large. 3 popes followed one another in rapid succession. The third of these, John the 21st, 1276, a scholar and a mathematician, had no love for monks or friars, and was regarded with great suspicion by an age which looked on learning as a dangerous gift. When he was killed by the falling of a roof in his own palace, it was held to be a direct judgment, and visions were recounted in which the evil one himself had been seen hewing down the supports. Next came a series of popes representing the leading families which were struggling for power in Rome itself. Nicholas III, 1277-1280, belonged to the great house of Orsini. His successor, Martin IV, 1280-1285, was elected by the influence of Charles of Anjou, and merely ruled as his creature. Honorius IV, 1285-1287, was a member of the Roman family of Savelli, and was exalted at the expense of the Orsini. This pope, who was such a martyr to gout that he could not rise or sit or open and shut his hands unaided, invented some mechanical contrivance which turned him and moved him and enabled him to celebrate Mass before the people. The next pope, Nicholas IV, 1288-1292, represented the third great family in Rome, the Colonna, who now had their turn of public honours and dignities, and party feuds rose higher than ever in the city. So disastrous were these disputes that on the death of Nicholas 2 years passed before a successor was fixed upon, and then a wholly new departure was made in the choice of a holy hermit of obscure birth, who had spent his life in solitude and self-torment after the fashion of the saints of those days, a strange preparation for the public position to which he was now exalted. Already worn out, both in body and mind, by the life which he had led, the hermit protested in vain that he was unfit for the office. But the cardinals felt that they had been divinely guided in their choice, and he was inaugurated as Celestine V, 1294, and grand papal robes placed above his own coarse dress of sackcloth. It did not require more than a few weeks to show the cardinals what a mistake they had made. The new pope was totally ignorant and lacking in sense of dignity. He fell into the unscrupulous hands of Charles of Anjou, whom he believed to be a friend, and was easily duped by all who surrounded him. He gave away any dignity, created any office for which he was asked. Indeed, he could easily be persuaded to bestow the same post over and over again. One of the cardinals, the ambitious Benedetto Gaetani, had peculiar influence over Celestine, and is supposed to have been largely responsible for inducing him to lay down his unwelcome dignity. Rumour indeed says that he resorted to the unworthy trick of terrifying him in the night through a hole in the wall, and thus making him believe that a messenger from God was urging him to leave the world. Certain it is that the Pope, after 5 months, could bear no more, announced his abdication to the conclave, and fled back with haste to his old cave in the mountains, whilst the cunning Benedetto was chosen in his place under the name of Boniface VIII. End of section 3. Section 4 of The End of the Middle Age, 1273 to 1453, by Eleanor Constance Lodge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 4, Italy, 1273 to 1313, Part 2. With Boniface VIII, 1294 to 1303, the papacy made one last effort at universal supremacy. The new pope owed his election largely to the influence of Charles of Naples. He is said to have gone to the monarch with these words: "King, thy Pope Celestine had the will and the means to serve thee in thy Sicilian war, but he had not the knowledge. Now, if thou wilt work with thy cardinals that I may be elected pope, I shall know, and I shall will, and I shall be able." Here, then, before proceeding further, it will be well to see what these affairs were in Sicily which required the papal interference. Charles, King of Naples and Sicily, was, as we have already seen, the most powerful of all temporal princes in the Italian peninsula, but the close of his life was involved in misfortunes and humiliations by no means undeserved. French rule was hated with a fierce and bitter hatred in this southern kingdom, and especially in Sicily, where Charles, moreover, had a determined opponent in John of Procida, sometime physician to King Manfred of the Swabian line. Whether stirred by personal or purely patriotic motives, John was privately working for the downfall of the Angevin dynasty, and intriguing for this purpose with Pedro, King of Aragon, who himself had a claim to the throne from his marriage with Manfred's daughter, Constance of Sicily. The train was laid, therefore, although the fire was kindled by a chance spark, which suddenly precipitated the explosion. On Easter Tuesday, the 31st of March, 1282, the people of Palermo, having just celebrated the evening service, were preparing to spend the rest of the day in amusements of all sorts, when a body of French soldiery arrived nominally to keep the peace. This in itself excited some discontent, but it was a wanton insult offered by a Frenchman to a young Sicilian girl who was passing on the arm of her betrothed, which roused the popular fury. The cry of death to the French was raised everywhere. All the long smouldering anger of the people burst forth with unrestrained violence. The French were massacred on all sides. None, neither priests nor women nor little children, were spared. 2,000 French were said to have perished in the Sicilian Vespers, and these were flung for burial into an empty pit. From Palermo the excitement spread to the whole island. All Sicily was in arms, and in a month no Frenchmen were left in their lost territory. The struggle begun by the people was continued by the King of Aragon. Charles vowed recovery and vengeance. If he could live 1,000 years, he would go on razing the cities, burning the lands, torturing the rebellious slaves. He would leave Sicily, a blasted, barren, uninhabited rock, as a warning to the present age, an example to the future. Fortunately, he was never able to fulfill his threat. Pedro claimed the kingdom, and his fleet, under the celebrated admiral Roger of Loria, defeated the French ships and captured Charles, Prince of Salerno, son of the King of Naples himself, in the Battle of Messina, 1284. In 1285 a number of deaths changed the chief actors in the struggle without ending the war. In 1 year, 1285, Charles himself died at Foggia. Philip of France, who had taken up arms on behalf of his brother Charles of Valois, to whom the Pope had offered the crown of Aragon, fell ill in Spain and ended his days at Perpignan. Pedro, wounded in the same war, perished a few weeks later. Martin IV, the Pope who had been so completely the creature of Charles of Anjou, likewise quitted the scene. Pedro's son Alfonso succeeded him without any difficulty in the Spanish kingdom, whilst his younger brother James was proclaimed King of Sicily. An attempt was made to end the dispute by the arbitration of Edward I of England, and in 1288 a treaty arranged that Charles II of Anjou should be released and assume the crown of Naples, but that Sicily should be confirmed to James of Aragon. Negotiations, however, were vain. Charles, when released, claimed both the Sicilies, and war continued as before, and was still continuing when Boniface VIII became Pope. Even the accession of James to the throne of Aragon and his consent to relinquish the Sicilian kingdom did not decide the matter, for the Sicilian people resolutely refused to submit to the House of Anjou. They placed themselves under another brother of Pedro of Aragon, known as Frederick, who in 1302 ended the long quarrel by a marriage with the sister of Charles of Naples. Despite promises of reversion, the restoration, that is, of Sicily on his death, the two kingdoms remained separate under different rulers until 1442, when both came into the hands of the King of Aragon, Alfonso V. From this it will be seen that Boniface, despite his promises, was not of great assistance to Charles of Naples, and it was in connection with this struggle that he summoned to Italy another foreign prince, whose interference was not limited to Sicily, and who roused universal indignation throughout the country in which the Pope was included. This was Charles of Valois, the second son of Philip III of France, who had already figured as the papal nominee for the throne of Aragon. He remained, after concluding the ignominious treaty with Sicily, to turn his arms against Florence and to trample on her liberties. Boniface made many enemies. He did all he could in Rome to degrade the proud family of Colonna, dangerous foes as he was about to find to his cost. He took little trouble to restrain his violent temper and quick tongue. Whilst performing the Ash Wednesday ceremony of scattering ashes on the heads of penitents to remind them of their end, he flung them into the eyes of a personal rival, exclaiming, "Ghibelline, remember that you are but dust, and with the other Ghibellines, your fellows, you will return to dust." It was not only in Italy that the Pope brought himself into trouble. He claimed a European supremacy, which led him to interfere in all that was going forward. When Albert of Austria became emperor in the place of Adolf of Nassau, Boniface refused to recognize him and put the crown on his own head as a sign of his control over the imperial election. "It is I who am Caesar. I who am emperor, I who will defend the rights of the empire," he is reported to have cried. Both England and France were to be brought under his control. The clergy of all countries were only to be taxed by him, said Boniface, and by his bill Clericis Laicos publicly asserted the same in France and England, where Philip IV. And Edward I. respectively were trying to make the spiritual estates share in national burdens. But in England and France the Pope met his match. The English clergy, after a long dispute, submitted to the king, and when Boniface summoned Edward to answer for his conduct in Scotland before the papal court, laymen and churchmen alike supported him in his refusal. With Philip IV. The quarrel was still more heated and still more important. The discontented Colonna joined hands with the French king, and a combined attack at Anagni upon the Pope, who was imprisoned in his own palace, gave a shock to the old man from which he never recovered. His subsequent restoration to Rome was followed almost immediately by his death. Villani, the Italian historian, says of Boniface, "He was very wise both in learning and in natural wit, and a man very cautious and experienced and of great knowledge and memory. Very haughty he was, and proud, and cruel towards his enemies and adversaries, and was of great heart and much feared by all people." Whatever might be the Pope's character, universal horror was excited by the treatment which he received, and it was prophesied that great troubles would come upon Philip and his lineage in consequence. Villani says again, "The judgment of God is not to be marvelled at, for albeit Pope Boniface was more worldly than was fitting to his dignity, and had done many things displeasing to God, God caused him to be punished, after the fashion that we have said, and afterwards he punished the offender against him, not so much for the injury against the person of Pope Boniface, as for the sin committed against the divine majesty whose countenance he represented on earth." For the time being, however, Philip seems to have had everything his own way. Benedict XI, 1303 to 1305, the next pope, was reconciled with him, and Clement V, 1305 to 1314, the Archbishop of Bordeaux, who succeeded, was completely won over. With Boniface VIII, says Bishop Creighton, fell the medieval papacy. Under an outward appearance of strength, decline had been steadily progressing. As Italian lords, the popes were losing some of their old prestige, and their power in Rome was constantly undermined by family jealousies. Either the pope was supported by the Orsini, the Colonna, or the Savelli, or he was weakened by their hostility. That the papacy was not strong enough to manage even the affairs of Italy had been shown by the unwise policy of introducing foreign aid. The summons of Charles of Anjou was the first mistake, and he soon became a rival rather than a tool. The character of many of the popes was not calculated to exalt the respect felt for the Holy See, and when Celestine V virtually denied his own infallibility, it was impossible that others should preserve their belief totally unshaken. Finally, the worldliness and violence of Boniface degraded the Holy Office still further, and his vexatious interference in other countries raised European hostility and national resistance. With Clement V began that residence of the popes at Avignon, known as the Babylonish captivity, 1305 to 1370, which diminished irrevocably their influence over church and state alike. Rightly or wrongly, they were considered for the time as mere vassals of France and treated accordingly. Later struggles and later difficulties were to hasten still further their downward career. Meanwhile, to turn to town history, the chief interest of the period centres round Florence, where the poet Dante was now living and working, and taking that part in political events which was to end in his banishment from home, and the casting in of his lot with that of the Ghibelline party. Tuscany, throughout the latter half of the 13th century, was still engaged in active rivalry between the two great parties of Guelf and Ghibelline, success leaning to the side of the former, owing partly to the strong position won for them by Charles of Anjou, who acted as imperial vicar. Florence, for the most part, was a stronghold of the Guelfs, and here at least the leading characteristic of this party came to be the support of popular government, whilst the Ghibelline represented the aristocracy. Struggle within and without was incessant. Without, the city was occupied by war with Pisa and Arezzo. Over the latter she won the victory of Campelduno, where Dante fought. Within, the popular party was busy building up the democratic constitution which has already been described. By the close of the century, Florence had worked her way to a very important position. All Tuscany was for the time at her feet, some towns as friends, others as subjects. At home she was tranquil, rich, and ruled by a popular government. Literature and art were making rapid progress. This state of tranquillity was but short-lived. Family feuds broke out with renewed fury in the 14th century, especially between the two great houses of the Cerchi and the Donati. The former were a family of merchants, very rich but not noble. The latter were poor and aristocratic, headed by Corso Donati, who is described as gentle of blood, beautiful in person, polished in manners, of pleasing conversation, a subtle intellect, and a mind ever intent on evil. To these internal troubles worse were added by the connection of Florence with Pistoia. The latter was a small town about 20 miles distant, which was in so terrible a state of turbulence and disorder, owing to the quarrels between two branches of the same family, which had taken the names of the Blacks and the Whites, that appeal was made to Florence, who accepted the government of the city for 3 years. This meant the introduction of the struggle between Blacks and Whites within their own walls. The Blacks became identified with the Donati, the Whites with the Cerchi. In vain the Florentine priors, amongst whom at this time was the poet Dante, banished the leaders of both factions impartially. This only led to a conspiracy without, and the Blacks intrigued with Charles of Valois, who willingly accepted the chance of power in Florence, and coming nominally as a peacemaker sent by the Pope, made himself master of the town and readmitted Corso Donati, 1301. Now followed a period of misery and violence far worse than before. Charles of Valois took advantage of this opportunity for extortion and oppression. The Whites were banished from Florence in great numbers. Dante was proscribed, probably for having resisted a grant of public money to the rapacious Frenchmen. He left, never to return. Charles stayed long enough to make a fortune and win universal hatred. He then slunk back to France, leaving Florence in a turmoil of domestic war and external intrigue, which it would take too long to attempt to disentangle. A short calm followed the death of Corso Donati, who suffered the penalty of too much success, was proscribed by the government, and murdered by his enemies, and in the same year the city succeeded in winning a repeal of the interdict under which they had been lying for years, by sending help to a papal army, and so once more becoming friends of the Holy See. But nothing was sufficient to quiet domestic discord. A chronicler of the time laments the evils of such a state, and predicts the results that must follow. Thus our city continues tormented, thus obstinate in evil deeds remain our citizens, and what is done today is blamed tomorrow. O wicked citizens, ye that have corrupted and vitiated mankind by your evil customs and unhallowed gains, ye are those who have introduced every evil habit into the world, and now the world will reward you. The emperor with all his power will come upon you and plunder you by sea and land. Many still felt that the only hope for Italy was a strong ruler, and the theory of the medieval empire was not yet dead. Dante represents this view in his De Monarchia, and all through the Divina Commedia also illustrations can be found of his passion for the ideal of Rome as the centre of a universal monarchy. Never for a moment would Dante deny the spiritual supremacy of the Pope, but neither would he admit papal claims to superiority over a Roman emperor. For one, divine right over eternal life; for the other, equally divine right over temporal concerns. For peace, one must rule. Mankind is most like God when at unity, for God is one, therefore under a monarchy. And again, let Caesar show toward Peter the reverence wherewith a firstborn son honours his father, that being illumined by the light of his paternal favour, he may the more excellently shine forth upon the whole world, to the rule of which he has been appointed by him alone who is of all things both spiritual and temporal, the king and governor. With Henry VII. Of Luxemburg, this imperial ideal seemed to have one more hope of success. Rudolf of Habsburg and his immediate successors had strengthened their position as German monarchs. They had been fully occupied without asserting wider claims. Italy they had abandoned. Henry VII. 1310 declared his determination to assert imperial rights in Italy, put down factions, and receive the crown of Rome. He came at a time of great need, and at first his success was surprising. The Lombard cities opened their gates to him. With strict impartiality he restored their exiles, whether Guelph or Ghibelline. Deputies from nearly every state hastened to swear allegiance. At Milan he received the Iron Crown of Lombardy. Laurel leaves in their steel, polished and shining as a sword, and with many large pearls and other stones. And the people wept tears of joy. At Genoa he was received with honour and appointed imperial vicar over the Republic. The real insecurity of his position was, however, soon obvious. The impressionable people welcomed his coming, and rebelled against him as soon as his back was turned. The emperor was poor and obliged to levy taxes, and this, more than all else, raised opposition. Florence was his most determined enemy, and Florentine intrigues were largely responsible for the insurrections against him, and a Guelfic League was formed in Tuscany, with Robert, King of Naples, at its head. The Ghibelline city of Pisa received him indeed with great favour, and supplied him with men and money for his advance to Rome. Here his coronation fell very flat, for Prince John of Naples held St. Peter's, and the ceremony performed at St. John Lateran, 1312, was robbed of much of its effect. The next year was one of war for the newly crowned emperor. He made vain attempts against Florence, devastated the country round, and made a league with Sicily and Genoa against the hostile King of Naples. Whether Henry could even for a time have made good his authority remains forever doubtful, for, worn out by exertions and an illness which he had disregarded in order not to discourage his soldiers, he died so suddenly before Siena in 1313 that all believed him to have been poisoned. He had taken the sacrament immediately before, and the rumour spread that the priest had caused his death by administering poisoned wine. Such a tale was all too readily believed in those days. Whatever the truth may be, with Henry perished the dream of upholding the universal authority of the emperor. His was the last real attempt to assert such claims, and Italy was left without a sovereign. Henry VII. Was an able prince, full of enthusiasm and energy, inspired by the highest principles. Villani says of him that he was never depressed in adversity nor unduly elated by success, and that it was astonishing how much he achieved in so short a time and with such scant resources. The difficulties of his task must, however, have proved insurmountable in the long run. The dissensions and divisions of Italy were too deeply rooted to be healed by even the strongest authority, and Henry, as a foreigner, could hardly have expected universal support. The days of imperial rule were really over. Dante was preaching a theory which had long lost any practical significance. Henry died in a noble but vain attempt to revive an obsolete ideal. End of section 4. Section 5 of The End of the Middle Age, 1273 to 1453, by Eleanor Constance Lodge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 3, French History, 1273 to 1328, Part 1. When Saint Louis lay dying at Tunis in 1270, he begged his son Philip to make his subjects love him. For I would rather a Scotsman came from Scotland and governed the people well and loyally, than that you should govern them ill. Philip III, the Bold, as he was called, 1270 to 1285, was a disappointing son of so great a father. He may not have governed ill, but he has left little impress on history. He was handsome, gentle, and pious, but perhaps he had been almost too scrupulously brought up. Every day he had been accustomed as a child to attend long services, to receive constant instruction, to obey and imitate his father in everything. Hence he grew up with very few ideas of his own, ready to submit to any strong will, and apt to fall under the influence of favourites or of his determined uncle, Charles of Anjou. Nevertheless, the crown achieved something during his reign. The part played by monarchy in France has been a very important one. In old times the country suffered much from its feudal barons, and under the early kings the royal power was little, if at all, superior to that of the great vassals, such as the Dukes of Normandy and Aquitaine, the Counts of Champagne and of Toulouse. By 1270 much had already been done to remedy this. Philip Augustus and Saint Louis had added considerable territory to the crown, and had checked the power of the nobles by strengthening royal justice and by sending officials of their own all over France. Every gain to the crown was a blow to the barons, and a step toward the formation of a strong central power, very necessary in those days of feudal divisions. More lands were peacefully acquired by the crown in Philip III's reign. He succeeded to large territories on the death of his uncle Alfonso of Poitiers, which gave him Poitou, Toulouse, Auvergne, and part of Provence, and his son, afterwards Philip IV, added fresh gains by his marriage with the little heiress of Champagne and Navarre. The only dangerous vassals of the crown at this time were the Duke of Brittany, the Count of Flanders, and Edward I of England, who was Duke of Guienne. Edward took great interest in his French possessions, and by the Treaty of Amiens secured Saintonge and Agenais, which had been held rather precariously, and through his wife Eleanor of Castile acquired in addition the territory of Ponthieu and Montreuil in the north of France. Philip III died as his father had done on an unsatisfactory expedition, dignified by the name of a crusade. His uncle, Charles of Anjou, just before his death, induced him to undertake a war against Pedro III of Aragon, a personal rival of his own, in the kingdom of Sicily. The Pope, who had also suffered at Pedro's hands, offered the crown of Aragon to a French prince, and Philip, accepting it for his youngest son, Charles of Valois, raised a large force and proclaimed the undertaking as a holy war. Spain has often proved fatal to its invaders. The French army was wasted by sickness, and the king himself fell fatally ill. He was carried on a litter amidst pouring rain to Perpignan, where he died in 1285, having lost his life in a useless enterprise, chiefly undertaken to please his overbearing uncle. Philip IV, 1285 to 1314, who succeeded, the Fair or the Handsome he was called, is known as a person almost as little as his father, although his reign was very much more important. One of his courtiers has indeed left a portrait of him, but so obviously overdrawn that it does not help us much. William de Nogaret writes, He was pure-minded, modest in face and speech, never in a passion. He hated no one, but envied no one. He loved the whole world. Full of grace and charity, pious, merciful, always following truth and justice, he never said an evil word of anyone. Fervent in faith, religious in his life, building churches, active in good works, beautiful in feature and charming in expression, agreeable to all, even to his enemies. Others speak of him less enthusiastically. The Bishop of Pamiers, who was not likely to be friendly, is reported to have said that the king was like a great horned owl, the finest of birds, but worth nothing at all. The handsomest man in the world, but he can only look at people without speaking. The king is not a beast, but an image. Perhaps the reason that we know so little of Philip himself is that he was so cold and so silent. Great events happened in his reign, and apparently he took part in all, but what he actually said or did we do not know. He may have been a strong man, who went quietly on his way, whatever people thought, or he may have been a tool in the hands of his favourites and ministers, taking no active share in the great church questions, constitutional problems, and political changes of the time. In any case, we know he was handsome, and we rather gather that he was obstinate. The first thing the new king had to do was to get, as best he could, out of the war with Aragon. This dragged on a little while, but in the end Charles of Valois gave up his claims, and the useless struggle was dropped. The importance of the reign rests chiefly upon three great questions: Philip's policy toward England and Flanders, interesting to us because it tended to create those strained relations which were to lead eventually to the 100 Years' War, a memorable quarrel between king and pope, which brought much humiliation upon the papacy, and a great advance in the French constitution, which makes this reign an important landmark in the formation of the strong monarchical government of France. Never, so long as the English kings clung to their French territories, was there any difficulty in finding causes of quarrel between England and France. Philip adopted a well-known trick in waiting till Edward I was thoroughly occupied at home, and then summoning him to appear before a court of peers in Paris on some question of disputes between Norman and Gascon sailors. The English king had his hands full in Wales and Scotland, and though he sent his brother to represent him, his own absence gave the French king the excuse and the opportunity of marching his own troops into Guienne and occupying the English possessions. Little actual fighting resulted, but the affair is interesting because here France began her constant policy of allying with England's enemy, the Scotch, while Edward, as his successors did later, joined hands with Flanders, this time with Count Guy of Dampierre, a vassal and not a very submissive one of the French king. Peace was finally arranged between the two countries in 1298. Edward, with reluctance, filled the place of his much-loved Queen Eleanor by a marriage with Philip's sister Margaret, and his son was betrothed at the same time to the little Princess Isabella. Neither party was to help its old allies, and the English quarrel gave place to a more exciting conflict between France and Flanders. Left to its fate, Flanders was soon in the possession of the French. Count Guy and his son were imprisoned in Paris, and a governor was sent to rule the country in the king's name. Philip made a triumphant entry into the conquered land, accompanied by his wife, and the Flemings, decked in their best, made so fine a show before their new lord that Queen Joan grumbled that she found 600 queens where she expected to be the only one. Flanders was rich through her own industry and enterprise, and her townsmen were not to be ill-treated with impunity. Bruges, most important of her towns, was ordered by the governor to lose its privileges and to have its fortifications pulled down, with the result that early one morning, while most men were still in bed, the artisans rose and fell upon the sleeping French, who perished in a massacre so wholesale that the Matins of Bruges have often been compared to the Sicilian Vespers. Indignant France hastened to avenge the outrage. the noblest and proudest of French chivalry flocked into Flanders to punish the insolent burghers. At Courtrai, 11th July 1302, the cavalry of France thought to mow down without trouble the Flemish foot soldiers. In ill-considered haste, taunting with cowardice those who cautioned prudence, they rushed on the enemy, to fall pell-mell into an unexpected ditch which stretched in front of the rival army. Struggling in confusion, they fell an easy prey to their despised foe, and a proof was given of the triumph of discipline over rashness, of an organized army over feudal levies, an object lesson which the French would have done well to take more to heart. 400 golden spurs, hung up in the cathedral of Courtrai, commemorated the first victory won by townsmen over mounted knights. The immediate result was the release of Count Guy, on condition that he should arrange a satisfactory peace, but he returned to prison and death rather than allow his people to consent to Philip's humiliating terms. The following year a second battle at Mons-en-Puelle, 18th of August 1304, ended, though not without a severe struggle, in a victory for the French, and finally a peace was made by which France gained Lille, Douai, and Béthune. Guy's son Robert was, however, released and recognized as Count, 1305. The struggle had resulted in an arrangement bound to lead to further disputes, but it had at least shown what free cities and determined townsmen could do against royal despotism and a feudal army. In his disputes with the Pope, Philip was extraordinarily successful. France had always been hitherto a firm supporter of the Papacy, a fact which renders all the more remarkable the history of this quarrel, which was to result in a blow to the papal power from which it never completely recovered. In 1294 the papal throne was filled by Boniface VIII, a proud and violent man who had obtained the office after the abdication of his predecessor, the sainted Celestine V. The high ideal of papal importance instilled by Gregory VII and Innocent III had not yet been forgotten, and this in the hands of such a man as Boniface meant a claim to interfere in all matters temporal as well as spiritual, and was likely to involve him in difficulties with any king who asserted independence even in his own dominions. With Philip, as with Edward of England, trouble arose on the issue of clerical taxation. This had always been a rather delicate matter, and the French king had taken advantage of the permission granted by a previous pope to collect money for the Aragon crusade, to continue after its conclusion a demand for tithes, which he now employed for his wars with England and Flanders. The issue by Boniface of the bull Clericis Laicos, 1296, declaring that no clerk was bound to pay taxes levied by a layman unless sanctioned by the Pope, was a measure to which the King of France was no more ready to submit than the King of England, and Philip replied by stopping contributions to Rome. Boniface was obliged to give way for the time, thanks to being in difficulties on his own account. Rome at this period was dominated by two very important families, the Orsini and the Colonna, and with the latter the Pope had contrived to get on very bad terms, chiefly because he did not give them the places and the favours which they considered as their due, and which Boniface showered on his own relatives. Two of the cardinals, who were Colonna, began openly to question the Pope's title, and he replied by their deposition and the exile of the leading members of their family. This threw them into active opposition, and all enemies of Boniface found a ready helper in Philip of France. Despite dangers, the Pope was determined to uphold all his pomp and parade of power. In 1300 a grand jubilee was held at Rome, and pilgrims of all ranks flocked to the city, where Boniface was to be seen enthroned in state with two swords carried before him as signs that he possessed both spiritual and temporal power. He laid down law to kings and peoples and displayed his haughty pride to the full. It is even said that he kicked one of the ambassadors of the King of Germany in the face as he was stooping down to kiss the mule on which the head of the church was riding. Such a temper was not likely to pave the way to peace and conciliation, and Philip's trial of the Bishop of Pamiers, who had fallen under grave suspicion of disloyalty, was another cause of quarrel between the two, the Pope claiming to defend his churchman from a layman's vengeance. The next bull issued by Boniface was like match to tinder. The already angry king was told that he need not believe himself to be above papal control, for only a fool or an infidel could think thus, and then followed a list of royal misdeeds, seizure of church property, debasement of the coinage, and the like, with the threat that he was to be summoned before a council of the church to answer for his conduct. Either on purpose or by accident, this bull was burnt, and it was a very short and not very exact abstract of the same which Philip made public to the people of France, to whom doubtless he did not care to offer the whole recital of the not altogether untrue accusations. Great indignation was excited in France by the publication of this sham bull, and a States General being summoned, 1302, representatives, that is, of nobles, clergy, and people, a joint message of remonstrance was sent to the Pope. The clergy were afraid to say much and merely begged for unity and friendship, but nobles and burghers were hotly on the side of the king and vowed that they would support his independence to the death. The Pope received the French ambassador at Anagni and made fierce reply, heaping abuse on the king's minister, Pierre Flotte. "What God has joined together, let not man put asunder. These words, my brothers, relate to the Roman Church and the kingdom of France. Man? What man? I mean this Achitophel, who counselled Absalom against his father David. This diabolical man, blind of an eye, totally blind in brain. This man of vinegar and honey, this Pierre Flotte, this heretic. He shall be punished both spiritually and temporally. But pray God the care of his punishment may be reserved to me." The prayer of the violent old man was not literally answered, for Pierre Flotte lost his life at the battle of Courtrai. But this great humiliation, coming just at the critical moment, gave a momentary triumph to the Pope, and he published a complete declaration of papal power, with the threat of excommunication against all who resisted. "We announce and affirm that submission to the Roman Pontiff is a necessity of salvation to every human creature." So ended his proclamation. Philip was quiet for the moment, but he was soon to follow the lead of another fresh counsellor, far more opposed to the Roman see than was Pierre Flotte. A new favourite, William of Nogaret, suggested the bold scheme of summoning Boniface himself before a general council as a usurper of the holy office, a blasphemer, a heretic, and an evildoer of the worst type. Nogaret's accusations were wilfully exaggerated and worked up for the occasion, but it was only too true that Boniface was totally unfitted by his ungovernable ambition and violence for the high position in which he was placed, and all France was ready to support his deposition. Possibly Nogaret did not dare to await the summons of a general council, for which the consent of other countries had also to be obtained. In any case, he joined hands secretly with the Colonna, 1303, who had troops of men at their command, and he and Sciarra Colonna together led a force into Anagni itself, invaded the palace where the Pope was residing, and flew the fleur-de-lis of France from its roof. Now Boniface showed himself at his best. Deserted by all, the brave old man, he was 86 years of age, waited for his foe, arrayed in his robes of state, bearing the keys of St. Peter and the Holy Cross. "Betrayed as was Jesus, I shall die, but I shall die Pope," he is reported to have said, and to Sciarra, who struck him with his iron gauntlet, "Here is my head, here is my neck." Nogaret did not wish him killed, and called upon him to thank the kindness of the King of France, who protected him from afar, through the person of himself, his representative. "Thou art one of a family of heretics," replied the Pope calmly, alluding to his descent from the Albigenses. "I expect martyrdom at thy hands." For 3 days Boniface remained a prisoner in his palace, refusing to eat for fear of poison. At the end of that time the mob rose on his behalf, drove the French from the city, and escorted the Pope amidst prayers and thanksgivings to his capital. But the strain and stress of his capture and his delivery had been too much for so old a man, and his mind gave way. Madly resisting all food and all religious offices, Boniface died unshriven and unconfessed, so fulfilling, according to contemporary writers, the words of his predecessor, "Thou hast claimed the throne like a fox, thou shalt reign like a lion, thou shalt die like a dog." End of section 5. Section 6 of The End of the Middle Age, 1273 to 1453, by Eleanor Constance Lodge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 3, French History, 1273 to 1328, Part 2. The death of Boniface meant much more than the disappearance from the scene of a wicked but ill-used old man. It meant the degradation of the Papacy before the growing power of the French crown. His successor, Benedict XI, 1303 to 1304, was a man of feeble character who tried to soothe Philip and to defend the memory of the dead Pope at one and the same time, an impossible attempt which was hindered by his death in the following year, not without grave suspicions of poison. 11 months of intrigues and indecision followed, ended by a great triumph for France in the election to the papal throne of Bertrand de Goux, Archbishop of Bordeaux, who took the name of Clement V, 1305 to 1313. Whether or no it is true that Philip interviewed the future pope before his election and dictated definite terms upon which he would agree to support him, there is no doubt as to the submissiveness of this new head of the Church. The excommunication laid upon all who had assisted in the outrages against Boniface was removed, and the king's share in the whole matter was publicly declared to be free from all blame, and to have merely shown a praiseworthy zeal. Even such humiliations as these were not sufficient. Clement V was not allowed to take up his quarters in Rome. When the inheritance of Alfonso of Poitiers fell into the hands of the French king, a portion of it, the Venaissin, was adjudged to be attached to the papal see. In Avignon, adjacent to this district, the popes now took up their residence, a town situated actually in the county of Provence, until it was given to the papacy in 1348, but to all intents and purposes in the kingdom of France. With the papal court at Avignon, it was no wonder that Europe came to despise the Pope as a minion of the French king, and this Babylonish captivity, as it was called, which lasted until 1376, left on the papacy a stain which centuries could never efface. Following close on the papal quarrel, and helped on no doubt by the complete control which the king felt he could exercise over the Church, came a very dark episode in the reign, a record of suffering and of cruelty which stands out even in an age when human life was not valued very highly, and when the infliction of bodily pain was scarcely considered a sin. During the Crusades there had sprung up various military orders of warriors pledged to live apart, never to marry, and to spend their lives in the Holy War. Of these, the Order of the Temple was the most famous. The long white robe of the knights with its red cross had figured on every battlefield of the East, and every country of Christendom had branches of the same institution. Paris was the centre of the order. In the busiest part of the old city north of the river, the Rue du Temple runs through what was once the quarter, owning the jurisdiction of this body, and where the temple itself stood. But every institution is liable to abuses, and pride and wealth had long been reckoned the darling sins of the Templars. There is no doubt that the order had become enormously wealthy. Their treasure was rumoured to have reached unheard of proportions, and the magnificence of the temple rivalled that of the royal palace. The Crusades were now over, and whilst the Knights of St. John had established themselves in the island of Rhodes, and the Teutonic Knights had found occupation for their arms in Prussia, the Templars still stood idle, a tempting prey to the greed of the French king. Partly he wanted their money, partly he envied their power, partly he feared lest the Pope should find in them a champion. Possibly a little genuine belief in their depravity lay at the root of his conduct. In any case, for one reason or another, Philip determined on their downfall, and when two discontented members of the order whispered accusations against their fellows in the royal ear, they received a ready hearing. In 1307 the Grand Master Jacques de Molay and all the knights in France were arrested on the charge of denying our Lord, of worshipping an idol, and of being stained with crime and depravity unspeakable. The Pope was forced to summon a commission to examine into the case, and there followed a mockery of a trial. The wretched victims were questioned under torture, and with a few noble exceptions were driven to admit the truth of every sort of accusation, however impossible. Almost without exception they retracted their admissions as soon as they were released from the agony of torture. Whatever foundation there may have been for some of the charges against them, no weight whatever can be attached to such confessions. One Templar asserted that all he had said under torture was false, but that he knew he should avow the same if dragged, as one of his fellows had been, to the stake. I should never be able to resist the terror of the fire. I should confess that I had killed God if they wished it. All was a foregone conclusion. Most of the knights were burnt. Some few who consented to abide by their confessions were set free to live as best they could. The Grand Master and the preceptor of the order were the last to perish after 7 years of imprisonment. Tortured at first into avowals, they now stood firm. We are not guilty of those things of which we are accused, but we are guilty of having basely betrayed the order to save our lives. The order is pure and holy. The accusations are absurd, the confessions false. So they declared, and were burnt to death, steadfast to this declaration. Thus perished this great order. Most of its wealth fell into the hands of the king and his courtiers. Only a part of it came into the possession of the Knights of St. John, to whom it had been formally made over. In other countries, suppression took place at the same time, and many Templars were captured, but it was in France alone that such horrible cruelty was exercised during the trials. The story runs that Jacques de Molay from the stake summoned king and pope to meet him before the tribunal of God within that year. A month later, Clement died after dreaming of the destruction of his papal palace in flames, 1313. In 7 months, Philip, without visible disease, sank into the grave, silently as he had lived, 1314. We must turn to the home government of Philip IV to understand the real importance of his reign and its position in the history of France. He does not stand alone. His work was a continuation of that of Philip Augustus and Louis IX, but it was perhaps at this time that feudalism as a basis for government received its severest check, and that the king was able to assert most successfully his claim to be direct lord of all his subjects, not only of his tenants-in-chief, and to pose as the source and guardian of the law. In order to do this, the administrative machinery was strengthened and extended. France had already been divided into bailliages and sénéchaussées, districts administered by royal officials, bailiffs in the north and seneschals in the south. Philip made no great change in this institution, but further extended the functions of these officers, mostly members or agents of the royal council, and gained from them a knowledge of local affairs throughout the kingdom. As representatives of royalty, they had power over justice, finance, and provincial administration of all sorts, and were able to act, therefore, as a very real check on the country nobility. To help him in central government, the king had his Cour du Roi, and in this various important changes took place. Originally it was merely a court, such as any great lord might have, to manage the affairs of his own demesne. Under Philip Augustus, in cases where nobles might be brought before it to be tried, since they had to be tried by their equals, great vassals were added, and it was transformed into a court of peers. Under Louis IX, trained lawyers were introduced, and it became a more efficient part of the government, helping the king in every part of the administration, as also in justice and finance. It was the aim of Philip IV to make this court still more efficient, and still more of a check on the nobles. Every feudal baron had, of course, his own demesne court, and one of the great differences between French and English feudalism had been that in France all the great nobles had rights of high justice, could hear appeals from the courts of their subtenants, and could make final decisions, appeal to the king only being made in cases where the suzerain refused to do justice, not when complaint was made against the justice which he had done. Philip IV, however, insisted on appeals being brought from the local courts of the nobles to his own court, and there were now certain cases known as cas royaux, which had to come in the first instance before the royal hearing: treason, infringements of safe conduct or of privileges granted by the king, tampering with the coinage, and such like. Besides this great increase of business, the legal element in the Cour du Roi was very much increased, and business was more and more taken from the hands of nobles and put into those of professional lawyers. All this work could scarcely be performed by one court. Accordingly, in 1302, 3 divisions were established, each with its own distinct functions and separate officials. The Conseil du Roi, rather like our Privy Council, was chiefly to help the king in the actual administration of the country, but it still retained the right of hearing judicial appeals in the very last resort. The Chambre du Compte had control of all financial business, while the judicial work was handed over to the Parlement of Paris, the great French law court, which did much the same work as our courts of King's Bench and Common Pleas. Later the privilege was added of registering all royal edicts, a duty at first merely formal, but which was one day to lead to claims of discussing this legislation and of objecting to it, and even of vetoing it. At present, however, the Parlement was purely a judicial court. Philip IV fixed this Parlement of Paris, divided it into 3 sections, and made it meet regularly twice a year. Very shortly after, it was changed into a permanent body, and its members were appointed for life. Besides strengthening the central and local machinery of administration, Philip has also made himself famous by summoning what has been called the first States General. That meeting in 1302, of which we have already spoken as sending a message to Boniface VIII. National assemblies of some sort had been held in past times under the Carolingians. Very probably all 3 orders had been summoned before under these early monarchs, but no meeting has been fully described by the chroniclers before this one of 1302, which was more remarkable, both on account of its numbers and the importance of its business, than any which had preceded it. All tenants in chief of the crown, lay and ecclesiastical, were summoned, representatives of lower clergy also, and burgesses from all the principal towns. Possibly the example of the English Parliament of 1295 had some influence upon the composition of this assembly. It was, however, simply for the royal convenience, and to give the king support. There was no general discussion. The meeting only lasted a day. The members were told by Pierre Flotte what was expected of them, and then each estate drew up separately, according to order, their messages of defiance to the Pope. There were other States General later in the reign, when Philip wanted support in the affair of the Templars, and for war with Flanders, but the same character was always visible. The king summoned his people not to consult them nor to learn their wishes, but to strengthen himself by a general support, to influence the assembly by his presence, and to bind the whole nation to his cause. It will be seen from this account how very closely the work of Philip IV. Resembled that which Edward I. was doing almost at the same time in England. Both carried on the reforms of their predecessors instead of following new lines of their own. Both diminished the power of the nobles by undermining feudal independence and by strengthening the central administration. Both turned to the people for help in their undertaking. Yet, through all this resemblance, there was one great underlying difference which was to lead to widely divergent results. In France, everything came from the crown, and everything was done for the crown. It was the crown alone which was to gather to itself all the power and also all the responsibility. In England, free local government had been a real thing from the earliest times, and Edward made use of these free local institutions to help on his work. His Parliament was a collection of local representatives, and his policy was national, not only selfish. Philip managed the localities by royal officials, by ruling the country by royal courts, and subjected the nobles to royal justice. Even when apparently he turned to the nation, it was merely as royal supporters to be summoned when he needed help, and simply for the purpose of giving it. Thus work so similar in appearance was to lead in England to the growth of popular government, in France to the development of the despotism of the crown. A word must be said before leaving Philip IV. On one very bad side of his government, namely his financial administration. Always in want of money, he resorted to very mistaken ways of raising it. He levied heavy taxes on sales of goods, thus hampering trade and commerce. He met present distress by adding to future difficulties through his system of farming out the taxes, that is, in order to gain a sum of money at the moment, he sold to all sorts of people the right of levying imposts, a plan which resulted in much oppression and misery for the taxpayer. Above all, so constant was his debasement of the currency that he earned for himself the name of the false coiner. Unfortunately for France, the methods thus adopted were continued only too faithfully by succeeding monarchs. The immediate successors of Philip the Fair need only be shortly mentioned. His son, Louis X, 1314 to 1316, died without a male heir, and his daughter Joan was passed over in favour of his brother, Philip V, 1316 to 1322. It was the fear at this time of being ruled by a woman which led to the invention of a rule to prevent female succession to the throne of France. The French lawyers hunted up an old law of the Salian Franks, forbidding the inheritance of women in the Salic land. This was applied to the crown to suit the convenience of the moment, and, dignified by the name of the Salic law, became regarded as an ancient rule of succession to the French monarchy. When Philip V died, he again left only daughters, and since the third brother, Charles IV, succeeded without difficulty, 1322 to 1328, the idea of the exclusion of women was still further strengthened. When Charles IV died and the direct Capet line came to an end, a far more complicated question arose, since there was a possible heir whose claims had come to him through a woman, namely Edward III of England. The French, however, did not desire the rule of any foreign king, and the nearest heir on the male side, Philip of Valois, a cousin of the last three monarchs, was crowned as Philip VI. End of section 6. Section 7 of The End of the Middle Age, 1273 to 1453, by Eleanor Constance Lodge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 4. Italy, 1313 to 1378, Part 1. The 14th century seemed to bring with it some prospect of peace for Italy. In 1305, the papal court was transferred to Avignon in the county of Provence. In 1313, with the death of Henry VII, the last effort to assert real imperial authority in Italy had been brought to a close. Surely some cessation of strife might be expected from the removal of the two chief rivals, the two claimants for universal rule. Italians might surely hope to work out their own salvation, freed from the direct interference of Pope and Emperor. If such a hope ever existed, it was doomed to disappointment. The strife of Guelph and Ghibelline continued as hotly as ever. The popes still continued to direct Italian politics, with even less knowledge than before, perhaps, of Italian interests. The emperors still interfered in Italy, not so much now for their own power, not at least with the same idea of imperial greatness, but merely as the tool of an Italian faction. The chief feature of Italian history in this century is, as before, the divided condition of the country and the consequent dissensions and disputes which resulted from it. To this is now added the absence of the popes, their close connection with France and French interests, and the turbulent state of their own dominions, especially of Rome, where families and parties warred more fiercely than ever. In the city-states of Tuscany and Lombardy, this century, still full of feuds and party strife, was particularly marked by the rise of the tyrants or supreme rulers in one town after another. The tendency was for the head of the faction, for the time being, to gain sway by his warlike successes or skill in government, unless his subjects, tired of despotism, were able to shake themselves free from his control. Gradually the feuds of state with state were leading to the absorption of the smaller cities by their more powerful neighbours, until Venice, Milan, and Florence in particular stand out amongst the rest, and form the centres of large and compact territories. As a great man or a great state comes more prominently forward, the question is always present as to whether there is a chance of uniting the whole of Italy under one dominion. But though the hope of doing this might inspire great ambitions and encourage many efforts at aggrandizement, the time was not yet come for success. One new development appears at this period which was to lead to disastrous results. Partly owing to the rise of despots, the old military system was gradually changed. In former days, every male inhabitant of suitable age had fought for his state when required. Local bands rallied round the carroccio, or city standard, and a martial spirit was spread throughout the whole people. A ruling tyrant, however, was not anxious to arm his subjects, and turned with relief to mercenary troops, foreigners hired to form a bodyguard, who could be used to quell revolts and to maintain authority. These troops were easily collected at first from the many soldiers left in the country after the various descents made into Italy by French or German armies. On the death of Henry VII, some of his disbanded troops were ready to stay in the country and adopt war as their trade, and Italian citizens gradually came to prefer the payment of taxes for the support of foreign armies to the loss of time and disturbance to work, which resulted from going out to fight in person. These hired bands under condottieri leaders, that is, who made war their trade, at first almost exclusively composed of foreigners, toward the close of the century were often made up of native troops. Some young Italians did not appreciate a purely peaceful life, and were eager to win renown in arms. Others, the members especially of smaller and subject communes, being deprived of that share in political life which was the privilege and occupation of most members of the larger states, turned to a military career. Republics were thus forced to adopt the system of hiring soldiers. The old civic forces of infantry were quite inadequate to face the heavy cavalry of which these new troops were generally composed, and soon all states had standing armies of mercenaries with which to fight their battles. The real danger of these mercenaries appeared when their leaders began to cast off dependence and to form armies of their own, which lived upon the unfortunate country in time of peace, and let out their services in time of war to the highest bidder. These great companies were swelled after 1360 by many soldiers from France deprived of occupation by the Treaty of Bretigny. An Englishman, John Hawkwood, whose tomb and monument can be seen in the Cathedral of Florence at the present day, won great celebrity as condottiere of the White Company. Aided by these forces, the Italian states continued their old wars unceasingly. All idea of fighting for a cause, such as that of Pope or Emperor, entirely disappeared, and each state fought openly and selfishly for its own hand, for territorial aggrandizement, and for the subjection of its weaker neighbours. In 1313, when the death of Henry VII saved Florence from threatened destruction, the parties of Guelf and Ghibelline were almost evenly divided. Both were equally selfish and ready to adopt any expedient to increase their own ascendancy. Robert of Naples, backed up by the Papacy, was leader of the Guelfs, and Florence, with its dependent communes, was a firm supporter of this party. The Ghibellines were strongest in the north, where the Lombard towns figured as imperial cities, while in Tuscany Pisa was a zealous advocate of the same policy. Many of these towns were under the power of despots who felt that in Ghibellinism they had more hope of independence, or who derived their authority from imperial grants. In Milan, Matteo Visconti had been made imperial vicar by Henry VII. In Verona and Vicenza, Can Grande della Scala had acquired the same position. Both were very powerful lords and great supporters of the Ghibelline party. The Republic of Pisa fell under the authority of a military leader of great strength, Uguccione della Fagiola, who subjected Lucca also and threatened the supremacy of Florence in Tuscany to such an extent that she appealed for help to Robert of Naples. An army was formed under his brother Philip of Tarento to rescue Montecatini, which the Pisans were besieging. Before this place a battle of great violence took place between the rival cities. The Florentines were stubborn and resisted long and resolutely, but Fagiola was a captain of extraordinary ability, and was roused to almost superhuman energy by the loss of his son in the fight. Dashing into the thickest of the fray, shouting, "No prisoners, no prisoners!" he inspired an attack so fierce that at last the enemy wavered, and the Pisans were left victorious on the field. The effect of this battle on the Florentines was not so much to discourage them as to raise a spirit of opposition to Naples, which they felt had not aided them sufficiently. They were saved from immediate danger, however, by the fall of Fagiola, whose power had roused enemies both in Pisa and Lucca, especially one of his own generals, Castruccio Castracani. A revolt was very carefully planned to take place while the dreaded leader was midway between Pisa and Lucca. The conspirators at Pisa managed to collect all the townsmen together without exciting suspicion by means of a trick. They let loose a bull, which they pursued through the streets until a crowd was collected in one of the squares of the town, whereupon they brandished the weapons hitherto concealed, proclaimed death to the tyrant, and heading the easily excited citizens, drove Fagiola's adherents out of the place. Lucca rose the same day. The deserted tyrant took refuge at Verona and abandoned his dream of founding a supremacy in Tuscany. In 1317, a general peace was signed between the warring states. Robert of Naples, who had negotiated this settlement, had doubtless hopes in his turn of Tuscan supremacy, or even of the headship of Italy. He had been made imperial vicar by the Pope, and the ruling pontiff, John XXII, was practically his creature. Divisions in the empire made interference from that quarter unlikely, and he was leader of the Guelph cities of Tuscany. In 1325 Florence offered him lordship over herself, an offer which he accepted for his eldest son, Charles of Calabria, who, as was usual then, held the southern part of the kingdom as a duchy. This step, however, was due to danger from a new quarter, a danger which was to involve the King of Naples also and render the execution of his designs still more difficult. The fall of Faggiuola in Paris was followed by the rise of Castruccio in Lucca, the most formidable of all Italian despots and the most celebrated captain of the time. Villani says of him, "This Castruccio was in person tall, dexterous, and handsome, finely made, not bulky, and of a fair complexion, rather inclined to paleness. His hair was light and straight, and he bore a very gracious aspect. He was a valorous and magnanimous tyrant, wise and sagacious, of an anxious and laborious mind, and possessing great military talents. He was very cruel in executing and torturing men, ungrateful for good offices rendered to him in his necessities, partial to new people, and vain of the high station to which he had mounted." In spite of the contradictions in the character of this tyrant of Lucca, there is no doubt of his ability, nor of the adoration he inspired amongst his soldiers. Successful in every enterprise, he made himself master over a great part of Tuscany, and was feared by every prince and town throughout Italy. It was dread of Castruccio's growing power which caused Florence to put herself under Neapolitan rule, and the appeal of the Florentines to Robert of Naples led the Ghibellines, in their turn, to look for help from the Emperor Louis of Bavaria. Louis had been occupied until the Battle of Mühldorf in struggling against the rival claimant, Frederick of Austria. The capture of Frederick at this battle secured his authority, which was rendered all the more complete by the agreement made later between the two rivals. They soon became so friendly that they were said to have eaten at the same table, shared the same bed, and even talked of partitioning the empire between them. The establishment of Louis in Germany was a great blow to the Pope, who claimed to exercise all imperial rights during an interregnum, and to have the power of sanctioning or rejecting an elected emperor. The result was bitter antagonism between John the 22nd and the Bavarian, who took the opportunity offered by the invitation of the Italian Ghibellines to come into Italy and receive the crowns of Lombardy and Rome. Louis's first act, 1327, was to overthrow Galeazzo Visconti at Milan, despite the fact that he was his host and an important Ghibelline leader. He imprisoned him with his two sons, and re-established a so-called republican government under an imperial governor. Castruccio Castracani was amongst the first to join the invader. He became his captain and right-hand man, and was formally declared Duke of Lucca, Pistoia, and Volterra. At Rome, the emperor was crowned, 1328, in the absence of the Pope, by the people of Rome in a ceremony unique and impressive. He himself, magnificently clothed in white satin, bestrode a white horse. Before him rode a judge with the book of imperial laws, and a prefect with the imperial sword. His horse was led by the greatest nobles of Rome, their robes shining with gold. The emperor was anointed by two excommunicated bishops, and crowned by the old Sciarra Colonna, who had been prominent in the attack on Boniface VIII at Anagni. Castruccio was knighted on the same day and made senator of Rome in the name of the emperor. The coronation was followed by a public deposition of Pope John the 22nd as a heretic and a traitor, and the appointment of an anti-pope under the name of Nicholas V. The triumph of Louis was, however, short-lived. Castruccio had to hurry north to defend his duchy from the Florentines, and though again successful in arms, his sudden death in 1328 from fever ended the terror of Florence, and robbed the emperor of his chief support. In the same year Florence had another stroke of fortune in the death of Charles of Calabria, whose assistance was no longer necessary and whose rule was becoming irksome. The emperor was quite unable to make any headway alone. He was short of money and anxious to return to look after his German interests. As for his anti-pope, he very quickly made humble submission to John XXII and gladly renounced his precarious position. The Ghibelline party seemed threatened with destruction, but Robert of Naples was too downcast after the death of his son to head the Guelphs with any energy, and left the north to struggle alone, until a foreign power once more intervened. This time a leader more enterprising and more romantic than Louis of Bavaria was to make an attempt at solving the problem of Italian politics. In 1330, Brescia, besieged by Della Scala, the tyrant of Verona, sent to beg for help from John of Bohemia, who responded readily to the appeal and threw himself with ardor into the Italian struggle. The young king, who became so suddenly an important factor in the affairs of Italy, was son of the Emperor Henry VII, and one of the most romantic figures of the century. Handsome and chivalrous, devoted to tournaments and all knightly exercises, he was no less famous in actual warfare and able to hold his own in court or camp. Elegant and polished in dress and manners, he was curiously out of place in half-civilized Bohemia, over which his father had given him the rule. Indeed, unless kept there by revolts among his turbulent nobles, he spent little time in his own dominions, but wandered about like a true knight-errant, seeking for wrongs to redress or weak causes to champion. He had aided Louis the Bavarian at the Battle of Mühldorf, which secured him his empire. He had made firm friendship with the King of France, a country which particularly attracted him. He had headed a crusade against the heathen in Lithuania. He was delighted now to find new occupation for his arms, and to endeavour to continue a work in Italy which his father had died in attempting. It was a regular saying at the time that no one could hope to carry anything through without the help of God and the King of Bohemia. At first it seemed as though Italy had really found her saviour. Mastino della Scala retired from Brescia, where John was received with the utmost joy and enthusiasm. Banners and green branches were waved before him, music and dance accompanied his entrance. He acted with great dignity and firmness, reconciled warring parties, and recalled all who had been exiled from the city. Other towns hastened to welcome a conqueror who appeared to be without any aim of personal aggrandizement, and was neither a Guelph nor a Ghibelline. Milan, Cremona, Pavia recognized him as lord. Parma, Reggio, Modena, and others followed. Everywhere he reconciled the rival parties, and recalled all exiles irrespective of their politics. In Tuscany, however, Florence was not won over by the newcomer, but continued to resist his advance. Meanwhile, John, threatened by leagues against him in Germany and by the hostility of the Pope at Avignon, was forced to hasten back, and left his Italian conquests in the charge of his young son Charles. Friendship was soon renewed with the Emperor Louis, in whose interests the King of Bohemia claimed to have worked, but meanwhile the Lombard towns were beginning to feel that they had more control than they had bargained for, whilst the Visconti in Milan and the Scaligers in Verona, the Gonzaga in Mantua, and the Este in Ferrara, jealous of the success of a foreign adventurer, formed a league to undermine his power. The young Charles proved his skill and courage in the victory of San Felice, but it brought no lasting benefit to the cause, and his father, returning to find both parties in league against him, gave up a useless struggle, sold his possessions, and left Italy in a state no better than that in which he had found her. So ended an episode, the chief result of which was the impression which it left on the mind of John's son, the future Emperor Charles IV, who had learnt by his experience in Italy the evils of a divided government and of uncontrolled and independent parties. John withdrew to spend the remainder of his restless life in continuous fighting, sometimes in his own interest, sometimes in that of others. It was in the Second Crusade in Lithuania that he lost his eyesight, partly owing to the climate, partly owing to the ignorant treatment of his doctors. The king could not bear his misfortune to be noticed, and would not let it hinder in any way his incessant travels and career of adventures, which he continued until at last he lost his life at Crécy, fighting for his friend Philip VI of France. Carlyle sums him up as a restless, ostentatious, far-grasping, strong-handed man who kept the world in a stir wherever he was. In Italy, after the collapse of King John's attempt, warfare continued incessantly. Sometimes one power would rise for a time to the top, only to fall in turn before another state or another leader. At first Mastino della Scala of Verona made himself supreme in the north, but was crushed by a league in which Florence and Milan played the leading part. Florence, disappointed at the little result this brought to her, called to her aid a warrior of great reputation, Walter of Brienne, Duke of Athens, who was made dictator for the time, 1343, although he failed to hold his position long. Next came the extraordinary advance of Milan under the house of Visconti. Azzo Visconti had been an active opponent of John of Bohemia, and greatly extended his own power by joining leagues against him. His successors, one after the other, added to the lands of the Duchy of Milan, and increased their own importance by grand alliances abroad and unexampled atrocities at home, until it seemed, with John Galeazzo, that the height of wickedness and of power had been reached, and that a kingdom of northern Italy might be founded under a tyrant, the recital of whose deeds still makes the blood run cold. But of this later. If all Italy felt that they had more chance of striking for their own advantage during the absence of the Pope, nowhere was this so obvious as in Rome itself. In the Holy City, confusion and discord were worse than ever. The Orsini and the Colonna carried on their feuds and their quarrels unchecked. Open warfare often raged in the streets. The citizens were oppressed by both parties alike, and could obtain neither justice nor redress from the proud and selfish nobles. Message after message was sent to Avignon, begging the return of the Pope. John the 22nd spoke of coming, but the attractions of Avignon and the influence of the French king were too great, and the whole of Romagna broke into open rebellion. The succeeding Pope, Benedict XII, was proclaimed senator and captain of the Roman Republic, but though proud of the distinction, he contented himself with a vain attempt to heal strife from afar. In the midst of all this misery and civil war, a curious ceremony took place in Rome, which may have helped to stir up old memories of greatness in the minds of the people, and which impressed one at least of the audience with a hope of reviving ancient glories. A fellow citizen of Dante, the poet Petrarch, whose writings were just bringing him into prominence, was crowned on the Capitol with the laurel wreath, 1311, after a lengthy examination conducted by Robert of Naples. The procession to the Senate Hall, the red-robed youths reciting Petrarch's poems to the glory of the Roman people, the senator in green, the poet with his royal robe and laurel crown, must have offered an extraordinarily impressive sight to the citizens used to the turmoil and bloodshed of private feuds. Cola di Rienzi, a spectator of this ceremony, whose youthful mind was stored with knowledge of the past splendours of Rome and with horror of her present state of degradation, came into public notice shortly after this event. Of humble parentage, a notary by profession, he early attracted attention by his handsome person and marvellous eloquence, and was one of an embassy sent to Avignon in 1343 to implore the return of Clement VI. Rienzi was an inveterate opponent of the aristocrats, by whom his own brother had been ruthlessly murdered, and full of sympathy for the poor and the oppressed, his speeches before the Pope excited much notice and admiration. All through his life he had evidently the true orator's gift of swaying men by a word, an almost miraculous power of influence and attraction. The Pope honoured him with an official post in Rome, and on his return from Avignon, Rienzi set himself, heart and soul, to prepare the way for a democratic revolution. Little by little he won over the people. He excited their minds by speeches and allegorical pictures, which showed Rome in shame and distress from which popular effort alone could raise her. To avert suspicion until his schemes were ripe, he played the buffoon before the Orsini and the Colonna, so that they never dreamed of his real character and power. When the time came, he struck boldly and with promptitude. On Whitsunday, 1347, having spent the previous night in prayer and preparation, he headed a procession to the capital, where he had summoned the meeting of the people to consider the passing of new laws and measures of government. There he swayed the crowd by his eloquence and proclaimed an edict of reform and retribution. With one accord, the assembly hailed him as their ruler and gave him full power over the laws and government of the Roman Republic. This revolution was accomplished without the shedding of one drop of blood. Struck as by a spell, the old senators fled, and many nobles hastened from the city where their power had been undermined. Rienzi took the title of tribune and proclaimed himself Redeemer of the Holy Roman Republic. End of section 7. Section 8 of The End of the Middle Age, 1273 to 1453, by Eleanor Constance Lodge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 4, Italy, 1313 to 1378, Part 2. For 7 months the new ruler governed with extraordinary wisdom and success. Peace was restored, exiles recalled, justice dealt out impartially to rich and poor alike. Rome was turned from despair to the height of pride and happiness. The citizens rejoiced in the processions and display by which the tribune impressed the public fancy. The surrounding territory acknowledged the overlordship of the Roman people, and even foreign courts received letters and embassies announcing the establishment of a new power in Italy. Rienzi's mind was full of magnificent ideas which, though ambitious, were not wholly impracticable under existing circumstances. His plan was to summon to the capital a parliament for the whole of Italy, to proclaim the sovereignty of the Roman people, to confer Roman freedom on all Italian citizens, and to found a natural Roman Empire under an elected emperor. It was more than merely a fascinating idea. The absence of the Pope, the weakness of the emperor, and the divisions of Italy offered some real possibilities of success, but for 2 great obstacles: the character of Rienzi himself and the instability of the Roman people. The tribune, though a man of wonderful genius, energy, and enthusiasm, was wanting in that steadiness and absolute sanity which are necessary for lasting work. Perhaps there was already a touch of madness in his genius. Perhaps his mind was unhinged by his unprecedented success. Perhaps he was rather too much of an orator, too little of a statesman. It is hard to believe that he was not sincere in his love for Rome and in his enthusiasm for the cause. But it would have been superhuman to have made no mistakes, and his only real strength lay in the support of the populace, a very precarious foundation for permanent power. For some time Rienzi's position seemed secure. The magnificent ceremonies in which he indulged, and which have been looked upon as foolish acts of vanity, were probably calculated to keep himself before the public notice, and to influence a people still rather like children and needing to be impressed by public spectacles. The first festival was for his knighthood, 1st of August, 1347. Clad in white silk embroidered with gold, the handsome tribune passed through the town accompanied by the papal vicar, preceded by a sword-bearer and with the standard in the rear. In the evening he bathed in the ancient porphyry basin in which tradition said that the Emperor Constantine had washed away both his paganism and his leprosy. After a night spent alone in the baptistry, he was solemnly knighted next day by the syndic of the people, who bound round him the girdle of his order and fastened on the spurs of gold. His coronation as tribune, 15th of August, 1347, which followed, was equally magnificent. He received 7 crowns to typify the 7 gifts of the Holy Ghost, and after the ceremony he issued an edict conferring on all Italians the rights of the Roman citizenship, forbidding the entry of armed forces without the consent of Pope and people, and abolishing the names of Guelf and Ghibelline. This happened in August, and in December he was a fugitive. Perhaps Rienzi's most dangerous mistake was his treatment of the nobles. He laid hands on the leaders of the great families at a banquet, and then, with mistimed leniency, set them free, after a humiliation which such men could never forgive. A force was raised against him by the Colonna, who attacked Rome, and although their defeat was complete, the victor lost many adherents by his triumph and by his undue exultation over the conquered. He fell at last through the desertion of the fickle people, who were annoyed by his taxation and frightened by the papal denunciation of their leader, once the friend of the Pope. Rienzi seems to have suddenly lost heart. Without support he could do nothing, and he could not bear to raise his arms against the people. On the 15th of December, 1347, he abdicated with a suddenness which surprised friends and foes alike. Papal authority and aristocratic rule were restored on the instant, and with them the state of anarchy and disunion from which the tribune had temporarily saved the city. Rienzi was not destined to remain forever in obscurity. He is said to have spent the time of his absence amongst the Fraticelli, hermits dwelling in the mountains of the Abruzzi, who passed their lives in penitence and asceticism. Here tradition relates that he received a divine message through one of the brethren, urging him to take up public life once more and fetch the emperor to Rome, since by this means alone could his imperial dreams be realized. Undeterred by personal danger, Rienzi travelled to Prague, 1350, the residence of Charles IV, who had succeeded Louis the Bavarian. Here he unfolded his schemes with something of his old eloquence, but with a strain of mysticism and wildness which point to his mind being unhinged by his recent life of solitude. Charles IV was the last man to be stirred by visions of universal empire and Italian regeneration. After keeping the ex-tribune some time a prisoner in Bohemia, he sent him to Avignon to defend his Catholic orthodoxy and loyalty before Pope and cardinals. He was again imprisoned by Clement VI, but Innocent VI, who succeeded, thought to make use of his illustrious captive to quell the disturbances which were threatening the total destruction of the capital of the world. Ever since Rienzi's fall, Rome had been going from bad to worse. Innocent VI had entrusted the rule to 2 senators, an Orsini and a Colonna, but their unpopularity was increased by a famine which the populace believed to be the result of governmental regulations concerning the sale of corn. One senator, Bertold Orsini, faced the mob and was literally buried under the heap of stones which were flung at him. Successors were appointed, but order was difficult to restore. In 1353, Innocent commissioned Cardinal Albornoz, a Spanish prelate, both warrior and statesman, to do what he could, and with him sent the ex-tribune, that his knowledge of Rome and the Romans might be turned to account. The return of Rienzi, 1354, was a veritable triumph. The people remembered his past greatness and welcomed him as a deliverer. As papal senator, he ruled with much of his old power and for a short time with extraordinary success. But Cola's position between pope and people was totally insecure. He had little real authority and no money. It was his attempts to get money rather than the severity of his rule which brought about his final downfall. In the popular revolt which overthrew him, the cry was, "Death to the traitor who has imposed the taxes," and this was the real cause of his ruin. The mob surrounded his palace and shouted him down when he stood forth on the balcony to address them. Had he been allowed to speak, he might still have won them over, says the chronicler, with unbounded confidence in the eloquence of the tribune. But he could not speak. He could only unfurl the Roman banner and point silently to the golden letters, Senatus Papalusque Romanus. Stones were flung at him, and wounded in the head he left the balcony, only to find the palace in flames behind him. Determined to make one more bid for life, Rienzi hastily disguised himself as a peasant escaping with plunder. Recognized as he was passing the last gate, he was seized and led back to the steps of the palace, whence he had so often pronounced condemnation upon his enemies. In silence he faced the mob, his arms crossed on his breast. None ventured to touch the man who had done so much for Rome, and silence gradually fell on the turbulent throng. It was only when he opened his lips to address the speechless crowd that a citizen, fearing his eloquence, thrust his sword through the tribune's body. The spell was broken. Others stabbed and mangled the helpless corpse and dragged it from the Capitol. For 2 days it hung from a house in the Colonna quarter, an appalling spectacle. Then, by the command of the Colonna, the body was burnt by the Jews of the city, and the ashes scattered abroad, that no relic might be left of the last of the tribunes. Rienzi had done much and dreamed more, but the promise and glory of his early days were tarnished at the last by a violence and want of balance which seemed to betoken a mind unhinged by visionary imaginings and by sudden reversals of fortune sufficient to affect the strongest brain. The feeling was more and more gaining ground that the only thing necessary was the return of the popes. Their lengthy absence had alienated the majority of Italians and weakened papal authority to an unprecedented extent. The Duke of Milan cared so little for a bull of excommunication that he forced the unlucky legate who brought it to eat the parchment and the leaden seal. Fervent Catholics longed for the revival of reverent feelings toward a true head of the Church. Supporters of order hoped that papal influence might be exerted in that direction. The popes themselves felt that residence at Rome was the only hope of maintaining their secular authority. One of the most active advocates of papal return was St. Catherine of Siena. This remarkable personality was one of the few instances of a saint who led an active public life, and of a woman of the people who took part in politics and swayed nobles and rulers by her influence. Born of humble parents in Siena, Catherine as a child began to see visions and dream dreams. When still very young, she resisted the attempts of her father and mother to arrange a marriage for her, and made them believe in her divine call. Without leaving her home, she gave herself up to a life of the greatest strictness and self-discipline. She spent more than half the night in prayer, and the rest on a bed of hard planks. Her days were given up to work amongst the poor and to religious exercises. During the second epidemic of plague, she labored incessantly for the relief of the sufferers, with an utter disregard for her own safety, which doubtless helped her to escape the malady. Despite her humble life and apparent lack of education, she came to know many of the chief people of the time and took the greatest interest in public events. The misfortunes of Italy filled her with grief and determination to do all in her power to alleviate them. At one time she had great hopes of a European crusade, and wrote to the captains of condottieri, urging their participation and blaming the evil of their lives. She even ventured to reprove Bernabo Visconti for the wickedness of his ways and his opposition to the Church. When Florence revolted against the Pope and was punished by excommunication, St. Catherine hastened to the city and opened negotiations with the leaders of the Republic, and it was on a mission of pacification on their behalf that she first journeyed to Avignon. It is wonderful to read of the influence exerted by this fragile being, still little more than a girl, who came from such humble surroundings to speak authoritatively to popes and rulers. Gregory XI was much impressed by her speech and held many interviews with her, but he was a weak, irresolute man, very reluctant to leave the luxury and peace of Avignon for the turmoils and discomforts of life in Rome. In the end, however, St. Catherine and his conscience, aided no doubt by the fear of losing his Italian possessions forever, prevailed to induce Gregory to undertake the journey. He re-entered his capital, 1378, amidst much outward rejoicing, which, however, meant very little real support. Probably Gregory would never have stuck to the post of danger, but his sudden death ended his indecision. The conclave, summoned to meet for the election of a successor, 1378, was invaded by the mob, which broke through all barriers and noisily demanded a Roman as pope. Urban VI, who eventually was chosen, was indeed an Italian, but little fitted by his proud and passionate character to rule in a time of such great difficulty. St. Catherine's last days were spent in a brave endeavour to quiet the revolts against Urban in Rome and to pacify the disordered city. These efforts were too much for the little strength her life of exertion and asceticism had left her. A fall in church, probably caused by a fainting fit, gave her some internal injury, from which she never recovered, and she died at Rome in 1378 amidst universal sorrow. She had only reached the age of 31. Her death saved her from seeing the still greater degradation which was to be brought upon the papacy by the long schism. She could yet hope for the success of Urban over his rival Clement VII, 1378, who had been elected shortly after the Roman pontiff by a section of the cardinals, and who was holding out in Naples, supported by the Queen. The 14th century was without doubt a period of great storm and stress throughout Italy. In the south, Naples, whose King Robert during the earlier part of the century had played so leading a part in general affairs, had been plunged at his death, 1343, into a dynastic struggle. This kept her fully occupied at home and led to important results in the future. The first house of Anjou had split into two branches, the elder branch in Hungary, the younger in Naples. When Robert of Naples died, his granddaughter Joanna, who succeeded him, 1343 to 1382, had married a prince of the Hungarian house named Andrew, a younger brother of Louis the Great, King of Hungary. This Andrew did not appreciate the position of king consort, but desired to rule in his own right as representative of the elder line. Such claims were not likely to lead to harmony between the married pair, who were only 16 years of age, and who were each flattered and urged on by rival parties. Queen Joanna, beautiful and uncontrolled, was in love with her cousin, Louis of Taranto, and cared nothing for the husband to whom she had been married for purely political reasons. A conspiracy was formed against Andrew. Whether his wife was privy to it or not is still uncertain, although the case against her looks suspiciously black. He was awakened one night on pretence of important news and fallen upon by his enemies, who strangled him with a silken cord, since there was a tradition current that he was protected by a charm from poison or from steel. The actual murderers were executed with horrific tortures by officials of the Pope, but public rumour pointed at the Queen as the true author of the deed. Her marriage with Louis of Taranto, an open instigator of the crime, gave colour to this accusation. The King of Hungary, furious at his brother's death, prepared to invade Naples with great force, 1347. Joanna lost heart and fled with her second husband to Provence, leaving most of her nobles to submit to the invader, who occupied the kingdom without a blow. This new rule, however, did not long prevail in Naples. Louis of Hungary could hardly govern the affairs of two states so widely separated, and was glad in the end to resign the Italian province to the Queen, 1351, after a papal court had pronounced her innocent of the death of Andrew. This ended Neapolitan difficulties for the moment, but Joanna, though she had 4 husbands, had no children, and as time went on the succession question became acute. The Queen's probable heir was Charles of Durazzo, a husband of her niece and himself a distant relation, but when rival popes were elected in 1378, great discord arose between them, for whilst Joanna favoured the French candidate, Clement VII, Charles was an ardent supporter of Urban VI. Joanna hated opposition and was eager for French support, for which reasons she turned to the House of Anjou in France and declared Louis, its representative, as her heir. War broke out, in the course of which Joanna was captured, and as punishment for her crime, real or supposed, suffocated under a feather bed, 1382, by orders of the old King of Hungary. Her death left Charles of Durazzo victorious for the time being, and he was crowned king as Charles III. The claims of Anjou, however, were not forgotten, and are important as forming a pretext for the invasion of Italy by Charles VIII of France at the close of the 15th century. Venice, during the 14th century, was gradually emerging from her position of isolation and independence, and becoming more involved in Italian politics as she enlarged her territories on the mainland. At the beginning of this period, as has already been noticed, Venice was scarcely part of Italy, had no mainland territory, and had turned all her strength and all her interest to maritime and commercial matters, with the result that she surpassed all rivals in naval skill and enterprise, that her eminence as a trading power was universally recognized, and that her wealth was unequalled and of worldwide renown. Petrarch writes of her ships, "They carry wine to England, honey to the Scythians, saffron, oil, linen to Assyria, Armenia, Persia, and Arabia, wood to Egypt and Greece. They return laden with various merchandise, which is distributed all over Europe." Not only did the city enrich herself with trading beyond the seas, she sent goods also to Italian and German cities, and her own industries, especially glass-making, copper and iron working, and bell-founding, were prosperously carried on. Her government, though oligarchical and despotic, was strong and orderly. It was rich with the profits of trading dues, salt monopoly, and profits of banking, and ready to look after the welfare of the city in a paternal spirit, not wholly unsuccessful. Thus Venice, at the opening of the 14th century, was rich, powerful, and prosperous, but already there were signs of rocks ahead. Trade in the East was bringing her into conflict with the rising power of Genoa. Her new idea of extending towards the West and acquiring Italian lands could not fail to arouse the antagonism of the great families by which northern Italy was increasingly dominated. The first enemy of importance whom Venice had to face was the great lord of Verona, Mastino della Scala. The extension of his dominion in the north and his policy of imposing custom duties on her goods alarmed the city, which was dependent on the mainland for her food supply, and dreaded to be cut off from some of her most useful stores. In the war which followed, Venice won over the Carrara, lords of Padua, to her side, began her career of expansion by the acquirement of Treviso and its district, and assisted in overthrowing the supremacy of the Scala family in Verona. Another enemy who a little later disturbed Venetian tranquillity was Louis of Hungary, jealous of the territory which the city had acquired in Dalmatia. Venice was not able to get so successfully out of this war, 1355, in which for the time she lost land and prestige. Other difficulties which hampered Venice during this century came from plague and internal troubles. In 1348 she suffered so terribly from the Black Death that more than half the population are said to have perished. The town passed through a ghastly period. Death boats passed along the canals. The dead bodies were flung from the windows of the neighbouring houses and were buried together without distinction in a common grave. In no place in Italy was the mortality greater. Troubles also arose from antagonism to the government and vain attempts to shake the despotism of the Council of Ten. The most famous of these attempts was headed by the Doge himself, Marin Falier, 1354-1355, who wished to destroy the aristocracy of the city and make himself uncontrolled ruler. The plot was discovered through the tender-heartedness of one of the conspirators, anxious to save a friend from the coming destruction. Vengeance was prompt and impartial. 10 of the leaders of the conspiracy were hanged, and the Doge himself, whose complicity was discovered, was deprived of his ducal cap and executed. His head was struck off at the top of the marble staircase where he and his predecessors, on entering into office, had taken their oaths of fidelity to the Republic. This act of justice placed beyond question the authority of the famous Council of Ten. In addition to these difficulties, Venice had to face Genoa, her most dangerous enemy. Genoa certainly was no despicable rival. She had a strong maritime position on the mainland, which was strengthened by her occupation of Corsica, and she was guarded by mountains on the north from inroads of enemies from Italy, whilst her profitable trade in the Black Sea was sufficient to rouse great jealousy in the heart of the other competitor for commerce in the east. On the other hand, she had endless troubles from internal factions and family disputes. The Visconti in Milan were incessantly threatening her independence, and her government was less united and strong than that of Venice. Nevertheless, Genoa reaped most advantage from the first war with her rival, which arose from quarrels in the Black Sea, 1350-1355. She won a great naval victory off the island of Sapienza in 1354, and Venice, disheartened by the conspiracy of Marin Falier at home, concluded peace and gave up her demands. This great defeat of the Venetian fleet is said to have been presaged by all sorts of portents. Crows had fought in the rigging of the vessels before the combat and plucked each other to death. Enormous and unknown fish had swum round the ships and swallowed seamen whole, till the crews were filled with terror. Such tales show the extent of the calamity from the horror which it excited at the time. The next struggle between Venice and Genoa has gained the name of the War of Chioggia, 1378-1382, from the important events which happened round that town, a place commanding one end of the waterway leading from the lagoons of Venice to the open sea. The Genoese fleet captured this strong position, and Venice trembled for her own safety. The honour of her rescue rests with 2 great Venetian seamen, Victor Pisani and Carlo Zeno, and with the Doge himself, Andrea Contarini. At the time when Chioggia fell, Pisani was in prison, suffering punishment for a recent defeat which had been in no way his fault. The people, panic-stricken, rioted in the streets. "If you wish us to fight," they cried, "give us back our admiral, Victor Pisani. Long live Victor Pisani!" The government listened to their demands, and Pisani was put in command. Every Venetian vessel available was manned, and the Genoese fleet was driven back down the narrow waterway to Chioggia, where escape had been prevented by blocking the outlet to the open sea. Further measures, however, were difficult, for the greater number of the ships of Venice were away in the east under Carlo Zeno, and to retake Chioggia without them was an impossible task. Urgent messages were dispatched, and the Doge was obliged to say that unless help came by the new year he would raise the siege. On the very day fixed for the surrender, Carlo Zeno and the hoped-for armament returned, laden with provisions, and the blockade was continued. At length the combined effort of Pisani and Zeno was successful, and the whole Genoese fleet was forced to surrender for lack of supplies. The following year, peace was concluded at Turin, 1381. Venice had saved her own existence, but had not been exactly successful. She had given up Dalmatia, the island of Tenedos, and almost all the possessions she had laboriously acquired on the mainland. Despite these losses, however, the really important question had been settled to the advantage of Venice. The naval power of Genoa had received a blow from which it never recovered, and her rival was free from danger in that quarter. Internal troubles undermined the little remaining strength of the Genoese, and at the close of the century France undertook to govern the once proud republic. Venice, on the other hand, recovered from her exertions in a surprisingly short time, and her trade became more flourishing than ever. In the following period, however, her ambition was increasingly turned toward territorial expansion, to winning back and adding to her possessions on the mainland. Her later history is chiefly concerned with the new difficulties which such a policy could not fail to bring upon her. End of Section 8. Section 9 of The End of the Middle Age, 1273 to 1453, by Eleanor Constance Lodge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 5. Rise of the Swiss Republic, Part 1. The rise of the Swiss Republic, even though the old tales of Tell and the Apple, of the wicked Gesler, and of the oath on the Rütli have gone forever out of the region of history, and are chiefly interesting to the students of myth and folklore, is still a story full of picturesque incident and striking heroism. It is a story of the banding together of sturdy mountaineers in the days when simple country folk were held of little account, who, strong in their longing for freedom and in the love of their mountain home, were able to oppose successfully kings, nobles, and trained armies, and to form an independent government which has held its own down to the present day. In the 13th century there was no such country as Switzerland. The land we now know under that name was then simply part of the old Duchy of Swabia. Like the rest of Germany, it belonged to the Empire, and was divided amongst various feudal lords, holding their lands as imperial fiefs. Monasteries were very important in Swabia, and much of the country belonged to them, those of Einslinden and St. Gall being especially renowned. Many of these religious houses had what were known as grants of immunity, which conferred the privilege of holding directly from the Empire, not from any intermediate lord, and an imperial bailiff was sent to supervise the administration of justice, which was therefore never under the control of any count of the neighbourhood. Many great nobles also had territory in the mountain land, which centres round the lake of Lucerne and the upper valleys of the Rhine and the Rhone, such as the counts of Savoie, of Geneva, of Kiburg, of Rapperswil, above all of Habsburg. On a hill called the Würpelsberg, not far from the town of Brugg, a massive tower still stands to perpetuate the memory of the great family who dwelt in their Habsburg or Hawk's Castle in the days before the Empire itself came under their rule. In all this there is nothing to distinguish this Alpine region from any other part of the Empire, or from any other feudal country, but it very soon began to develop characteristics of its own. A land of mountains is never quite so feudalized, nor quite so dependent, as a land of plains. Serfdom never seems to take so deep a root. Nature renders impossible the same amount of control and seigneurial management. This part of Swabia was early distinguished by the growth of communes both in towns and villages. The members of these associations were bound together by the possession of certain rights and privileges, and obtained to a great extent the management of their own affairs. Town communities and rural communities sprang up all over the country, and sometimes the scattered inhabitants of a mountain valley would form themselves into a union of this description. Some Swabian towns were free imperial cities from the first, directly under the emperor, and with the right of sending representatives to the Diet. Others were built on the lands of churches or lords, but were privileged, although dependent, and often shook off their subjection later. In any case, they were homes of comparative freedom, and a year and a day in a chartered town gave liberty to the serf who could escape thither. In southern Swabia, the leading towns were Zurich, a free imperial city; Lucerne, at first under the abbey of Murbach, but later independent; and Bern, which obtained imperial immunity on the extinction of the family of Zaringen, by which it was originally founded. As the towns were protected and rendered bold by their walls, so the valleys were given security and independence by their mountains. The inhabitants of these mountain valleys, grouped into communes, were drawn closely together by common interests, by pastoral and agricultural work, and by possession of rights over the Allmend or Mark, as the wasteland between the little settlements was called, and for use of which as pasture the whole commune as a rule would be associated. Valley communes began to be formed in Uri, Schwyz, Unterwalden, Glarus, and other districts, and little by little the inhabitants succeeded in winning recognition of their independence and obtaining charters of privileges. The nobles were not likely to let their authority go without a struggle. There were various attempts to make the whole duchy of Swabia into a united principality. One great family after another tried to amass more and more territory into its own hands, but none tried harder nor with more success than the Habsburgs, whose increasing power threatened the overthrow of the free communes. The communes looked to the emperor for help against the aristocracy. Uri was taken under imperial protection in 1231. Schwyz won its charter of immunity in 1240, and in the common fear of oppression, towns and districts began the practice of banding together to obtain strength. Various leagues were formed from time to time. Bern united with Lucerne, Schwyz with Unterwalden and Uri, and then the three of them with Lucerne and Zurich. These were at first only temporary leagues, but in this linking of town and country for mutual protection we see the true beginning of the later confederation. From 1254 to 1273 was the imperial interregnum, when, as Carlyle says, there was no Kaiser, nay, as many as three at once. A period of terrible confusion and party strife assuredly, but nevertheless an opportunity for steady advance toward freedom, whilst the great men of the land had little time to attend to humble matters. In the end, as we have seen elsewhere, Rudolf, the head of the Habsburgs, became King of Germany and Duke of Austria, as well as Emperor, a very important personage indeed. There was great fear that the whole of southern Swabia would now come under his sway. He bought Fribourg, Neufchâtel, Glarus, and other places, established rights over Lucerne, and surrounded the forest cantons of Uri, Schwyz, and Unterwalden with a cordon of his private estates. His death in 1291 was the signal of the first Perpetual League, in which these three, Uri, Schwyz, and Unterwalden, laid the foundation of the Swiss Confederation. The document commemorating this compact, the original of which is now in the archives of Schwyz, was not exactly a declaration of independence, but a union to obtain quiet and peace, security of justice, mutual defence, and the settlement of quarrels by arbitration. It ends with the hopeful sentence, "The above written statutes decreed for the common weal and health shall endure for ever, God willing." It has, indeed, never been annulled, and only gradually outgrown and superseded. Rudolf's son Albert, one-eyed, loose-lipped, unbeautiful, eventually emperor, continued his father's policy of amassing Swabian territories, but was murdered by his nephew at Brugg in 1308. The Confederates then had only to oppose Austrian Habsburgs, not emperors, the imperial throne being occupied for a space by the House of Luxemburg, which was at enmity with the rival House of Habsburg. The cause of the actual outbreak of hostility with this formidable family was some attack made by the men of Schwyz on the monastery of Einsiedeln, the reason of which is obscure. In consequence, Frederick, Duke of Austria, sent his brother Leopold to punish the mountaineers. Leopold came with an army of nobles who despised the foe, and expected but little difficulty in their task. The scene of the Battle of Morgarten, 1315, where the enemies met, was not amidst very wild high mountains, but in a hill country of gentle slopes leading into Schwyz. Over the ridge of Morgarten a saddle pass formed the approach, and here the peasant army was stationed to check the Austrian advance. Leading up to it from the lake of Egerisee was a narrow path hemmed in by hills on either side. Leopold's army, clad in the heavy armour of those days, came carelessly along, so sure of victory that their attendants had been ordered to bring ropes to lead away the captured cattle. One man alone is recorded to have realized the danger. "You have all taken counsel how best to get into the country," said the Duke's fool, "but have given no explanation of how you are going to get out again." Many had no need of a way out. Before the Austrians reached the pass, a detachment of peasants hurled down upon them from an advanced spur of the ridge a regular avalanche of rocks and trees, which threw them into the wildest confusion, and at the next moment the rest of the mountaineers rushed down from the pass and turned the would-be attack into a rout. Utterly out of hand, the defeated troops fled back, to be hewn down as they ran, or to be drowned in the lake into which many were driven, absolutely helpless in their heavy armour. Peasants on foot had proved themselves a match, in their own country at least, for an army of mounted knights. The battle resulted in a renewal of the League, and 3 years later the Habsburgs gave up their claim to interference with the administration of the 3 forest states. End of section 9. Section 10 of The End of the Middle Age, 1273 to 1453 by Eleanor Constance Lodge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 5. Rise of the Swiss Republic, Part 2. Such success was almost unprecedented at that time, and it is no wonder that stories and traditions have gathered round this birth of Swiss liberty. There were certain to be recollections of Habsburg oppression, of cruel bailiffs, and of peasant heroism. The slow striving for liberty has been converted in the stories into a sudden rising and one heroic effort, and these stories have centred round the deed of William Tell, a deed which can be found repeated in the folklore of many northern countries, Iceland, Norway, Denmark, and even England, where the ballad of William of Cloudsley recounts an almost similar event. It was more than a century and a half after Morgarten that the Tell legend first appeared in a collection of documents known as the White Book, and a later chronicler copied it with the addition of such exact details, dates, and names that it was long looked on as an accepted fact. The story runs that Gesler, the bailiff of Albert of Austria and a monster of wickedness, set his hat on a pole at Uri that all passers-by might do reverence to it. Tell, who refused, was brought before him and ordered as a punishment to shoot an apple from the head of his own child. This he did successfully, but Gesler insisted on knowing why he had placed a second arrow in his quiver, and promised him his life if he would answer. Tell replied that if he had shot his child he would have slain with the second arrow the bailiff himself. Despite his promise, Gesler bound Tell and took him over the Lake of Lucerne to leave him in a place where, as he said, he should never see sun or moon again. But the rock is still shown as the Tellsplatte, whence the prisoner leaped out and made his escape. Later he revenged himself by shooting Gesler in the Hohle Gasse at Küsnacht, and became the founder of the Federation. There are other legends connected with the resistance of the Swiss which have rather more foundation in fact. The secret conspiracy of Stauffacher, Fürst, Zufrauen, and Melchthal, their meetings at the Rütli, the storming of the castle of Zarnen, and many others, although probably much embroidered and placed by the chroniclers at too late a date, are not wholly impossible, and concern people who really existed. It is the story of Tell, however, which has most fired the popular imagination, and has been so long bound up with the growth of Swiss independence that he is likely to retain his place as national hero, despite the cold light of historical criticism. After the Battle of Morgarten, the Confederation gained new members one by one. Lucerne was the first to join in 1330, the allies agreeing to make no new arrangements without the consent of the whole body. Various attempts were made to break this connection, and within Lucerne itself a conspiracy arose to crush out the patriotic party. There is a story of a boy who unwittingly became acquainted with the plot, and was only given his life on condition that he told no man what he had heard, who revealed it without breaking his promise. In the butcher's guild house he found various patriots assembled, and going in he sat by the stove and began to talk to it. "Oh, stove, stove, may I speak?" The men laughed at him and thought him mad, but he went on with his tale. "Oh, stove, stove, I must make my complaint to thee, since I may speak to no man. To-night there are men gathered under the great vault at the corner who are going to commit murder." The alarm was thus given, the conspirators were seized, and the patriotic party was successfully established. Zurich was the next to join the League, but she was not at first a very certain ally, and was inclined to play too much for her own hand. She was one of the imperial cities, free therefore from control of count or bailiff, and with the management of her own government, which was, however, distinctly oligarchical. The old burghers, as they were called, the upper classes, excluding artisans and labourers, alone had political rights in the early 14th century, and a council, entirely recruited from their ranks, awarded all places and obtained all powers. Considerable discontent was caused by the despotism of this ruling body, and the more democratic party found a leader in Rudolf Brünn, himself an aristocrat, but a man of great ambition, who was ready to win himself a name at the head of a popular movement. Brünn was recognized as burgomaster, guilds were instituted into which all classes were admitted, and rich and poor were alike given political votes. The constitution was, however, far from being democratic, for the burgomaster was almost a dictator. But the revolution raised opponents to the town among the partisans of Austria, to whom the old burgher party turned for help, and in self-defence Zurich joined the League of Uri, Schwyz, Unterwalden and Lucerne in 1351. There were fatal defects in this new alliance, for thanks no doubt to Brünn, the different parties reserved to themselves the right of making independent alliances, and also the 4 original members pledged themselves to support the existing government of Zurich if need should arise. The danger of such stipulations was seen in 1354, when Zurich was besieged by the Emperor Charles IV, and Brünn saved the situation by hoisting the imperial flag and declaring that the town had always been loyal to the Empire. Eventually he went so far as to make a treaty of alliance with Austria herself. It was not till after Brünn's death in 1360 that Zurich was really loyal to the Confederation, and could be reckoned as heart and soul with the party of independence. In 1352 Glarus and Zug formed the 6th and 7th members of the League, and in 1353 the adhesion of Bern completed the famous Confederation of the 8 Old Cantons. Bern had been recognized as an imperial city by Rudolf in 1274, elected her own officers, had her own mint and market, and had been granted various privileges, such as exemption from any military service which would involve inability to return home the following night. But though privileged, her government was on the whole aristocratic and military. Bern had already joined the Forest States in 1323 and won a victory with them. But the definite alliance was not made till 1353, after which time she formed a strong and much-needed bulwark on the west. Now it was that the true war of liberation began. The mountaineers were born soldiers, and success developed in them a still more warlike spirit. In 1375 their victories over a mixed body of French and English mercenaries, led by the Lord of Coucy, helped to increase their self-confidence and ardour for battle. The invaders were called Englishmen by the peasants, or Gügler, from the cowls, Kugelhütte, which many of them wore. A hillock at Butterholz, where they were repulsed, is still called the Englishman's Hill. The chief work of the Confederates, however, was still against the House of Habsburg, and it was during this struggle that they advanced so much in unity and national policy. In 1386 Leopold of Habsburg collected a large army of nobles and mercenaries from Germany, Italy, and France, with which he felt confident of crushing once and for all the insolent peasants. His plan was to march upon Lucerne as the centre of the Confederation, and in the hot summer month of July his main force rode round the shore of the little lake of Sempach, situated in undulating country about 10 miles to the north of Lucerne. Here followed the battle which completed the work begun at Morgarten and gave real security to Swiss independence, the Battle of Sempach, 1386. A band of Confederates concealed in a forest awaited the enemy, and Leopold fell into the ambush, with the result that he faced his foes on an uneven plateau quite unsuited for cavalry fighting. The Austrians dismounted and prepared to fight on foot, armed with the long spears they were accustomed to wield on horseback. The Swiss formed in their wedge-shaped column, and armed with halberds and short weapons, were wholly unable at first to make any impression on the enemy, as they could not reach them to strike a single blow. The nobles seemed sure of victory when the tide of battle was turned as by a miracle. Arnold van Winkelried, so the story runs, rushed upon the serried rank of spears, seized all he could reach, and turned them into his own body, formed a gap through which his fellows could enter. Once at close quarters they were able to do deadly execution with their shorter weapons. In a hand-to-hand encounter the knights were nowhere. They could scarcely move their long lances. They were almost cooked with the hot sun streaming on their heavy armour, and were totally unable to cope with the quick movements of the active and light-armed mountaineers. In vain Leopold, enraged at the ill success of his army, plunged with reckless courage into the thickest of the fight. His fall was the signal for a general retreat. In desperate confusion, knights and squires turned to fly, but overweighted as they were and unable to reach their horses, few escaped. The Confederates fell on their knees to thank God for a victory as complete as has ever been won by any army, the news of which spread like wildfire over Europe, and all men marvelled at the defeat of such a force of chivalry. The struggle was not yet over. There was a truce for the time, followed by another victory for the peasants at Nefels, 1388, where the men of Glarus, imitating the tactics of Morgarten, flung down stones on the advancing horsemen, and then routed them with a charge down the steep hillside. Every year a pilgrimage is made to Nefels and to the 11 stones, which are said to mark the place where 11 times the Austrians rallied in a vain attempt to stem the victorious onslaught. Peace followed in 1389, by which the Duke of Austria gave up all his feudal claims over Lucerne, Glarus, and Zug. In 1393 the Confederates bound themselves once more together by what was known as the Convention of Sempach, and the Habsburg dukes, despairing at last of the destruction of the League, signed a peace which was renewed in 1412, and which was the practical recognition of the Swiss Republic. The confederation thus formed was of a very peculiar character and by no means very definitely organized. Indeed, it seems extraordinary that it should have held together at all, considering the great differences which existed between the various states, and considering also that even their territory did not form one continuous whole. Uri, Schwyz, Unterwalden, and Glarus, the 4 forest cantons, were rural communities of the purest and most typical kind. The government was in the hands of the sovereign people, who met in open-air assemblies to arrange all matters of importance, and on smaller affairs delegated their powers to an elective council. In the cities, on the contrary, the chief authority was exercised by the magistrates. Zurich was becoming more and more democratic, the burgomasters, of whom there were 2, being elected every half year. But Bern was distinctly aristocratic, with a council of 12 chosen exclusively from the upper classes. Lucerne and Zug were something between the two. Not only were the elements of the confederation thus diverse, but there was no real central organization to keep them together. No regular diet existed for the whole, although representatives from some of the states may have met occasionally for common business. The leagues which united them were very varied, and did not always comprise all the 8 members of the confederacy. The chief bond of union was common hostility to the Austrian Habsburgs and common connection with the forest states, the heart and soul of the federation. The documents known as the Priests' Charter and the Convention of Sempach were regulations binding upon the whole body, the former chiefly to secure the national character of the clergy, the latter a military constitution containing rules as to discipline and management of future wars. That such a confederation should have proved enduring, that it should have acquired such great military power in the succeeding period, reflects the greatest credit upon its members and upon their growing sense of nationality and patriotism. End of section 10. Section 11 of The End of the Middle Age, 1273 to 1453, by Eleanor Constance Lodge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 6. Schisms in the Papacy and the Empire, Part 1. Before the close of the 14th century, both Papacy and Empire were reaching a period of the utmost humiliation. The old order was already giving way, and the coming change was heralded by anarchy and confusion which affected the whole of Europe. In 1378, as has been already seen, the death of Pope Gregory was followed by a double election to the papacy, which led to a 40 years' struggle from 1378 to 1417 between rival candidates for the coveted post, a struggle in which political motives had more weight than spiritual considerations, in which the personal character of the popes fell perhaps lower than ever before, and which could not fail to shake the whole organization of the Church to its very foundation. The death of the Emperor Charles IV, which took place in the same year, did not lead immediately to the schism in the empire. His son Wenzel was accepted for the time as his successor, 1378 to 1400. But he was a man totally unfitted to fill so distinguished a post, above all at such a period of difficulty. So great was the imperial degradation under his feeble rule that in 1400 the electors endeavoured to depose him and put Rupert, Count Palatine, in his place. Empire as well as papacy was thus in the hands of rival candidates, 1400 to 1410. A strong emperor might have had some hope of settling church dissensions. As it was, the papal schism could not be healed from that quarter, and other political events helped to prolong the difficulty. The schism was indeed in many respects a political question. The reluctance of France to lose the influence she had so long exerted over the papacy at Avignon, and the desire of the Italians to have once more a pope of their own nationality established at Rome, soon gave the dispute between rival popes almost the appearance of a struggle between France and Italy. Certainly the attitude taken up by the different powers of Europe toward the question was decided in every case by political motives. Another important factor in the business was the disputed succession in Naples, where the house of Durazzo and the house of Anjou were competing for the throne. Joanna of Naples, it will be remembered, lost her life while resisting the claims of her niece's husband, Charles of Durazzo, and she bequeathed her crown and her quarrel to Louis of Anjou. From the first, the rival popes took up the rival parties. Urban VI, that of Charles; Clement VII, that of Louis. The deaths of these two candidates only changed the persons of the rivals, it did not end the struggle. Ladislas succeeded Charles as King of Naples and exercised a very important influence, not always of a friendly character, over the popes at Rome. The claims of Louis II of Anjou were still upheld by the anti-popes at Avignon. These points are important to remember in working out the history of the papal schism. There were, besides, other and more complicated questions involved, and the ambition of the rival candidates was not the only obstacle to the healing of this terrible quarrel in the Church. Perhaps had Urban VI been of a more conciliatory disposition, the difficulty might have been averted. When, however, the cardinals found what an extremely unsatisfactory choice they had made, it was easy to urge that the election was invalid because done under compulsion. At the time of the conclave, when Urban was chosen, a howling mob without had not ceased to cry aloud for an Italian pope, a Roman pope, and they had even broken into the palace itself, so that the cardinals with difficulty escaped with their lives. Had the claim of compulsion been made at once, it might have been recognized as valid. The mistake arose from the fact that Urban was accepted without difficulty until his own actions rendered him obnoxious. Not till then did the cardinals make their new choice of Clement VII. Neither of the rival popes had the qualities which would seem desirable for the high position to which they had been raised. They were very different to each other in character, but alike in their firm determination to maintain their rights. Urban VI, 1378 to 1389, was a man of extreme pride, violence, and obstinacy. He preached poverty to his rich ecclesiastics and commanded that one dish alone should be allowed at their table. Worse than that, he did not attempt to curb his temper, and one cardinal was called a fool, another was told to hold his tongue, he had talked long enough. His policy was chiefly to uphold his cause against all opponents and to exalt his own family. He seems to have had no other aims nor any clear conception of how to support the papal dignity. Anti-Pope Clement VII, 1378 to 1394, was only 36 years of age, tall and commanding in appearance, far more agreeable and conciliatory in manners than his low-born rival, but a warrior rather than a churchman. As papal legate in North Italy, he had headed bands of mercenary soldiers and was stained by the responsibility of a pitiless massacre at Cesena. When war broke out between the two claimants, Clement, driven from Naples by a mob rising, took refuge in Avignon, where a court was once more established. The palace there became the recognized home of the anti-pope, and a scene of great luxury and magnificence. It was this which gave France such a particular interest in the question, and so strong a desire to oppose the popes at Rome. Europe fell into two camps. Urban was supported by Italy, with the exception of Naples, by Germany and Bohemia, in return for his recognition of King Wenzel as emperor, by England, because he was hostile to France, and by Hungary, whose king had claims on Naples and hoped for help. France was backed up by Scotland, always ready to take the opposite side to England, and at first they and Naples stood alone as supporters of Clement VII. Later, Castile, Aragon, and Navarre were won over for political reasons. The schism was a matter which concerned the whole of Europe, and therefore the whole of Europe had to be satisfied before any permanent conclusion could be arrived at. When one pope died, instead of leaving his rival in possession, the different powers concerned felt that they must uphold the justice of their cause by at once filling his place. The popes also appointed fresh cardinals, and those cardinals could not exist if the man to whom they owed their creation had no right to his office. If their position was genuine, the other cardinals had no existence, and whatever election they made was of no value. This was felt equally by the cardinals at Avignon and the cardinals at Rome. In the same way, a pope once elected was never ready to admit the worthlessness of his own election. If he were to resign, leaving the field vacant for his rival, and this rival were not really the divinely appointed pope, a deadly sin had been committed against the Holy Office. Thus political and ecclesiastical reasons combined to render the settlement of the question one of almost hopeless difficulty. The death of a pope at Rome or at Avignon was at once followed by a new election, and the longer the schism lasted, the more complicated did its solution become. Meanwhile, the character and ambition of the popes added to the troubles of Europe. Urban VI soon lost the friendship of Charles of Naples, because he wanted to form a southern principality for his own very worthless nephew Butillo. When King Charles was murdered in Hungary in 1386, Urban declared that his kingdom had lapsed to the Holy See, and refused to recognize either Charles's son Ladislas or Louis of Anjou, the rival candidate crowned by Clement VII. Such struggles, added to quarrels with his own cardinals, occupied most of the time of the Italian pope, who at last ended his stormy days at Rome, fighting against the magistracy of the city, which he deemed too strong. The Italian cardinals now chose Boniface IX, 1389-1404, a man of only 33, not a scholar nor a student, but of good private character and considerable ability. He hastened to pacify one enemy by recognizing Ladislas as King of Naples, 1390, and he conciliated the nobles in his own estates. His ruling passion was avarice. He had without doubt great need for money, but his ways of obtaining it were neither dignified nor honourable, and rendered him very unpopular. He sold everything: places, privileges, permission to break all sorts of rules. He seized goods of dying bishops. He discussed financial matters even during the celebration of Mass. In his last illness, someone inquired of his health. "If I had more money, I should be well enough," was the reply. These events were not calculated to raise the credit of the Church throughout Europe. In England, the government was endeavouring to check papal power by the statutes of provisors and praemunire, whilst Wycliffe and his followers were led to question the whole theory of papal primacy and to preach that Christ alone should be head of the Church. Even in France, the schism was awakening much disgust, and the University of Paris was busy considering plans for ending so disgraceful a controversy. It was suggested that either both popes should abdicate, or that the question should be submitted to judges appointed equally by both sides, or to a general council of the Church. It is said to have been partly anger at these proposals which led to the fit of apoplexy in which Clement VII perished, 1394. Bishop Creighton writes of him, "He was not great enough to submit for the good of Christendom, nor was he small enough to fight solely for himself. Overcome by the dilemma, he died." The cardinals at Avignon hastily put in his place a learned Spaniard, Peter de Luna, who took the name of Benedict XIII, 1394 to 1423. They did go so far as to urge that whoever was elected should promise to abdicate at once if called on to do so. "I would abdicate as easily as I take off my hat," said Peter, and he was chosen. Once Pope, however, Benedict was not so amenable. Negotiations for his abdication were begun at once. Commissions were sent to him from the University of Paris, embassies from royal courts. A meeting was held between the Emperor Wenzel and Charles VI of France, a drunkard and a madman, to consult as to plans. At last France formally withdrew her allegiance from Benedict. All was in vain. The Pope said he would confer with Boniface, but nothing more. "Tell the King of France that I will pay no heed to his ordinances, but will keep my name and papacy till death," he exclaimed on one occasion. Force was attempted when entreaties had failed, and Benedict was besieged in his palace, where, despite his capitulation, he was kept practically a prisoner for 5 years. Meanwhile, the Roman Pope Boniface was no readier to resign than was his rival. Wenzel had promised to secure his abdication, but he had no power to fulfil his promise, and was soon involved in difficulties of his own with a rival emperor. The position of affairs was changed shortly after by the revival of Benedict's power. Disguised as a groom, he escaped from Avignon, and with the help of the Duke of Orleans regained the obedience of France to his authority. He was able to assert his rights more firmly than ever, and to disquiet his opponent during the last year of his life. The death of Boniface was followed by the election of Innocent VII, 1404 to 1406, who spent the 2 years of his office in difficulties with Roman nobles and Ladislas of Naples. His successor, Gregory XII, 1406 to 1415, was again appointed on condition of striving for unity, and he promised to resign whenever his rival should do so. The new Italian Pope seemed in every way fitted to bring peace to the Church, since no one could expect him to have any great ambition or love of office. Already 80 years of age, he was so thin and feeble that the chief fear was lest he should die before the schism was ended. He spoke of unity with the greatest eagerness, and protested that nothing should stand in his way. He would go on foot to meet his rival if horse could not carry him to the conference. After some discussion, Savona near Genoa was agreed upon as a meeting place. Here both popes were to come and resign their powers, that a new head of the Church might then be chosen. No sooner was this arrangement made than difficulties seemed to arise, and Gregory's eagerness began to evaporate. There was no doubt that since Genoa was in the hands of the French king, Savona was a place which would favour Benedict, and Gregory's friends terrified him with suspicions of false play. Ladislas of Naples also, who had great influence over the old man, and had many reasons of his own for preferring the schism, besides dread lest a new pope chosen at Savona should favour the claims of Anjou, intrigued to prevent the conference and to hinder Gregory's departure from Rome. The two popes came as near to one another as Spezia and Lucca, but there they halted. Neither one nor the other would advance farther. In the words of the chronicler, one like a land animal refused to approach the shore, the other like a water beast refused to leave the sea. Meanwhile, the discovery that Benedict was secretly plotting to seize Rome during his rival's absence gave Gregory an excuse for repudiating his promise of resignation. The meeting at Savona was finally given up, and in vain did the cardinals summon both popes to appear before a congress at Pisa. This General Council at Pisa, 1409, was very important as the first of a series of attempts to settle the affairs of Christendom by means of a representative body which claimed to be actually superior to the Papacy itself. Solemn sentence was passed on the two competitors, who were declared guilty of breaking their oaths and being obstinate approvers of the long schism. Both were pronounced to be deposed, and an obscure friar, whose eloquence and learning had raised him to the archbishopric of Milan, was chosen to be sole pontiff as Alexander V. Naturally, the chief result of this measure was to create 3 rival popes instead of 2. Alexander only survived his election a year, never even resided in Rome, which had to be won for him from the hands of Ladislas, and died vainly beseeching his cardinals to seek peace and ensue it. End of section 11. Section 12 of The End of the Middle Age, 1273 to 1453, by Eleanor Constance Lodge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Schisms in the Papacy and the Empire, Part 2. There was very little doubt as to who would be chosen to succeed Alexander. One very energetic cardinal, Baldassare Cossa, legate of Bologna, had been real ruler of Pope and conclave since the meeting at Pisa. He was supported by Louis of Anjou and had won back Rome from Ladislas and bought over the Orsini family. No one dared to oppose him, even if they wished it. Despite his disgraceful private character and the fact that the very good qualities which he possessed were wholly military and secular, John the 23rd was enthroned as infallible head of the Church, 1410 to 1415. After his conquest of Rome, the new pope summoned a council there, to which few went, and of which strange tales are told. An owl is said to have haunted John on 2 occasions. First it flew at him whilst he was celebrating Mass, and the next day it appeared again in the church with its great round eyes fixed on the Pope, and was driven out with difficulty. The superstitious felt that the bird was an omen of misfortune or a sign of divine disapproval. Even John himself was dismayed. John had indeed a very insecure position and many dangers. The first problem he had to face was the attitude he should adopt toward German affairs and the imperial schism. To understand this, it is necessary to go back a little to see what had been happening in the empire all this time, and why succession disputes arose there also. Germany had been passing through a period of great internal disorder. Wenzel was a bad king as well as a bad emperor, and despite the strong position in which Charles IV had left the House of Luxembourg, many difficulties were involved in the management of their extensive and scattered territories. Wenzel succeeded his father when only 18 years of age, and possessed of very little strength of character. He was a sort of spoilt child, pleasant in appearance, affable and attractive in manner, but with no idea of either hard work or self-control. In the end, his love of eating and drinking, which he made no attempt to check, undermined health, looks, and character, and changed a promising youth into a feeble and despised drunkard. He liked to surround himself with favourites and courtiers, both as companions and as assistants in the government, and these he chose as a rule from the burgher class or from that of the petty nobility. This much angered the real aristocracy and old noble families, and helped to render him increasingly unpopular. A fact of interest for English readers in Wenzel's reign is the marriage of his sister Anne with King Richard II, which formed a very close connection between England and Bohemia. This was strengthened by the growing influence of the University of Prague and its great attraction to scholars. Results of worldwide importance arose from this connection for the teaching of Wycliffe, which gave birth to the Lollard sect in England and great influence in Bohemia, where his writings were first published, and where John Hus in particular was attracted by his doctrines and became to a certain extent his disciple. Wenzel succeeded to great territorial possessions, the acquirement of which had been one of the chief aims of Charles IV. He had Bohemia, Silesia, and Lusatia in his hands. Moravia was subject to him, though immediately under the rule of his two cousins, Jobst and Prokop. His younger brother, Sigismund, possessed Brandenburg, and marriage alliances had created possible claims to various other dominions. The first territorial question to arise was that of Poland and Hungary. Louis, the great king of both these countries, had only two daughters, Mary and Hedwig, and when he died, Mary, who succeeded, was betrothed to Sigismund, younger brother of Wenzel. The succession was disputed by Charles of Naples, but in the end Sigismund did marry the lady and established his rights, although for the time being the Queen Mother Elizabeth kept complete control over the government. 1387. This, however, only secured Hungary, for the Poles had chosen as their elected monarch the second daughter of Louis, Hedwig, who married Jogello of Lithuania and founded a new dynasty in this separate kingdom. Jogello was baptized before his marriage, taking the name of Ladislas V, 1386. This robbed the Teutonic Knights of much of their legitimate occupation, since nominally they were fighting in the north against the heathen Lithuanians, and now their foes were under a Christian king. Wenzel personally was more affected by a war between towns and nobles, 1387 to 1389, which he was totally unable to control, and which brought in consequence great discredit on his authority, a discredit which tended to weaken his office as well as himself. For some time towns and townsmen had been growing in importance. They had acquired privileges and trading rights which had increased their wealth and independence, whilst the burghers were individually free and collectively strong through their guilds. Sometimes larger associations were formed with surrounding villages, which were admitted to a sort of modified citizenship. The chief enemy of the towns was the class of knights and smaller tenants who liked to amuse themselves with pillage and private war. Such a form of entertainment was naturally extremely bad for trade, and not looked on with approval by the burgesses, who united to put down the practice. Princes and great nobles on their side were ready to support the rights of their order, and the materials for a really serious quarrel were thus at hand. According to the Golden Bull of Charles IV, cities might not form leagues except for public interests. No one, however, paid much heed to paper prohibitions, and an important league was formed of the Swabian cities to check aggressions on the part of territorial magnates. Such a union was encouraged by the successes which Swiss peasants were winning over the Habsburgs, and in 1387 a town war actually broke out in Swabia, directed particularly against the Count of Württemberg, a very determined foe of the burghers. In a war of sieges, the townsmen knew how to get the better of their opponents, but they were not fitted for pitched battles in the open. At Döfingen they were severely, though not disgracefully, defeated, and their courage was much diminished. Wenzel had a chance of interfering in this quarrel with effect. He might have put a price on his interference and dictated satisfactory terms. This he neglected to do, and the Peace of Eger, which ended the war, put further arbitration in the hands of commissioners from Swabia, Franconia, Bavaria, and the Rhine, who thus did the work which the emperor shirked. The League of Towns was followed by a League of Nobles, this time against Wenzel himself and his unpopular favourites, and amongst his most determined opponents was his cousin Jobst of Moravia. This Jobst has been called by a contemporary writer the most learned prince of his time, but probably the competition for such a title was not very high. In any case, the Moravian Margrave loved money even better than books, and never bought his literature, but only borrowed it. One thing Jobst did buy, however, and that was part of Brandenburg from Wenzel's brother, the poverty-stricken Sigismund. But he chiefly used this possession to gain more money by reletting portions of it, and he allowed every sort of disorder and highway robbery to continue unchecked. Now at the head of the Bohemian nobles, he made himself extremely inconvenient to Wenzel, who was taken prisoner in his own country and only freed by the exertions and the money of his brother, John of Görlitz, his only wholehearted supporter. Possibly most of the stories which have been circulated about Wenzel in order to explain his unpopularity are quite untrue, but they show that no shred of respect hung round his memory. According to these legends, he used to run about the streets of Prague, beating poor men and destroying statues and works of art, while one of his favourite amusements was to watch the executioner at work and to superintend in person the infliction of cruel punishments, such as putting a cook who had prepared a bad dish on the spit. "What shall I write good of this Wenzel?" asks one chronicler. "Nothing. He was less the king of the Bohemians and Romans than their executioner. Detested by clergy and people, by burghers and peasants, he was only beloved by the Jews." The deposition of Wenzel, however, was not a personal matter, but the result of the great disorder of Christendom and his utter incapacity to take any strong line. He did nothing to heal the schism and was fast letting the empire fall to pieces. The electors wrote in 1397, "The empire is no longer ruled by a strong hand, so that war prevails all over the country, and no one knows from whom to demand his rights." On the west, the dukes of Burgundy were becoming more and more independent, and were gradually increasing the territory under their sway. In Italy, imperial influence was totally abandoned. Wenzel himself had recognized Galeas Visconti as Duke of Milan, and this able tyrant was fast building up a large and independent duchy in the north, whilst the submission of Genoa to the French king meant a great extension of French influence in the peninsula. It was France again which seemed to be taking the lead in the efforts to end the papal schism. In 1400 the electors endeavoured to put a stop to the humiliation of Germany and the Empire by the deposition of Wenzel and the election of Rupert Count Palatine. The new emperor, if so he can be called, was a man of considerable force of character, full of activity and ambition, but totally unable to carry out his aims. "A strong heart, strong head, but short of means," as Carlyle says. For 10 years he struggled to maintain his authority, and he made vain attempts to reassert imperial authority in Italy and to curb the overgrown power of the Milanese Visconti. His death in 1410 left the empire, if possible, more feeble and more divided than ever, whilst he had ruined himself in the effort and had to sell his own goods to pay his personal debts. In 1410 the electors, unable to agree, chose as rivals to the position which Wenzel had never formally relinquished, his brother Sigismund and his cousin Jobst. Thus the empire, like the papacy, was the prey of 3 rival claimants. This, however, proved to be the end of Jobst, who died 3 months later, having added considerably to the general confusion with little permanent result. "He was thought a great man," wrote one chronicler, "but there was nothing great about him but the beard." Sigismund, 1410-1438, was now really emperor. He easily came to an agreement with Wenzel, who was fond of his brother and also fond of repose. According to this arrangement, Sigismund was only to take the title of King of the Romans as long as Wenzel was alive, but this practically amounted to a complete abdication by the latter of all authority. The elder brother remained in Prague as King of Bohemia until his death in 1419. He never obtained the imperial crown of Rome, and he left all his power in the hands of his active-minded junior. Sigismund was no nonentity, whatever else he may have been. He was a mass of conceit and restless energy, and he interfered in everything, though seldom with success. He ran ceaselessly from end to end of his dominions and also to foreign lands, and wherever he went he carried with him a great idea, of his own importance. On one famous occasion he made a Latin speech in which a mistake in gender occurred. One of his cardinals ventured to correct him. "I am king of the Romans and above grammar," was the haughty reply, an answer which has won for him the title of Sigismund super grammaticam in the pages of Carlyle. The first undertaking of importance to which the new king turned his attention was the healing of the schism. John the 23rd had been very anxious to turn the dissensions in the empire to his own advantage and to win help, if possible, against Ladislas, who remained obstinately hostile. With this end in view, he sided with Sigismund at the time of the disputed election, and Germany recognized him as her spiritual head. But Sigismund, once victorious, determined to make something out of this alliance, and the Pope was forced to seal the compact by promising to submit his claims to the judgment of another general council. This he did, trusting in his own astuteness to save his power. All depended on the place selected for the meeting, but in a spirit of bravado, John left his legates to arrange this with Sigismund. The monarch induced them to consent to Constance as being healthy, central, roomy, and convenient. Doubtless he did not add that it was an imperial city completely under his control, where neither John nor his rivals could hope to gain any influence. The Pope must have bitterly repented his promise when in 1414 the death of Ladislas of Naples freed him from his greatest danger and enabled him to win back Rome to his allegiance. But it was too late to turn back, and in October he set out for the place of meeting. Through Meran he went, and over the snowy pass of the Arlberg, whence he looked down on Constance, a trap for foxes he called it, with a prophetic fear of what was before him. The long schism was to be ended at last. End of section 12. Section 13 of The End of the Middle Age, 1273 to 1453 by Eleanor Constance Lodge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 7. French History, 1328 to 1380, Part 1. In 1328, as we have already seen, Philip VI came to the throne, and prospects seemed bright. The new king was chivalrous and magnificent. He established a noble court at Vincennes, held the tournaments and fetes so dear to that age, and collected round him rulers and knights from many foreign lands. He was extremely pious, gave costly gifts to religious objects, went in person on pilgrimages, and in his home life was a good husband and an affectionate father. It remained to be seen whether he would be a good king. Before turning to more interesting matters, there is one territorial change to notice which was made on Philip's accession. Navarre, which had come by marriage to Philip the Fair, was once more separated from France and bestowed on Louis X's daughter Joan, whose son, Charles the Bad of Navarre, was to play an important part in coming events. Some fear was felt as to the attitude Edward III might take up in regard to his own claim to the French throne, but none too securely established himself at this date. He consented, though with some reluctance and delay, to do homage to Philip as his suzerain for the French possessions. Possibly, if there had been no other reason for war than Edward's nearness to the throne, matters might have gone no farther. But added to the natural antagonism between French and English, inevitable so long as England clung to her lands beyond the sea, and to the personal jealousy between two rival sovereigns, there were other causes at work, slowly but surely leading in the direction of war. As before, Scotland and Flanders are important in this connection. Edward III, very early in his reign, became involved in a fresh Scotch war in support of the claims of Edward Balliol against David Bruce. The Scots in favour of Bruce and independence applied for help to France, and Philip, glad of the opportunity, sent troops to their assistance. This was bad enough. The fact that the French king was turning more than longing eyes upon the Guienne territory was worse. But fear for English trade was worst of all. England in those days was particularly celebrated for her breed of sheep, of which the wool was good and long, and much sought after for making into cloth. Hence the great importance of our connection with Flanders, the country above all others where weaving was most actively carried on. The Flemings wove our wool, and we bought their cloth, to the mutual satisfaction of both parties. Philip was extremely jealous of the trade of England, and ready to hamper it in every way. He was also much interested in Flemish affairs. The internal condition of Flanders in this reign was rather different from what it had been during that of Philip IV of France. The Count, Louis de Nevers, was not on good terms with his subjects, and he turned for help against them to his suzerain, the King of France. One of Philip's first acts had been to defeat the Flemings in a bloody battle at Cassel, and to reinstate the Count, who was all the more bound to carry out the behests of his feudal lord. Thus, when Philip wished to embarrass England, he had a weapon ready to his hand, and in 1336 he obliged his vassal Louis to order the imprisonment of all English merchants in Flanders. Edward retorted by forbidding the export of wool and the import of cloth, a blow which must have been crushing to the prosperity of Flanders. The result of the measure was the rising of the towns and the traders against their ruler, and their independent alliance with England. In the town of Ghent a leader was found in the person of a rich weaver, Jacob van Artevelde, a man of great personal influence, eloquent and determined. On his advice, a policy of neutrality was adopted, and a commercial treaty was arranged by which English wool was once more obtained for Flemish looms. After war between England and France had actually been declared, it is said to have been Artevelde who urged Edward to proclaim himself king of the latter country. The Flemings were bound by solemn oaths to alliance with the French king, but their oaths did not give his name, and they were ready enough to obey King Edward rather than King Philip. In order, therefore, to gain their active support, the Fleurs de Lys were quartered with the English leopards, and the first year of our reign in France was added to the date of all English state documents published in 1337. There was cause enough, without doubt, for the outbreak of war, and the pretext stood ready to hand in Edward's claim. One of those who urged him most strongly to the undertaking was a banished Frenchman, Robert of Artois, who had taken refuge in England after condemnation by the Court of Peers. The county of Artois was claimed by Robert, who disputed the title of his aunt Matilda, the actual possessor. A trial began in 1328, but Matilda and her daughter died shortly after under such very suspicious circumstances that Robert was accused of having poisoned them. Add to this that he was found to have forged documents to support his claim, and to have used magic arts against the king and his family, and it is not surprising that he was condemned to banishment, nor that when in banishment he was ready to stir up any enemies against the king who had passed sentence upon him. A quaint ballad tells how, at a great banquet, Robert offered to King Edward a dish on which lay a heron, the most cowardly of birds, he said, for the most cowardly of monarchs. When Edward showed indignation at the taunt, he was asked how he could let a usurper enjoy his rights, and heated with enthusiasm, he and all his companions vowed to depart forthwith to assert the English claims, many young nobles covering one eye and vowing not to open it again until they had done some deed of prowess on French soil. This story is doubtless a fiction, but nevertheless a good illustration of the light way in which war was undertaken in those days, when it was almost more necessary to find an excuse for peace than an excuse for fighting, and when a campaign, in an enemy's country was very like a tournament on a larger and more dangerous scale. Edward, however, did not go to war unprepared. He began to form alliances and to seek for useful support. The Emperor, Louis of Bavaria, recognized his claims and made him imperial vicar, an empty title enough. Although Louis gave no actual help, his support was nevertheless important, since it enabled several vassals of the empire to take up Edward's cause. Such were the Dukes of Brabant and Guelders, the Margrave of Juliers, and the Count of Hainaut, father of his wife, besides the Flemings of whom we have already spoken. Philip on his side had the Count of Flanders, King John of Bohemia, father of the future emperor, and several of the princes from the Pyrenees. The actual declaration of war was in 1337, and some fighting took place on the northeast frontier of France, but Philip avoided a pitched battle, and the first striking event in the struggle took place on the sea off the port of Sluis. In 1340, Edward set sail to join his ally, the Count of Hainaut, but the French had suspected his movements, and as he approached Sluis, he saw so many vessels that their masts were like a wood, at which he greatly marvelled. These were a fleet chiefly composed of Norman ships, which had already done damage on the English coast and captured one of our boats, the Christopher. Then began a battle fierce and hard on both sides, archers and crossbowmen shooting against one another, and men-at-arms fighting hand to hand boldly and bitterly, and that they might better reach one another, they had great iron crooks attached to chains, which they threw into the enemy's ships and fastened them together, so that they might better board them and fight more hotly. The day ended in a victory for the English and the recovery of the Christopher, after which a truce put an end to the fighting for the time being. By the victory, 1340, England gained a control over sea and shipping, which was most useful in the coming struggle. In the following year, events occurred in France which tended greatly to benefit the English and encourage Edward to recommence the conflict. The Duchy of Brittany was still a very independent feudal state, almost wholly removed from royal influence. Duke John III, who had been fighting as an ally of Philip, died in 1341, leaving no children, and a succession question arose curiously like that in France itself. John's next brother had died, leaving a daughter, Joan of Penthièvre, the nearest to the succession by right of birth, and she had married Charles of Blois, a nephew of the French king. A younger brother of the late duke, however, John of Montfort, had seized the duchy and was supported by the greater number of the Bretons themselves. A struggle began between these rival claimants, backed up by France and England. In direct opposition to their own claims, Edward supported Montfort. Philip took up the cause of Charles of Blois. Then began a long and confusing struggle of more than 20 years' duration, which constantly hampered the French king and was full of romantic incidents. The chief combatants themselves were striking characters. Charles of Blois, a true medieval saint, was made up of opposing qualities. He treated his foes with cold-blooded cruelty, but he heard mass 4 or 5 times a day, wore pebbles in his shoes, and knotted ropes round his body, and once indeed, when he had captured a town, and his soldiers were needlessly slaying the inhabitants, he first returned thanks to the cathedral, and then stopped the massacre. John of Montfort himself played no very leading part. He was taken prisoner in the first year of the war, and died in the 4th. His wife, Joan of Flanders, who had the courage of a man and the heart of a lion, continued the struggle. When her husband was taken, she brought her little son before her supporters at Rennes and claimed their aid. "Do not lament," she said, "for the lord you have lost. Behold my little child, who will be his avenger if God so will. I have wherewithal to fight, and you shall choose a captain who will be your comforter." From town to town she went, raising the spirits of the garrisons, and finally held out in Hennebon, which was besieged by Charles of Blois. Here she herself led a surprise party which burnt the enemy's tents, and it was her determination which prevented surrender until an English reinforcement came to her help. Like Sister Anne, she watched from a window for the promised succour until the moment of submission had almost come, but at last she was able to cry, "Here comes the help for which I have been longing," and when Walter Manny and the English arrived, she kissed him and his companions one after the other 2 or 3 times, and those who saw her might well say, "'Twas a valiant dame." It would take too long to follow Froissart through the detailed account of skirmishes and sieges which went to make up the Breton War, but it can be easily seen how a disturbance like that was a godsend to the English king, who wanted nothing more than a good entry into France through the land of Brittany. In 1344 actual war was renewed between England and France with the sending of the Count of Derby into Guienne. But before Edward himself took active part in the struggle, he suffered a great loss in the death of his ally, Jacob van Artevelde, 1345. Various causes led to his murder. Probably the leader had made himself too powerful, while struggles were arising between different trades, the fullers and the weavers being especially jealous of one another. The final impulse may have been given by news of Artevelde's conference with Edward, when it was proposed to bestow Flanders on the young Prince of Wales. In any case, a riot rose in Ghent. Jacob was besieged in his house, and despite his eloquent appeal to the people, was killed without mercy. Edward, then at Sluis, sailed away, so moved and angered at the death of his friend that it would be marvel to tell, and the Count was reinstated in power. In 1346 Edward collected a force for the help of the Count of Derby in Guienne, but partly on account of contrary winds, partly by the advice of Godefroy d'Harcourt, another discontented Frenchman who had joined the English, he changed his undertaking into an invasion of the north and landed at La Hogue. The famous Crécy campaign is too well known to need a long account. Burning and pillaging, especially at Caen, and passing close to Paris at Papacy, where the Seine was crossed, the English army retreated toward the river Somme, followed closely by Philip, who had started after them from his capital. Every bridge had been destroyed to hinder their passage, but by the aid of a peasant, a ford at Blanchetoc was found and crossed, despite a force of the enemy stationed on the opposite bank to check the advance. Philip, arriving soon after, was unable to pass at the same place, as it was only possible to do so whilst the tide was low. He thus lost some time by having to go round by Abbeville, so that the English army was strongly posted at Crécy before it was overtaken by the French. In the battle, 26th of August, 1346, which followed, the evils of the old military system were glaringly displayed. To meet the compact and disciplined force of the English, well supplied with archers and foot soldiers, France had a turbulent feudal levy, each leader thinking himself above authority and supreme over his own soldiers, whilst the Genoese crossbowmen, mercenaries despised by the French nobles, were in no way a match for the English with their long bow. Every detail of the day seemed to be to the disadvantage of the French. A storm of rain rendered the crossbows of the Genoese, unprotected apparently from the weather, almost useless. When the sun came out with renewed brightness after the storm, it shone full in the face of the Frenchmen. The two marshals quarrelled before ever the battle began, and the first charge was a moment of wild confusion. The luckless mercenaries sent to open the fray were shot down by English archers in front and trampled on in the rear by the French cavalry, which was pushing forward from behind. Nevertheless, the French fought bravely, if not wisely, and Edward's chaplain, writing after the fight, says modestly, "The battle was hard and lasted long, for the enemy bore themselves most nobly, But praise be to God, they were discomforted, and the king our adversary was put to flight. It was almost evening when the fighting began, and midnight before it was over, so that Edward camped on the field all night. Philip, forced from the battle, fled in the darkness to the castle of Blois, which opened its gates on recognizing his cry, "Open, open, Châtelain, 'tis the unfortunate King of France." Many of the highest rank perished on the field, amongst others the Count of Flanders, the Duke of Lorraine, and the blind King of Bohemia, who was led by 4 knights that he might strike one blow in his friend's cause, and who was found dead, still attached to his leaders. Edward, as is well known, had left the burden and the honour of the day to his young son, the Black Prince, that the boy might win his spurs. He kissed him after the battle with words of praise. "Fair son, God give you good perseverance. You are my son indeed, for loyally have you acquitted yourself this day. Well do you deserve to hold this land." From Crécy the English marched upon Calais, and for 11 months the city bore the horrors of a siege, September 1346 to August 1347. Edward built for himself a regular town outside the walls. Villeneuve-la-Hardie he called it, where he was joined by his wife, and where the English settled themselves comfortably down with houses and shops, determined to starve out the place rather than storm it by assault. This they very effectually did, blocking it by sea and land, and though Philip came within sight of the walls, he did nothing to help the brave defenders. The loss of Calais meant much to France, and as a safeguard for the Channel and the passage of their ships, its possession was a great source of strength to the English. Once more a truce ended for a time the wearisome struggle. Shortly after these events, Philip VI died, but he was succeeded by a son of very similar character. John the Good, 1350-64, like John of Bohemia, owed his title rather to the fact that he was open-handed and courteous and loved feasts and tourneys, than to being in any sense a good king. Though like his father he was no general, he was brave, chivalrous, and a great admirer of all knightly deeds. His Order of the Étoile, intended as an imitation of King Arthur's Round Table, and with most elaborate rules as to dress and ceremonies, expressed well the character of its founder. When the struggle was once more renewed, success again favoured the English. At this juncture, Charles of Navarre becomes prominent. A grandson of Louis X of France, he possessed, besides his own kingdom of Navarre, scattered estates throughout France, especially between Paris and Normandy, which rendered his friendship of great value. John realized this when he gave him his little 8-year-old daughter in marriage, but there was no making sure of the slippery king, who earned the title of the Bad, even in those days of respect for rulers. He played fast and loose with both sides, encouraging the English to renew the contest, deserting them when they did as he advised, forcing King John to endless humiliations to win him over, and then proving the most uncertain of allies. At the date of the Black Prince's famous campaign of Poitiers, he was for the time being a supporter of France, having been forgiven by the king for his murder of the French constable, which had threatened to create a permanent breach between them. The chief seat of war was now the southwest. The nobles of Gascony were on the whole favourable to the cause of the English. Their country was very distinct from the rest of France, and they had been long accustomed to the rule of their distant suzerain in England, whom they found less interfering than one nearer at hand. At the present moment, too, they were suffering from a high-handed procedure on the part of Jean d'Armagnac, a great baron of the south, in the service of King John. They therefore wished the Prince of Wales to come to their help, and received him with many expressions of loyalty. After a devastating campaign in the south, 1355 to 1356, in which many towns and much booty fell into his hands, the Black Prince turned northwards with the intention of joining forces with the Duke of Lancaster, but he was met by John at the head of a very large army, confident of cutting to pieces the small English force. Prince Edward chose his ground well, not far from the town of Poitiers, and there awaited attack. He was stationed on a plateau sloping down to a marshy valley, guarded from the French by a hedge along which the archers were planted, and which had one gap in it, led up to by a road. With the exception of a small force for skirmishing, the soldiers were on foot, in order to make the most of the rough ground and their defensive position, but with horses at hand to use if a charge was wanted. On Saturday, 17th September 1356, the prince took up his station. Sunday was spent in fruitless negotiations conducted by the Cardinal of Périgord, an emissary of the Pope, who had long been endeavouring to end the useless bloodshed. In vain, however, the churchman rode from one army to the other suggesting terms. The prince refused to treat. He had no power, he said, to make peace without the consent of the king his father, and the cardinal, although he renewed the attempt next morning, could no longer command attention. Edward was busy encouraging his soldiers. "If we are small in numbers compared to the enemy, let us not fear for that, for victory does not lie with the multitude, but where God shall give it. If we win the day, the more glory to us. If we die, there are those who will avenge us." On Monday, 19th of September, the Battle of Poitiers was fought. It was a surprisingly easy victory. The French mistakes were very similar to those of Crécy, arising chiefly from rashness and lack of discipline, but there was also a want of firmness among the nobles, which caused them to lose the reputation for bravery which had been considered their one redeeming feature. The two French marshals and their cavalry rode first to the attack, but were thrown into dire confusion as they advanced up the road to the gap, by the arrows showered upon them by the archers along the hedge, and they threw into disorder and panic the troop which was advancing behind them. "Advance, sire," advised the prince's friend, Sir John Chandos. "The day is yours. Charge on the division of your adversary, the King of France, for there is the heart of the business." "Forward, John," was the reply. "You will never see me retreat." The three eldest sons of the French king and their division fled before the onslaught. In the thick of the battle, John himself, with his youngest son Philip, who never left his side, held out till all was lost, surrendering in the end to a knight of Artois. Had a quarter of his men resembled him, the day would have been for them, says Froissart, not considering that something more than courage goes to the winning of a battle. The treatment of the captured monarch illustrates well the best side of the chivalry of the time. John was brought to the tent where the prince was resting after his exertions. The latter welcomed him with all honour. He bowed low and received him as king, well and wisely, as he well knew how to do, and commanded wine and spices to be brought, which he himself gave to the king in sign of great love. That evening Edward gave a banquet to the chief of his prisoners, at which he served the king with his own hands, and begged him not to let his defeat spoil his appetite, "for you have great reason to rejoice, although the affair has not ended to your wishes, for today you have won for yourself a name of renown, and have surpassed all the brave warriors of your party." As usual, the victory did not lead to any great results. A truce followed, and next year John was conducted to honourable captivity in England, where he hunted and feasted and enjoyed life with the best. His one return to France was after the Treaty of Bretigny, when he went back to arrange the details of the peace and to collect his own ransom, failing in which he returned to his easy imprisonment and died in the Tower of London. End of section 13. Section 14 of The End of the Middle Age, 1273 to 1453, by Eleanor Constance Lodge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 7. French History, 1328 to 1380, Part 2. This peace, which ended the first stage of the war, was negotiated in 1360, when Edward had made a fresh invasion, this time in the north of France. His campaign was not very successful. The French knew better than to risk another pitched battle, and the English failed to enter into Reims or Paris. Finally, on the receipt of very bad news from Scotland, telling of fresh incursions and an alliance with the Dauphin, the English king made up his mind to treat. The conference as to terms was held at the little hamlet of Bretigny near Chartres, and the treaty was confirmed and formally signed at Calais. The terms, although Edward gave up his claims to the throne, were of great material benefit to the English, and show that the crown was a pretext rather than the motive of the war. In return for this renunciation, Edward was to hold in full sovereignty, without homage or allegiance of any sort, Guienne, Poitou, and the surrounding states of the south-west, and in the north, Ponthieu, Guisnes, and Calais with its environs. France was no longer to help the Scotch, nor England the Flemings. The other clauses related to the conditions of King John's release, which, as we have already seen, were never carried out. Shortly after this, the Black Prince established his court in Bordeaux, the centre of his independent government as Prince of Aquitaine. A pause in the war furnishes an opportunity for considering the actual condition of the country during the struggle. Knightly deeds of arms sound romantic and picturesque in the pages of Froissart, but there was a reverse side to the picture, and a very black one. As the war dragged on, the king fell deeper and deeper into financial difficulties, and the mistakes already made by Philip the Fair were repeated with additions. Dues on sales continued, a gabelle on salt in which the king had a monopoly, and which all were forced to buy in large quantities, was introduced, and the coinage was depreciated to an unheard-of extent. Meanwhile, the burden fell almost wholly on the poorer classes, endless exemptions being sold or given to the rich and noble. At the close of Philip VI's reign, pestilence came with all its horrors to augment the misery of the country. The Black Death wrought fearful havoc here as throughout all Europe. Some estimate the deaths at 1/2 the population. In Paris, when the plague was at its worst, 800 people perished in one day. Even royal oppression and deadly sickness were not the worst evils of the unhappy country. The armies on both sides were largely recruited from mercenary soldiers of different countries, whose only livelihood was war, and when a truce for a time put an end to the struggle, these brigands, as they were called, were let loose on society, with no means of supporting themselves but pillage and extortion. The poor people fled before them as from a prairie fire. Women and children sought refuge in caves and underground hiding places, afraid to trust themselves to the light of day. Always a scourge, they were organized into regular bands or grandes compagnies after the Battle of Poitiers, and began a career of systematic plundering. Establishing themselves in some feudal stronghold, they not only ate up all the surrounding country, but amused their idle moments by persecuting, torturing, and robbing the wretched peasants, whom they despised as rustic clods. Anything they thought could be done with impunity to Jacques Bonhomme. These soldiers of fortune were often high-born warriors, and the French nobles themselves cared little for the humble tiller of the soil, except in so far as he was their own property and a part of the livestock on their estates. Such a condition of things could not be endured forever, and there was a murmuring and stirring throughout the country which might have warned the selfish feudal baronage that the people had rights which would one day be asserted. The towns were the first to begin the struggle against privilege and oppression. It was a time when trade was beginning to be more considered, when guild associations were formed to carry it on, and the example of the Flemings and Van Artevelde may also have had some influence on the burgesses of France. It was Paris alone, however, which was able to take any leading part, the French capital being always considerably in advance of the rest of the country. The real leader of Paris was the provost of the merchants, who, from a simple director of the trade upon the Seine, had become the chief official of the town and head of all the burgesses. In 1355, this office was filled by Etienne Marcel, a man respected by all and chosen on several occasions as leader of the Tiers Etat, as the representatives of the towns were called in the States General. Both Philip VI and John had recourse to the States General in the hope of getting more money by their help. The spirit of growing independence is shown in the words addressed to the king by the towns as early as 1347. "Most powerful sire, you must know by what means you have conducted your wars, in which you have lost all and gained nothing." Despite their efforts, however, they were unable to introduce improvements in the system of taxation. The nobles were too strong, and equality was unattainable. When the capture of King John had put the government in the hands of his eldest son, Charles, a boy of 18, an opportunity seemed to present itself, and on March 3rd, 1357, a sort of charter of liberties was drawn up, chiefly through the agency of Marcel, which was the first real attempt to check the royal power and to give the people a voice in government. According to this document, a commission of 36, 12 chosen by each estate, was to superintend every branch of the administration. The States General were to meet several times in the year and to be consulted on all matters of importance. A good coinage was to be established and never altered again without consent of the states. The nobles were to be restricted in their privileges, and no private wars were to be allowed. The French historian Michelet says of this great ordinance that it was more than a reform, it was a change of government, and that though it was a change for the better, such a step was dangerous in the face of a foreign foe. The prince or dauphin, Dauphiné was an old imperial fief sold to France in 1349, from which time it was always bestowed on the eldest son of a reigning king, who thus acquired the title of dauphin. As he was called, signed the document, but it was obvious that he did so under compulsion, and King John sent from England to annul all that the States General had achieved. Up till now nothing but praise can be given to Etienne Marcel. He had taken the lead against real abuses. He had raised the spirit of the Parisians and fortified the town in case of foreign attack. He had drawn up a scheme of reform, democratic but not violent. He now becomes involved in a policy less possible to defend. Once started on a career of reform, it is very easy to be driven into revolution. His first mistake was to join hands with the King of Navarre. His second was to make use of the Jacquerie. We have already alluded to the misery suffered by the peasantry at the hands of the nobles and the brigands. No wonder that they rose in revolt at last, and no wonder that in that revolt they imitated only too closely the evil deeds of their own oppressors. The final impulse was given by an order to repair the feudal strongholds, a work which fell to the lot of the serfs, who saw in these castles the worst engine of their oppression, and who rose in fury. The peasant was still half civilized and brutalized by ill treatment, and his revenge for past oppressions was appalling. Like a herd of wild beasts, the Jacques poured over the north of France, burning, ravaging, killing. No man, woman, or child was safe from their blind thirst for blood. It is possible that Etienne helped to stir up this rising, although it is certain that he disapproved strongly of its excesses. So did the leader of the peasants himself, William Calle, who tried in vain to organize a moderate revolt to obtain remedies, not vengeance. Whether responsible or no for the outbreak, Etienne encouraged an attack made by the Jacques on Meaux, where the Dauphin's wife and many other noble ladies had taken refuge in strong fortifications known as the Market. The terror of the besieged was great. Any fate they felt would be better than to fall into the hands of the enraged peasantry, but they were saved by the opportune arrival of a Gascon force returning from Prussia, who fell upon the Vilains, little black and badly armed, and saved the situation. Marcel gained little through these allies, who were put down with a severity which equalled their own excesses. Thousands suffered death, little trouble was taken to distinguish between innocent and guilty. The cry of the nobles was death to the vilain, and Etienne writes that cruelties were committed worse than ever were done by Vandals or Saracens. The peasants had spoilt a good cause by ignorant violence, and the result was more oppression and worse treatment even than before. Meanwhile, within Paris itself, things were going badly. Marcel had made himself head of a regular party, distinguished by the wearing of red and blue caps. One day, followed by a host of supporters, he penetrated into the Louvre to overawe the Dauphin, whom he found in the company of the two marshals of France, Clermont and Conflans. Etienne addressed the Dauphin and blamed him for not restoring order in the kingdom. "I would do it willingly," replied the youth boldly enough, "had I the wherewithal." Bitter words ensued, and the followers of the provost, roused to fury, slew the two marshals so close to the prince's side that his robe was splashed with the blood of the murdered men. Marcel made him wear the red and blue cap to save his life, and actually dared to demand his approval. What has been done, he declared, was to avoid still greater peril, and was by the will of the people. The Dauphin could do nothing at the moment, but Marcel had not strengthened his own cause, and he imprudently allowed Charles to leave Paris and so form a rallying point for all enemies of the burghers. The defeat of the Jacquerie led to the fall of the provost. The nobles, after crushing the peasants, remained in arms and rallied round the regent, who was thus provided with an army for the siege of his own capital. Etienne, meanwhile, went a step farther in the wrong direction by calling the great companies to his help. He had enemies within the city now as well as without, and the King of Navarre was a very doubtful ally. He had brought a mercenary army for defence of Paris, but was secretly negotiating with the Dauphin, and finally withdrew with his troops to Saint-Denis. In these straits the provost, as a last hope, planned to open the gates of Paris to Charles the Bad, and to proclaim him King of France. He was found at midnight with the keys of the city by Maillard, one of his own magistrates, and in past days a trusty friend. "Etienne, Etienne, what are you doing at this hour?" he asked. "I am here to guard the city, of which I have the government." "By God," was the reply, "you are here for no good at this hour," and pointing to the keys, which betrayed his purpose, Maillard slew him as a traitor with his own hands, whilst his followers overpowered those of the provost. 31st of July, 1358. So perished a man whom it is very hard to judge. His early career was full of promise, but he seems to have become narrower and more selfish in his aims as time went on, until he, who had striven to give a real constitutional government to France, died in a treacherous endeavour to maintain his own ascendancy. But it is easier to condemn than to act under circumstances of so much difficulty. Etienne Marcel failed in what he had attempted, and there was no one else who ever attempted it. In 1364, the death of King John put his son, the regent, on the throne as Charles V, a very different man from his father or grandfather. Pale and thin, delicate from a childish illness, which had also left his right hand swollen and weak, so that he could not hold a lance, he was not the popular ideal of a king in those warlike days. Yet he won for himself a position which neither of his predecessors had held. His surname of the Wise partly came from his love of books and learning, partly from his cautious and cunning character, and it is true that he ruled his country with a wisdom that had excellent results. He did nothing to strengthen the popular element in the government. The States General only met once during his reign, but if his rule was despotic, it was capable and orderly, and it gave to his subjects a feeling of security which meant more to them than democratic control. Only on its financial side can bad mistakes be found in his policy, and even here he won popularity by checking the debasement of the coinage which had done so much harm. In the struggle with the English, he introduced the plan of avoiding battles, and so leaving the enemy to all the dangers of a hostile country, with no great successes to compensate and to raise their spirits. In the war the king was ably assisted by one of the greatest soldiers of the age, who introduced into the French army some of the discipline and subordination which had been so lacking in the earlier campaigns. Bertrand du Guesclin came of a good Breton stock, though his was a younger branch of the family, and in rather humble circumstances. As a child he was so ugly, so rough, and so intractable, that though the eldest son, he was disliked by his parents. His mother used to make him sit at a table by himself, that she might not be annoyed by his odd face and awkward manners, and the younger brothers were served before him. On one occasion, when Bertrand was only 6 years old, he was so furious at this treatment that he upset the whole table and behaved like a mad thing, but a nun who was in the house soothed the boy and prophesied great things for his future, after which he was treated with a little more consideration. Many tales are told of his youth. As a boy he would drill the village children and conduct hand-to-hand battles. When he was 17 he took part secretly in a tournament, dressed in borrowed armour, and unhorsed all the knights who rode against him, except his own father, with whom he refused to fight. In the end his visor was raised and he was recognized, to the intense surprise and pride of the father, who had shown him scant consideration hitherto, but who now equipped him with arms suited to his position and let him take part in knightly exercises. Bertrand's earliest military experience was in the Breton War, where by his great personal strength and courage, and by the skill with which he conducted skirmishes and sieges, he earned a reputation which won him knighthood, and brought him before the notice of the highest in the land, whilst he gained the love of the people by his constant resistance to the evil deeds of the brigands. With the reign of Charles V, peace was temporarily established, and the long Breton struggle was brought to an end. At the Battle of Auray, 1364, Sir John Chandos, probably the ablest of all the English captains, was victorious over Du Guesclin, who was taken prisoner. Charles of Blois himself was slain on the field, and the aspect of affairs thus altered. As a result, John de Montfort, son of the lion-hearted Joan, was recognized as duke, and for a time the country was at rest. Cessation of war, however, only meant added misery to France as long as the ravages of the free companies continued, and it was partly to provide some occupation for these professional soldiers that the French king took part in a Spanish dispute. On the throne of Castile sat Pedro the Cruel, a man so hated by all that his half-brother Henry of Trastamare found ready support when he disputed his title. Pedro, amongst other ill deeds, was reputed to have murdered his wife, a sister-in-law of Charles V, and this gave Henry an excuse for claiming his help. Bertrand, at the head of a large body of mercenaries, was sent to fight for him, whilst Pedro won over the Black Prince, who made the great mistake of his life in consenting to assist the man whom he looked upon as rightful monarch. Prince Edward and Chandos, at the head of a large force of Gascons and English, were successful at the Battle of Najara, or Navarrete, captured Du Guesclin, and restored Pedro, 1367. Nevertheless, it was an ill day for them. As they lingered in Spain to await the promised payment for their services, which never came, the whole army was wasted with disease, and their leader brought back with him across the Pyrenees a shattered constitution and an empty purse. The former was past cure. The latter he tried to refill by a heavy hearth tax on his principality of Aquitaine. Money he must have if he were to fulfil the promises made to his soldiers, promises which Pedro had entirely repudiated, but the expedient was fatal. The Gascons were poor and proud, the nobles were not accustomed to be taxed, and the result was an appeal to Charles V for help in this emergency. Pretexts were always at hand for a renewal of the war, 1368. Both sides could point to unfulfilled terms in the Treaty of Bretigny, and a phase of the struggle began in which every advantage turned to the side of France. Bertrand was ransomed and made constable, the highest military rank in the country. Chandos was killed in a skirmish. The Black Prince, soured by ill health, lost his last chance of popularity in the south by the ghastly massacre of the inhabitants at the siege of Limoges, and went home to die. Henry of Trastamare, who with his own hands had killed Don Pedro in a quarrel, was now king of Castile, and aided the French with a fleet which blocked the coast of Aquitaine. In every respect the English were inferior to their enemy, and the end of Edward's reign saw his possessions reduced to a little territory round Bordeaux and Bayonne and the town of Calais. Charles V completed his successes by the final humiliation of Charles of Navarre, who, having spent his life in playing fast and loose with both sides, ended by having no friends at all, and crushed between France and Castile, died ruined and impoverished, despoiled of all his rich territories in France. The French king was nearing his own end. He was not to die, however, without one failure. In 1379 he tried to unite Brittany to his own demesne, with the result that he roused against himself a united and successful opposition, which reinstated John of Montfort more strongly than ever. The death of his great constable also was a loss not easily made good. Bertrand died while besieging the brigands at Châteauneuf, and the keys were given into his hands as he lay on his deathbed. No place did he besiege which did not surrender to him, living or dead, writes an admiring chronicler. In a very few weeks he was followed to the grave by Charles V, 1380, young still in years but worn out by disease. The country was left in a very different condition from that in which he found it, but though he had done much, the seeds of future troubles were still left in those 3 small pieces of English territory. End of section 14. Section 15 of The End of the Middle Age, 1273 to 1453 by Eleanor Constance Lodge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 8. Empire and Papacy, 1414 to 1453, Part 1. The little town of Constance saw many a strange and impressive sight toward the close of the year 1414. Ever since June, preparations had been in progress for the reception of the greatest council the Middle Ages had ever known, 1414 through 1418. Toward the close of the year, princes and prelates, nobles and merchants, with a mass of lesser people of all nations and all professions, flocked into the place. The hill roads shone with many-colored processions, and the lake was gay with boats conveying great men and their followers. Not only those taking part in affairs came to the council. Constance became the scene of an ecclesiastical conference, a political congress, and a great world fair. Amusements of all sorts were held in the streets. Festivities, tournaments, and banquets lightened the graver business of the meeting, and an idle multitude found in it an occasion for diversion and money-making. The council was a great epoch in the history of the Church. Meetings had often been held before this to treat of ecclesiastical matters. Popes had summoned prelates to advise and consult. At Pisa, cardinals had met to discuss the claims of rival pontiffs. But Constance was something more than these. A general council was now asserting power to settle the claims of 3 rival popes without adhering to the side of any. It was declaring itself superior to the papacy, and was taking into its own hands the reform of the Church. 3 great questions were before this vast assemblage. First and foremost, there was the settlement of the papal schism, for unity must be restored in divided Christendom. Secondly, the whole Church, the papacy itself, the lives of the clergy, the discipline of the monasteries, all were in need of the most stringent reform. And finally, the new doctrines which were disturbing the minds of men, of which the chief teacher was John Huss, disciple of the English Wycliffe, must be rooted out, and all heretical ideas suppressed once and forever. Such a programme, accompanied as it was by many points of minor importance, would provide work for several years to come. Among the great processions which were welcome to Constance, 3 above all others excited universal interest. Toward the close of October came Pope John XXIII, making his way through the snow, surrounded by his cardinals and protected by Frederick of Habsburg, the greatest prince and landowner in that region. On Christmas Day the Emperor Sigismund arrived, travelling before daybreak, that he might be in time for the solemn Mass, at which he himself read the Gospel, beginning with the appropriate words, "There went out a decree from Caesar Augustus." The sermon delivered on this occasion by Peter d'Ailly must have been uncomfortable hearing for the proud Pope John, who was still hoping to maintain his position. The text taken was, "There shall be signs in the sun, and in the moon, and in the stars." The sun, said the preacher, represented the Pope, the moon the Emperor, and the stars the cardinals, but unjust ambitions, evil deeds, and negligent rule would make but a phantom of the sun, and again, the Holy Trinity of the Divine Person is not more adorable than a trinity of popes is abominable, and he also stated in clear words that the council's power was superior to that of the Pope. Between these 2 arrivals a much more humble procession found its way into the town, which nevertheless met with almost as hearty a reception, for crowds flocked in to meet the thin, bearded man in his simple black robes, who was escorted by 3 Bohemian nobles responsible for his safety. John Huss, under a promise of safety from the Emperor, had come to Constance to maintain his views before the assembly of Christendom, and to clear himself from the charge of heresy. His safe conduct was of little avail, for shortly after his arrival he was taken from his house, despite the vehement protestations of one of the attendant nobles, and after a questioning before Pope and cardinals, flung into a loathsome prison which nearly caused his death, and it was only to save him for further humiliation that the conditions of his captivity were lightened for the time. Meanwhile, the position of Pope John was far from reassuring. Although still nominally the head of the council, a murmur, ever growing more and more insistent, was making itself heard in favour of his abdication. Cardinal d'Ailly went so far as to declare that the council had full power to force him to resign. Then followed an appalling statement, probably all too true, of the many misdeeds of the Pope, whose life had been notoriously wicked. Fearful lest this private accusation should be published to the world, John consented to abdicate, and in clear terms and with a calm demeanour, he himself read before the Emperor and assembled cardinals a promise to resign his power on the day that Benedict XIII and Gregory XII should do the same. There was general rejoicing. Sigismund, impulsive and theatrical, threw himself uncrowned at the feet of the Pope and kissed them gratefully. A proposal for the election of a successor followed at once. Doubtless John hoped to obtain his own re-election, but his character was too well known for that. The English representative at the council, Robert Hallam, Bishop of Salisbury, exclaimed that the Pope deserved to be burnt at the stake. Hopeless of swaying the council, John determined to leave Constance and see what could be done elsewhere. A request to leave on account of his health having been refused, he contrived his own escape. The opportunity came when a great tournament was being held, to which all the inhabitants of the town flocked, leaving the streets deserted. The Pope, in the humble disguise of a groom, rode out of the town unnoticed, and taking boat on the Rhine, reached Schaffhausen, the castle of his friend Frederick of Austria, who had been privy to his flight. Terror and disorder were left behind him. Some thought that the council was thereby dissolved. Many feared the curse which he might lay upon the city, but others were ready to take advantage of the occasion. The emperor denounced the Austrian duke as a traitor, and Gershon, councillor of the assembly, proclaimed the council to be the supreme and independent authority of Christendom. A short while after, the formal deposition of John XXIII, 1415, was pronounced by the council, and the once powerful pope, after vain attempts to evade his pursuers, was captured and imprisoned, first at Gottleben, just outside Constance, and finally in the castle of Heidelberg. When fully humiliated and no longer dangerous, he was released and made a cardinal, but his death followed immediately after. Meanwhile, John Huss had been awaiting his trial, also a prisoner at Gottleben. For some time past, Bohemia had been the centre of new ideas. The whole authority of the Church had been shaken by the dissensions in the Papacy and the impossibility of respecting the head of the spiritual world, whilst all through the Church had spread the disastrous effects of weakness at the centre. Abuses of all sorts were common. The clergy were rich and neglected their duty. They held so many posts that they could not possibly fill them all satisfactorily. People in parishes were neglected and suffering. In England during the previous century, John Wycliffe had boldly denounced the sins of the Church, had struck at the whole system of ecclesiastical government, declared that the authority of the Pope was not only excessive but unnecessary, and attacked some of the doctrines of the Church, especially transubstantiation and prayers to saints. The writings of Wycliffe, introduced into Bohemia, had great influence, and were eagerly studied at the University of Prague, where Huss had done much to make them known. In some matters Huss did not go as far as the English teacher, particularly in the question of transubstantiation, but he also urged reformation of abuses and superstitions, and especially denounced the sale of indulgences commanded by the Pope. He also wrote that Christ himself was the head of the Church, and the Scriptures the basis of belief. There was plenty of material here for a condemnation, and from the first, despite Sigismund's worthless safe conduct, his fate was already decided. Nevertheless, his trial dragged on for many a long day, and Huss promised to withdraw his own opinions should the cardinals be able to disprove them. But in total absence of proof, he held his own without a waver, and refused firmly, though modestly, to condemn Wycliffe's teaching or to disown his own writings. Even here Huss was not without supporters. His friend and disciple, Jerome of Prague, followed him to Constance, only to be flung into prison. On one occasion, John of Chlum, a Bohemian noble, boldly proclaimed, "In my castle I would have defended him for a year against all the forces of emperor or king. How much more lords mightier than I, with castles far more impregnable." Sigismund basely deserted him. Perhaps it was a hard choice between giving up the man he had promised to protect and seeing the council, which he had done so much to collect and from which he hoped such great things, fall to pieces, its work half done. In any case, his conduct was despicable, even in his own eyes, and when Huss said, "Freely I came hither under the safe conduct of the emperor," Sigismund is said to have blushed deeply. His attitude was now, however, decided enough. Declaring that he had only promised to protect him so that he might answer his enemies' charges, and that he could not defend a heretic, he went on to say, "Far from defending you in your errors and in your contumacy, I will be the first to light the fire with my own hands." On another occasion the emperor urged that not only Huss but all his followers should be condemned, and the whole sect exterminated, root and branch. On the 6th of July, 1415, sentence was finally pronounced in the cathedral of Constance. Sigismund sat on the throne with princes and cardinals round him, and the proceedings opened with mass, during which Huss as a heretic stood in the porch. Then followed the reading and condemnation of certain articles said to contain the doctrines of Wycliffe and Huss. In vain he endeavored to protest that some of the accusations were totally false. After that came the degradation. One by one his priestly robes were taken from him and his tonsure obliterated, whilst on his head was placed a tall cap of paper covered with painted devils. Judgment was then pronounced. The Church has no more to do with you. We deliver your body to the secular arm, your soul to the devils in hell. The secular judge pronounced the final sentence of death by burning as a heretic, and Huss went calm and unmoved, singing and praying to his doom, 6th of July, 1415. We know not, said those who stood near, what this man may have done. We only know that his prayers to God are excellent. His ashes were flung into the lake and his clothes destroyed, that no relics might be treasured up by his sorrowing disciples, but the uselessness of such measures to efface his influence was soon to be shown. The martyrdom of Huss was followed by that of Jerome of Prague, who, as we have seen, had followed his master to Constance and to captivity. He was treated with so much cruelty in his prison that in sheer bodily weakness he gave way at his first examination and denied the doctrines of Wycliffe and Huss. Soon, however, he regained his strength, and with admirable courage deliberately destroyed all hope of escape. He proclaimed his faith with an eloquence and shrewdness and a clear-headedness perfectly marvellous after a year passed in severe confinement. There was to be no doubt now as to his attitude. This sinful retractation I now fully retract, and I am resolved to maintain the tenets of Wycliffe and of John Huss to death, believing them to be the true and pure doctrine of the gospel, even as their lives were blameless and holy. Like Huss, he went calmly to the stake, 1416, and when the executioner turned to light the heaped-up pile at his back, he called to him, "Kindle it before my eyes. Had I feared your fire, I should never have come to this place." He sang hymns with a steady voice until the flames leaped up around him. Much still remained for the council to do. The papal question was not yet solved. John was deposed, Gregory XII had submitted and died, Benedict still remained obstinate. He refused to come in person to defend his claims before the council unless he should be received as pope. He declared that any acts of reform decreed at Constance should be null and void, and disregarding his formal deposition, he established himself in Peniscola in Spain, and kept up a shadowy court and an imaginary authority until his death some years later. Meanwhile, the Church and the Council badly needed a head. Although Sigismund would gladly have carried all through on his sole authority, but the cardinals insisted, and after some disputes, a new pope, Martin V, 1418-1425, was chosen from the important Roman family of the Colonna. Thus ended the schism, and a temporary reaction in favour of Church authority and papal power began, for the council had chosen a man who would never submit to control, and who meant to make his position one of real weight and importance. As Milman says, in creating a pope of high character, it had given itself a master. It might dictate to a John XXIII, it must submit to a Martin V. The Council of Constance had achieved little of its great designs. There were many reasons for this failure. One great difficulty in the way of reform had been the danger of making any changes whilst the Church was still without a head. The great strength of the Papacy lay in its continuity. There had been an unbroken line of popes claiming to be successors of St. Peter, according to tradition, the first bishop of Rome. The moderate party hesitated to take any steps which might weaken this claim, and so endanger the longed-for unity of the Church. Another obstacle to councillor action was the difficulty of finding any policy to suit the different nations whose interests were involved. Political questions were inevitably bound up with religious, and the representatives of the various states could not agree on a common scheme of reform. The efforts of the council had for the time brought peace to the Church, but only by the re-establishment of papal despotism. The new pope was not a really great personality. He did not seize the unrivalled opportunity for placing himself at the head of a church reformed, united, and spiritualized. Nevertheless, he was a wise, level-headed statesman. He knew how to recover much of the papal authority lost in previous years, and to obtain control over the national churches which had been struggling toward independence. His period of rule was largely occupied with re-establishing himself in Italy, which was a scene of the wildest confusion. The Duke of Milan was warring in Lombardy. In Naples, under Joanna II, the question of succession was giving rise to endless struggle. Condottieri generals were fighting for one side or the other, and also for themselves, Braccio and Sforza being the most important. The Pope had a conference with Braccio at Florence, and it was there that he was rendered furious by the popular feeling which expressed itself in a common street song: Braccio the Great conquers every state, poor Pope Martin is not worth a farthing. The despised Pope, however, soon made himself respected. He re-established himself in Rome and restored order in the turbulent city. He recovered the states of the Church and made his power felt in outlying countries, even in England, where he appointed Cardinal Beaufort his legate and exercised more authority than any pope had done since Innocent III. At home his chief efforts were directed toward reforming the body of cardinals and reducing their power, and in this he had some success. But there were disorders in Christendom, especially the Hussite war in Bohemia, which remained a dangerous problem, and Martin summoned a council to meet at Basel to consider this and other questions. His death, however, prevented his participation in this great assembly, and his successor, Eugenius IV, was left to cope with the difficulties of the situation, 1431 to 1447. The Emperor Sigismund had not been quietly residing at Constance during the whole long period of the council. His restless spirit desired fresh fields in which to expend his energy, and when Benedict XIII proved too obstinate and was supported by the states of Spain and Portugal, Sigismund set out to try the effects of imperial authority on these opponents of unity. Always short of money, the emperor sold Brandenburg to Frederick, the first of the famous Hohenzollern Margraves, confirmed Swiss conquests in return for supplies, and set out for Spain, where after long negotiations he did succeed in procuring the submission of Aragon, Castile, and Navarre, followed shortly after by that of Portugal, which completed the union of the West. His return journey took him through France, where he hoped to pose as mediator in the great quarrel with England, which had just come to a head in the Battle of Agincourt. While in Paris, he was led to a display of authority which infuriated the French, and forms a good illustration of his views as to imperial supremacy. Invited as an honoured guest to watch proceedings in the Parliament of Paris, the great French law court, a case came up in which one party was unable to be heard because unequal in rank to his adversary. Sigismund at once knighted the petitioner, as though he were the sovereign and overlord of the country. France was indignant, but England, to which the emperor next proceeded, took steps to prevent such an exercise of sovereign rights, showing that any claims of imperial overlordship were totally out of date by this time, if indeed the English would ever have admitted them. Before Sigismund might put foot on English soil, Humphrey of Gloucester, younger brother of the king, rode into the sea, sword in hand, and demanded a promise that he would perform no act of sovereignty whilst in the kingdom. The promise given, the guest was received with the greatest pomp and ceremony, magnificently lodged in the Palace of Westminster, and only departed after a 6 months' visit, and amidst signs of the greatest affection from Henry V. But although it is said that the two monarchs could scarcely tear themselves from each other's arms when farewell was said, the English king had not ceased his preparations for the French war, and the emperor did not succeed in effecting the peace of Christendom. At home once more, Sigismund found himself surrounded by difficulties. The very extent of his territories meant numerous enemies, and want of money was a constant drawback. The story goes that on one occasion he left his dirty linen in pledge, being totally unable to pay the bill for his night's lodging. His were not qualities such as fitted him for a position of such danger, in which tact as well as strength was necessary. Sigismund was in many ways a very attractive personality. Tall and handsome, with fair hair and blue eyes, he was extremely well educated, and could discourse easily in Czech, Latin, German, French, and Italian. Although he never forgot his imperial dignity, he knew how to be familiar and courteous, was a very good talker, and prompt at repartee. Unfortunately, he had external qualities rather than solid virtues. He was lacking in real strength and perseverance, and above all in stability. His word could not be trusted, and little respect could be accorded to a man who could forget his promises and break his alliances. He would have made a very good show king, but he lived at a time when burning questions needed solution, and when ceremonies and ambitious projects could not take the place of steady purpose and real hard work. The greatest danger left by the council to Sigismund and Germany was the Hussite War, 1419-1431. The martyrdom of Huss and Jerome had inflamed, not discouraged, the reforming party in Bohemia, and in 1419 open warfare broke out in Prague. One of the demands of the Bohemian reformers was the administration of the communion in both kinds, from which they obtained the name of Utraquists. The beginnings of revolt were caused when a procession, headed by a priest bearing the chalice, had stones flung at it from a window of the town hall, whither the Utraquists had repaired to demand the release of some of their numbers. The cup was knocked from the priest's hands, and the mob, roused to sudden fury, poured into the house, slew the burgomaster, and flung all the magistrates from the window on to the weapons of those below. The news of this disturbance was too much for King Wenzel, weakened as he was by a life of self-indulgence. He was struck with apoplexy and died on the spot, with a great shout and roar as of a lion. 1419. End of section 15. Section 16 of The End of the Middle Age, 1273-1453, by Eleanor Constance Lodge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 8, Empire and Papacy, 1414-1453, Part 2. Sigismund was now king of Bohemia, but busy in protecting Hungary against the Turks, he took no decided steps at once to quell the Bohemian disturbance, and hoped to smooth matters over by negotiation. Perhaps had the rebels been merely disciples of the moderate teaching of Huss, this would have been possible, but a far more violent party had gradually been forming, known as the Taborites. These had been organized in large open-air meetings, and were anxious to break loose from all authority, both of church and empire. 2 Bohemian nobles headed this party, both of great zeal and ability. Nicholas of Husinec, a man of practical wisdom and foresight, and the one-eyed Ziska, a general and tactician of extraordinary merit. The war became a mixture of religious and political struggle, for besides taking up arms to defend their faith, the Bohemians were also fighting for their nationality against Sigismund, whom they would not recognize as their king. The long struggle which now began in real earnest falls roughly into 3 divisions. At first, the war was defensive. The Hussites were infuriated and united by the measures taken against them by the Crusades, as they were called, which were arranged by the Pope and Sigismund, and by the fact that a German army was sent to put them down, thereby inflaming their national ardor and lending vigor and purpose to their resistance. Later, from 1427 onwards, the war became offensive on their side. To hold their own, it was necessary to weaken their adversaries by carrying war into the enemy's country, and the terror of their arms extended into Saxony, Silesia, Austria, and even further. Finally, the divisions which from the first threatened to disunite the Bohemian party became more and more numerous and accentuated, and the struggle degenerated into a civil strife between moderates and extremists, which eventually enabled the emperor to re-establish his authority and bring the war practically to a close. The programme of the Hussites, formulated in 1420 and recognized as a sort of creed for the whole party, was known as the 4 Articles of Prague. These demanded complete liberty of preaching, communion in both kinds for laymen as well as priests, the exclusion of the clergy from temporal power and undue wealth, and the immediate repression of open sins, for commission of which the clergy should be liable to secular penalties. This was the confession of faith put forward by the moderate party, Utraquists, or Praguers, as they came to be called. The Taborites went much further, and had more social and political aims. Some amongst them advocated a regular communistic system, in which there should be no private property, but goods of all sorts should be held in common. With the proclamation of war against them, differences were for the time forgotten in the common danger, and in the strength of this united effort, Sigismund and the German army was driven out of Bohemia by a series of glorious victories. 3 crusades were defeated in 1420, 1421, and 1422, and so great was the terror inspired by the invincible Hussites that, as one chronicler says, the Germans had such a loathing for heretics that they could not bring themselves to strike them or even to look them in the face. These victories were due in great measure to the training and leadership of Ziska. He knew how to convert raw peasants into disciplined soldiers ready to hold their own against feudal forces. He paid great attention to artillery and was one of the first generals to turn it to real account. But above all, he made use of the old war chariots and wagons according to a method all his own and totally baffling to the enemy. These wagons, attached by chains, formed a defence on the march, or a fortification for the camp, or even a weapon of offence when driven at full speed amongst the ranks of the enemy, or filled with stones and rolled down upon them from above. The wagons used to be arranged according to letters of the alphabet, and if the enemy got entangled amongst them, they could never find the way out, whilst the Hussites, knowing the key, could twist through them with ease. In manoeuvring and management of troops, Ziska's ability was astonishing, especially when it is remembered that in 1421 a wound in his only sound eye rendered him totally blind. He never for a moment relaxed his energetic and victorious career, but was carried into the battle on one of his celebrated wagons. In one way, indeed, this misfortune of their leader, by helping to put more responsibility on the officers who carried out his commands, trained them all the more fully in the art of war. Ziska, unfortunately, was more of a general than a statesman, and his violent zeal embittered party strife and helped to prevent that complete union of the Hussites which might have led to an earlier settlement of the struggle. Having driven Sigismund from the country, Bohemia was at first organized under a temporary government and began to look about for a new king. The crown was offered to Ladislas of Poland, and though he refused it, he sent his nephew Korybut to assist the rebels, and he was received in Prague as ruler of the land. His position was, however, a difficult one, for Ziska and the Taborites were not really favourable, and the idea of thus establishing a Slav monarchy failed. His withdrawal was followed by terrible internal discord. The Praguers were anxious to make some sort of a compromise, and recalled Korybut, who had schemes of putting himself at the head of the moderate party and effecting a union with the Church. The Taborites were furious at the idea of making any concession, and the year 1424 is known as Ziska's bloody year, for he turned his forces against the moderate party and wrought terrible havoc in the land. His death from plague in the same year did nothing to quiet these dissensions, but only added to divisions by splitting up the Taborite party. His special followers, orphans they were called, to typify their grief at his loss, chiefly a social and political party, did not disagree with the extreme Taborites, a religious section who denied transubstantiation and all church control. These divisions were not yet, however, sufficient to hinder Hussite success. A new leader appeared, Procup the Great, a priest who never himself wielded a weapon, but who was well able to lead his troops to victory and to enforce discipline and obedience. He was of middle height, strongly built, with a very sunburnt face, large eyes, and fiery aspect. To his skill as a general he added much theological knowledge and an eloquent tongue, which he used to good purpose later at the Council of Basel. For the present, however, war was his trade, and he began his career with great success in Saxony, which opened the period of offensive warfare. He also routed the new crusading army led against the Bohemians by Cardinal Beaufort, who in vain tried to rally his panic-stricken troops, tearing the imperial standard to pieces in his indignation at their cowardice. A further victory at Taus in 1431 completely overpowered the Fifth Crusade and ended the last effort to put down the intrepid Hussites by force of arms. The only hope now was to settle the dispute by council. It will be remembered that Martin V, just before his death, had arranged for the meeting of a great church council at Basel, and Cardinal Cesarini had been appointed to preside, 1431 to 1449. The council had a difficult opening, for the new Pope Eugenius IV tried to dissolve it. It was only after much controversy and great firmness on the part of the leaders of the assembly that his opposition was withdrawn, and to this he was forced because of the dangers which surrounded him in Italy, which made him feared to arouse further enmity. The council was deliberating whilst the Pope was escaping from a Roman revolt, 1431. This he did by the aid of a pirate, who took him down the Tiber in a crazy old boat. Eugenius lay at the bottom of this, covered by a shield, while the populace ran along the bank, hurling stones and shooting arrows. By daring and good luck, the pirate succeeded in bringing his valuable cargo safely to a larger vessel, and the Pope at last found shelter and respect in the city of Florence. The first act of the Council of Basel was to invite the Bohemians to send a deputation to endeavour to arrange terms. In January 1432, 7 nobles and 8 priests, headed by Procup the Great, and preceded by a banner with the motto "Truth conquers all," entered the city, whilst the populace flocked to gaze upon the little troop and their escort of horsemen, with their strange dress and fierce faces. The conference was conducted with great moderation and considerable ability on both sides, and when argument threatened to become bitter, Cesarini knew how to pacify the disputants with extraordinary tact and wisdom. After long and difficult consultation, a basis of compromise was agreed upon, and at Prague compacts were drawn up and accepted by the moderate party in Bohemia, 1433. Liberty of preaching was permitted so long as it did not exceed what ecclesiastical superiors approved. Communion in both kinds was allowed to those who demanded it. Crimes were to be punished according to the law of God and the institutes of the fathers, but the clergy were not to be excluded from the possession of property. Unfortunately, this agreement did not meet with the approval of the more extreme party in Bohemia, and Procup, at the head of Taborites and orphans, took up arms against the moderates. At Lipan, 1434, a terrible battle was fought between fellow countrymen, which raged a whole day and a whole night. Procup and his men refused to surrender and were cut down in tremendous numbers. The result was a victory for the party of conciliation and a step toward the final settlement. There were not only religious but also political difficulties to be overcome, and it was not until 1436 that Sigismund was able to enter Prague and formally assume the Bohemian crown. The keys and seal of the town were given into his hands, and he, on his side, delivered to the magistrates a document confirming all the old privileges and rights of the city. Sigismund had now obtained all his crowns. Before attending the Basel Council, he had wished to add to his dignity by receiving formal coronation in Italy, and had set out in 1431 from Milan to acquire the iron crown of Lombardy. This he did, but the Duke of Milan at that time, Filippo Maria Visconti, either from fear or jealousy, would not be present at the ceremony, excusing himself on the absurd plea that if he saw Sigismund his joy would kill him. The Emperor was not on good terms with the Pope, since he was strongly in favour of the council, which Eugenius was endeavouring to dissolve. In the end, however, they waived their differences, and Sigismund came to Rome to receive the imperial crown. His commanding figure, smiling face, and flowing beard were much admired by the Italians, and the ceremony was successfully accomplished. On the head of the Emperor was first placed a bishop's mitre, then the golden crown, and whilst he held the imperial sword, Eugenius bore the crucifix. They left the church together, Sigismund leading the papal mule for a few paces before mounting his own more martial steed. The Bohemian crown, the last which Sigismund acquired, was not altogether a peaceful possession, for though open war was ended, troubles and dissensions were to continue for many a long day, and plots were formed against the new monarch, which were encouraged by his own wife. Sigismund, however, was not long to enjoy triumphs or to struggle with dangers. His death is curiously characteristic, a display of very real courage employed for dramatic effect. Feeling his end draw near, he first attended Mass, robed and crowned in all his imperial splendour, and when that was over, grave clothes were placed above his grand vestments, and thus arrayed he awaited death, seated on his throne, where on the evening of the same day he passed away, 9th of December, 1437. For 3 days his corpse was left seated according to his command, that men might see that the Lord of all the world was dead and gone. Although it is impossible to avoid smiling at the almost childish vanity of Sigismund and his striving after effect, it is nevertheless true that his aims were high, his schemes of peace, reformation, and unity noble and desirable, only he was too impatient and too changeable to carry through any concerted plan. His worst fault, however, was lack of truthfulness. His word could not be relied upon, and no good intentions could atone for such extreme untrustworthiness. All this time the Council of Basel was continuing its sessions, and more inclining toward attacks upon the papal authority, despite the effects of Cesarini to modify its violence. It was no wonder that Eugenius was ready to take the first opportunity to assert his independence. An occasion presented itself in connection with the negotiations now open with the Greeks. John VI, head of the Eastern Empire, established at Constantinople, was in a very dangerous position owing to the inroads of the Turks, who were getting nearer and nearer to his capital city, and his one hope lay in assistance from Western Europe. It had long been the cherished wish of the Papacy to establish a union between the Eastern and Western churches, which had only come together very temporarily in the time of Gregory X, and John, in his great need for help, contemplated a sacrifice of Greek independence in return for active support. Eugenius, keenly anxious to win honour as negotiator of so great a matter, urged that the council should transfer itself to Italy as more convenient for the Greek envoys, and when the Basel assembly refused this proposal, he summoned a council of his own at Ferrara to discuss the important business. 1438. The Eastern Emperor himself and the Patriarch of Constantinople, as head of the Greek Church, came in person to the conference with 22 bishops. They landed in Venice, where the Doge received them with the greatest magnificence, his vessel adorned with scarlet and golden lions on the prow. At Ferrara, Eugenius met them, and considerable difficulty was caused over the exact ceremonial details which were to be observed. The Patriarch, for example, was furious at the idea of kissing the Pope's foot, and after a whole day had been wasted in discussing this vital question, he was led off with a salutation on the papal cheek. Even this had to be done privately, that none might be surprised. Another great difficulty was the arrangement of seats at the council. It had been suggested that the Greeks and Latins should occupy opposite sides, and the Pope should be enthroned as a link between the two. This again offended the susceptible embassage, and in the end the Greek emperor was given a throne facing that of the Pope, with the patriarch behind him. This did not satisfy the patriarch, for he was not allowed to adorn his seat with curtains as he wished, in order that it might resemble the papal throne. At last all was set in order, and the conference began. There were really no great points of doctrine in dispute between the two churches, but long hours of discussion were spent over small details and verbal differences. The real difficulty was that the Eastern Church was unwilling to submit to the papal supremacy, and it was only with the most extreme reluctance that this at last was done as the only chance of help in the immediate emergency. The council had been transferred to Florence, and there in 1439 the Greeks accepted terms of union, and the emperor consented to admit, "We recognize the Pope as sovereign pontiff, vice-regent and vicar of Christ, shepherd and teacher of all Christians, ruler of the Church of God, saving the privileges and rights of the patriarchs of the East." 1439. The pacification was little more than nominal. The Greeks at home were furious at the terms. No great European force was raised to oppose the Turks, and no permanent results seemed to follow the union. For Eugenius, however, the Council of Florence had been extremely advantageous. He won much prestige as the creator of unity in Christendom, and this had been done in an Italian council completely under his authority. The Council of Basel had no corresponding successes to show for its work, and was stirred to fresh measures of independence. In 1439 its members went so far as to depose Eugenius, and to start another schism by electing a pope of their own. It was necessary to choose someone with money, and they turned to Amadeus, Duke of Savoy, a widower with several children and great political influence. His wife had been a daughter of Philip the Bold of Burgundy, and his daughters had been married to the Duke of Milan and the Duke of Anjou. Of late years, however, he had withdrawn into religious seclusion, and though still a layman, founded a sort of order, adopting a grey monkish cloak and a gold cross. A writer of the time thinks that there was quite as much luxury as religion in his comfortable hermitage. Amadeus accepted the offers of the council, and took the name of Felix V in 1439, but begged that he might be allowed to keep his beard. This he was eventually induced to sacrifice, as it gave him so strange an appearance amongst all the clean-shaven priests and cardinals. To meet this difficulty, Eugenius felt that he must win the active support of Germany and the emperor. Sigismund's death had ended the male line of the great house of Luxemburg. In accordance with his wishes, the electors chose as his successor Albert of Austria, the representative of the famous house of Habsburg, 1438 to 1440, so long excluded from the imperial dignity. Albert was a ruler of great promise, but unfortunately he barely survived his election 2 years. His death cleared the way for a very inferior successor. Frederick III, 1440 to 1493, the cousin of the dead monarch, belonged to the younger branch of the Habsburg family, and was a young man of an easy-going temper, which did not lead him to take a very decided policy one way or the other. Perhaps his inactivity was not altogether due to indolence. He was by no means lacking in brains, and sometimes found that to do nothing was the best way of avoiding difficulties. The Pope had a very able envoy to arrange terms of friendship with Germany, Aeneas Silvius Piccolomini, who was to play a most important part in later history, had already distinguished himself at Basel and elsewhere. He came from a family noble though poor, and had been well educated at Siena. He obtained work as secretary for various churchmen, whom he accompanied to the Council of Basel, and his ability and extraordinary powers of persuasion led to his being employed on important embassies. He had also literary distinctions, was crowned with the laurel wreath as imperial poet, and is the author of a vivid account of the great events in which he took part. Owing largely to his tact and exertions, Germany was restored to obedience just before the death of Eugenius IV. in 1447. And this alliance was confirmed and strengthened by the succeeding Pope, Nicholas V, 1447-1455, who was able to arrange terms almost wholly to the advantage of the Papacy. Nicholas was a very able man, who did much to restore papal prestige, although his outward appearance was anything but impressive. He was small and insignificant, with weak legs, a harsh voice, and a very pale face disfigured by protruding lips. Only his large black eyes expressed something of his commanding intellect. His concordant with the Emperor gave the final blow to the feeble existence of the Council of Basel, 1449. Felix V, who had gained little by his empty and expensive title, was readily transformed once more into Amadeus of Savoy, and the council was quietly dissolved, having first secured its dignity by electing Nicholas as pope. In 1450, a magnificent jubilee at Rome was the outward and visible sign of the renewed power of the Roman pontiff. A further triumph for Nicholas was the arrival of Frederick III in Rome for coronation at his hands, 1452. Formerly, writes Aeneas Sylvius, the imperial authority surpassed all. Today, that of the Pope is by far the greater. The ceremony was one of great magnificence, but for Frederick it was quite an unprofitable triumph. He spent a very pleasant time in Italy, wandered happily about Rome to enjoy the sights, and bought various articles of luxury in the shops of Venice, but he had no solid result to show. Here, then, we must leave Pope and Emperor. The Empire had been steadily declining. Not only were ideas of universal rule abandoned and Italy practically independent, but the disunion of Germany was a great source of weakness. Outlying possessions had been gradually lost. France had been extending her eastern frontier. Burgundy, in the hands of an important French family, was becoming very independent, and now the Turks were threatening great danger in the east. Frederick III was not a man to conquer difficulties, but he is important in German history nevertheless because of his consolidation of Habsburg territories. From this time onward, with one short exception, the imperial office remained in the hands of this family until the empire fell before Napoleon I. Even now the Habsburg house rules over the present Empire of Austria. Nicholas V, on the other hand, seemed to have restored the Papacy to something of its old dignity. The attempts to rule the Church by councils, independent of and superior to the Pope, had failed. Basel was the last general council ever held of the undivided Western Church. The popes were strong and attempted for a time to pose as the leaders of learning and the heads of the coming Renaissance. But this victory was less complete than it appeared at the time. The councillor movement had failed, not so much because of papal power as because of the development of national churches. It was this which had rendered it impossible to arrive at any satisfactory solution at Constance as well as at Basel. It was impossible to make arrangements for the whole of Christendom when the Church in England, in France, and in Germany each had its own ideas as to what was best, and each wished to maintain its own rights and independence. Thus the apparent reaction in favour of orthodoxy and papal authority was soon to give way before national opposition and the growing desire for reform and liberty of thought. In 1453 the Protestant Revolution was very close at hand. End of section 16. Section 17 of The End of the Middle Age, 1273 to 1453, by Eleanor Constance Lodge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 9. Italy, 1382 to 1453, Part 1. The history of Italy at the close of the 14th and during the 15th centuries presents the same complications and difficulties as before. It is still the history of divided states struggling for their own advancement, and yet the feuds and friendships of state with state renders it impossible to study one without the others, or to regard them as completely separate entities. A few general lines may perhaps be laid down to explain in some degree the course of events, and to act as guiding threads through the maze of Italian politics. The popes had now returned to the States of the Church, but with their authority considerably reduced by absence, and in constant difficulty with their Roman subjects at home, whilst anti-popes and the claims of the great councils were occupying them abroad. Thus the pope was ready to side with any faction in Italy which would repudiate his rival or help him to assert his temporal power, to which he more particularly devoted his energies. Milan, until 1447, was in the powerful hands of the Visconti, who had established so formidable a duchy in Lombardy that they might aspire, with some hope of success, to rule over all northern Italy. Here we read of extraordinary cunning and cruelty in member after member of this hated family, of intrigues with other cities, of absorption of smaller towns, the leading motive throughout being desire for territorial aggrandizement and fear of any other state growing in power, above all Venice, the only dangerous rival to their dominion in the north. Venice was now becoming more and more of an Italian power, owing to the growth of her territory on the mainland, which brought her into rivalry with Milan and also Florence, each state being bitterly jealous of the other. Genoa, the old rival of Venice, could never really equal her in commerce after the war of Chioggia, though her jealousy still glowed hotly. She was in subjection for the most part either to France or to Milan, who competed with her for supremacy, and against whom she struggled with occasional success. In 1411 she had freed herself from French rule only to acknowledge the supremacy of Milan. From the latter she obtained liberty for a short period in 1435. Of all these states, Florence had perhaps the most important history, but it was a history of gradual subjection and loss of liberty. At the close of the 14th century, the struggle between the lower and upper classes ended in the complete victory of an oligarchy under the Albizzi, which led in its turn to the more valid, though more despotic authority of the Medici family, won for it in our period by the celebrated Cosimo. The external relations of Florence were chiefly determined by the desire for expansion and by jealousy of Venice and Milan. Under Cosimo de' Medici, a sort of balance of power policy was adopted, which enabled Florence to more than hold her own in the struggle for wealth and importance. Another feature peculiarly characteristic of Italian history was the influence and power of the great condottieri. Such generals as Braccio, Sforza, Piccinino were fully as important as dukes of Milan or kings of Naples. All sides fought with paid armies, and success depended on ability to pay these troops and on the good understanding which could be established with their leaders. These chiefs had become more than mere commanders of great companies. In many cases they were rewarded with castles and lands, became great feudal lords, and competed for power with the old territorial princes. The way in which the condottieri fought first for one party, then for another, adds a further complication to the study of this perplexing but fascinating period. Events in Naples have been alluded to from time to time in connection with other matters, but for the sake of clearness it may be useful to repeat them shortly in one consecutive narrative. Charles III, 1382 to 1386, it will be remembered, had succeeded in establishing himself on the throne of Naples and had put to death Queen Joanna I, whose adopted heir, Louis of Anjou, had failed to enforce his claims. Charles, not content with one kingdom, turned his ambitions to Hungary, where the elder branch of his house had held sway. The death of Louis the Great left the land to his daughter Maria, who was betrothed to Sigismund, younger brother of the Emperor Wenzel. The Queen Dowager Elizabeth was regent. A party of Hungarian barons, discontented with this arrangement, offered the throne to Charles. He hastened to Hungary and was actually crowned, apparently with the consent of Elizabeth and her daughter, who attended the ceremony, but showed signs of extreme grief and wept bitterly. Despite the kind treatment which they received from the new king, they never really abandoned their claims, and Elizabeth contrived the murder of the unsuspecting monarch, 1386. The assassination of Charles left the throne of Naples once more a prey to the struggles of rival claimants. Ladislas, son of the late king, was eventually successful in holding his own against a second Louis of Anjou, 1386 to 1414. But the claims of the latter were not renounced, and remained a weapon ready to the hand of anyone who wished to oppose the young Neapolitan. Ladislas was a man certain to have enemies. Brave, energetic, and spirited, he had the most soaring ambition, which carried his wishes beyond Italy to the very imperial crown itself. His banners flaunted the proud device, Aut Caesar, aut nihil. As a step in his desired career of aggrandizement, he seized the states of the Church, nominally as the friend of the Pope. The city of Florence determined to oppose him, and once more turned to the Angevin candidate, who was proclaimed king by the Council of Pisa, and came in person to maintain his rights. Despite a complete victory at Rocca Secca, 1411, Louis of Anjou, owing to delay in following up his success, gained nothing from the battle. Ladislas himself said, "The first day after my defeat, my kingdom and my person were both in the power of the enemy. The second day, my person was safe, but they could still, if they wished, have become masters of my kingdom. The third day, all fruit of the victory was lost." There was no more trouble from this quarter, and not many years later Louis died at Rome. Ladislas himself had but 3 more years to live, years chiefly occupied in quarrels with John XXIII, who was driven from Rome. His death in 1414 was followed by the expulsion of all Neapolitans from the papal capital. Competition now took a new form. There were rivals, not for the throne, but for the hand of the queen. Joanna II, sister of Ladislas, though far from being an attractive character, had no lack of suitors. The Count of La Marche was eventually accepted in the hope of conciliating France, but the marriage was a failure from every point of view, and after long quarrels, ending in her husband's flight, Joanna reigned alone, 1414 to 1435. The third Louis of Anjou now came forward with his claims in 1420, and was privately egged on by Pope Martin V. He soon found, however, that more than the Queen were against him. Joanna had no children, and indignant at Louis being forced upon her as her successor, determined to bring a new actor on the scene in the person of Alfonso V, King of Aragon and Sicily. She adopted him as her heir, and he was only too eager to acquiesce in a plan which would once more unite the 2 Sicilies. Thus a long rivalry began between Angevin and Aragonese. Joanna soon repented of her choice, as Alfonso was in every way too masterful. She revoked her adoption, and making Louis of Anjou Duke of Calabria, proclaimed him as her heir. He was a quiet and easygoing prince who went to Calabria as he was ordered, and died there just before his adopted mother. Joanna had still time for another adoption, and chose, last of all, René of Provence, a younger brother of Louis, well known to us as father of Margaret of Anjou, wife of our own Henry VI, 1434. A year later the Queen herself departed this life and left her 2 adopted sons to dispute the succession. Alfonso was captured in the struggle and carried off as prisoner to Milan. But here his attractive personality won over the Duke Filippo Visconti, who set him free and gave him help to continue the war. Poor help, as we now know, since he was at the moment secretly assisting the other side, for it suited him well to have his neighbours flying at each other's throats and providing occupation for the dangerous condottieri. The long struggle ended at last in the establishment on the throne of Alfonso, 1435 to 1458. A man of considerable ability, as well as of a generosity so universal as to win him the title of Magnanimous, and for a short time Naples and Sicily were united under the same ruler. René could never be king, but Eugenius IV gave him a grand coronation, which possibly did something to atone for his disappointment. The 2 Sicilies were still being happily and quietly governed by Alfonso in 1453. One result of the expedition made to Italy by the Emperor Henry VII is not likely to be forgotten. In 1312 he appointed Matteo Visconti imperial vicar in the city of Milan, and so established the ascendancy of that dynasty, whose name was to become the most feared and most hated in northern Italy. Under the descendants of Matteo, Milanese rule began to grow apace. In 1339, Bergamo, Brescia, Cremona, Lodi, Piacenza, Vercelli, and Novara owed her sway. Parma, Tortona, Alessandria, and Asti were added a few years later, and Giovanni Visconti, the warlike Archbishop of Milan, overstepped the borders of Lombardy by forcing the cession of Bologna in 1350 and the submission of Genoa in 1353. Milan had become the greatest power in Lombardy, had alarmed Florence and the other Tuscan cities, and excited the hostility of the Pope by attacks on the States of the Church. In 1354 the death of the Archbishop had left these extensive domains to be divided between 3 of his nephews, Matteo, Bernabo, and Galeazzo Visconti. Matteo, however, was soon got out of the way by his brothers, who were utterly unscrupulous, and his death was greeted with pleasure by the Milanese, who had already learned enough of his vicious character. They had gained little. In Bernabo and Galeazzo, 1355 to 1378, all the worst features of the Visconti were displayed. The history of this family is almost unbelievable. It is hard to realize that such monsters can ever have existed or have been allowed to live. One after another showed the same extraordinary combination of crafty ability, unflinching determination, a cold-blooded cruelty which defies description, coupled with the most despicable personal cowardice. It was not till a little later, in John Galeazzo, that we find these characteristics in their most exaggerated form, but Bernabo and Galeazzo were unmistakable Visconti. It was they who issued the appalling decree which sentenced criminals to 40 days' torture before their execution. It was Bernabo who flung a peasant to his hounds for having killed a hare, and forced a papal messenger to eat in his presence the parchment cord and leaden seal of the bull of excommunication which he had brought. It was Bernabo again who fell into such abject terror when the plague was in his capital that he hid in a house in the forest, saw no one, and surrounded it with a barricade, to pass which entailed instant death. This tyrannous coward soon reaped the reward of his crimes. In 1378 his brother died, leaving his share of Milanese territory to his son John Galeazzo, 1378 to 1402, the ablest and the wickedest of this able and wicked stock. The new ruler did not strike at once. On the contrary, he feigned a humility and a piety which completely misled his uncle, and then invited him to meet him on his way to a place of pilgrimage, 1385. Bernabo came all unsuspecting, only to be seized, flung into prison despite his entreaties, and promptly poisoned. John Galeazzo, now the head of an undivided dominion, threw off the mask, boldly grasped at power, and entered on a career which brought terror to all other Italian rulers, established the supremacy of Milan, and reduced his own subjects to a dull despair, which robbed them of all power to resist the oppression, cruelty, and terror under which they groaned. The ambition of the new tyrant was to found a kingdom of northern Italy, and he all but achieved his aim. Many territories had been recently lost, and these he set to work to win back with additions. The conquest of Verona and the destruction of the family of Della Scala opened the way both to Padua and Venice. Fearing for themselves and mindful of their old quarrel with the house of Carrara in Padua, the Venetians helped Milan for the time, and Padua was forced to surrender. Supreme in Lombardy, John Galeazzo now threatened Tuscany, took possession of Pisa, Siena, and Perugia, and in 1395 forced Wenzel, king of the Romans, to confer Milan and his other possessions upon him as an hereditary duchy. Never was the rise of any family so rapid and apparently so secure as that of the Visconti. Wealth and power cover a multitude of sins, and foreign courts were not ashamed to form marriage alliances with this race of blood-stained tyrants. A daughter of Bernabo had been married to Leopold of Habsburg, the Leopold who fell later on the field of Sempach. A sister of John Galeazzo to the English prince Lionel, Duke of Clarence, and the Duke himself to Isabella of France, a country which he again tried to conciliate later by wedding his own daughter Valentine to Louis of Orleans, the Duke who was afterwards murdered. The wedding feast which was given in honour of the Duke of Clarence has been recorded, and remains as an illustration of the enormous wealth of the Visconti and the lavish profusion of those days. 18 courses appeared at the magnificent banquet. Each course was heralded by costly presents to the wedded pair, sporting dogs of all kinds with costly collars, war horses royally caparisoned, armour adorned with silver and gold, and many ornaments and precious stones. Even the food was gilded, and the table groaned beneath the weight of gilded stags, hares, pies, and game of every imaginable variety, to say nothing of wine, fruit, sweetmeats. No European monarch could possibly have spent more, even had he wished, and one doubts if anyone could have eaten so much. John Galeazzo suffered one reverse to his arms, the history of which is full of interest. After Milan had annexed Padua in 1388, Francesco Carrara, the younger, who had been imprisoned at Asti, escaped with his wife, and determined to leave no stone unturned for the recovery of his possessions. They crossed the Mont Cenis in snow, and first sought help in vain at Avignon. Then by ship they returned to Italy, but his young wife Taddea, ill at the time, suffered such agonies from seasickness that they endeavoured again to advance by land. Through hostile territories they walked in hourly fear of capture, with scarcely any food, sleeping where they dared in the woods, in barns, or in ruined churches. Taddea, supported by her husband, and scarcely able to put one foot before the other. They had many disappointments. At Pisa they hoped for shelter, but the Visconti's hand was there also, and they could not stay, though Francesco did get a horse for his wife and refreshments for the journey. Florence received them, but dared not give open help, and the brave young Carrara set out once more to his kinsman, the Duke of Bavaria, a journey filled with sufferings and adventures. At last, with a handful of men and the promise of more to follow, he returned to Italy and advanced on Padua, where the Milanese had a strong garrison. His numbers were too few to attack the town, but Francesco knew that the river was passable and the water low. With a few companions they crept up the river bed, scaled the wall, and entered the town, whilst the attention of the defenders was distracted by shouts of peasants all round, who were devoted to Francesco, and whom he had instructed to do this in order to make the garrison believe that they were attacked by a large force. The stratagem was successful, and the town was captured by the heroic little band. More troops from Bavaria following enabled Francesco to establish himself firmly in Padua and to force Gian Galeazzo to agree to terms. 1392. End of section 17. Section 18 of The End of the Middle Age, 1273 to 1453 by Eleanor Constance Lodge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 9, Italy, 1382 to 1453, Part 2. Despite the loss of Padua, the Duke of Milan had made extraordinary progress, and when the 15th century began, Florence was engaged in a struggle with this formidable rival, which threatened her very existence, since she was more and more isolated and cut off from all trade communications. Despair and exhaustion were weakening Florentine resistance, when she was saved from destruction by the sudden death of her enemy from plague. A comet, which appeared at the time, was regarded by the vainglorious Duke as the signal of his end, 1402. "I thank God," he said, "that he has given in the heavens a sign of my summons that may be known to all men." The death of Gian Galeazzo threw the duchy into anarchy and ended his schemes for the kingdom of northern Italy. None of his successors were equal to such a task. The vast dominions collected with so much labour were now divided between two young sons of the dead duke, while his widow Catherine was regent, but she speedily alienated everyone by the aimless cruelties which she thought would do instead of strong rule, and the condottieri, more numerous and powerful than ever before, took advantage of the general disorder and began to seize towns and lands for their own use. Filippo Maria, the younger son, eventually established his supremacy. The elder, Gian Maria, whose unreasoning atrocities proclaimed him practically a madman, having been murdered by the Milanese nobles in 1412. Filippo married a woman 20 years his senior, the widow of Facino Cane, a general who had annexed certain important towns, which were thus regained. He discovered the merits of Carmagnola, a simple soldier, and made him his commander-in-chief. He regained Milan, which had been taken when his brother was murdered, and restored the shattered duchy. Filippo Maria Visconti, who ruled from 1412 to 1447, though not without ability, was a feeble copy of his father. He was far weaker, always suspicious, and afraid of decided measures. Gian Galeazzo had been a coward. He shunned arms and shrieked at a thunderstorm, but no personal fear seemed to affect his purposes or awaken his conscience. Filippo was more of a coward all around. He dared not see his soldiers, he shrank from the very mention of death, he was always expecting treachery, and would receive no visitors. Part of his withdrawal from sight may have been due to his extreme ugliness, which made him dislike publicity. Yet with all his timidity, he was still a Visconti in cruelty. He did not hesitate to get rid of his blameless wife as soon as every advantage had been gained from the match, and his people were still tortured and oppressed. The chief event of the 15th century in North Italy was the fierce struggle which raged between Milan and Venice. Venice all this while had not been idle. After the War of Chioggia had practically established her superiority over Genoa, she had been turning her attention more and more to extension on the mainland. The first foe with whom she was thus brought into conflict was the Lord of Padua, and on this account she had actually joined with Gian Galeazzo in his attack on the Carraresi, and was given Treviso as her share of the spoils. The death of Gian Galeazzo brought Venice and the restored state of Padua once more into rivalry, since each coveted the same portions of the dead man's territory. In this quarrel ended the life of the gallant Francesco Carrara, whose early career we have traced. Carried a captive to Venice, he was murdered in prison, defending himself to the last. The fall of this family left the Venetian Republic master of Padua, Vicenza, Verona, and the surrounding districts, and a most important power in northern Italy. New dangers followed the new acquisitions made by Venice. The purchase of Dalmatia involved her in war with Hungary. The Paduan territories excited the jealousy of Milan. For some time a war party and a peace party had been disputing in Venice, where in 1423 the matter was brought to a head by an appeal from Florence for help against the Duke of Milan, and a threat that, failing help, she would throw herself onto his side and make him king of Italy. At last, after much hesitation, the new Doge Francesco Foscari induced the Republic to declare war, 1425. An alliance was formed with Florence, and Carmagnola, the famous condottieri, alienated by his former master, Filippo of Milan, was placed at the head of the Venetian forces. This war between Venice and Milan was won between great condottieri. Opposed to Carmagnola was Piccinino and Malatesta, and most frequently Sforza, for he had his own game to play and changed sides when it seemed best for the success of his policy. Francesco Sforza was one of the most striking figures of his day. His father, the first to take up the trade of war and found the dynasty, was a peasant of Cotilogna, a man of enormous size and strength. In 1380 he was invited by some passing soldiers, struck by his appearance, to join their ranks. He flung his pickaxe into an oak tree. If it fell, he would go on working. If it stayed, he would join the troop. No pick returned. He took to the soldier's trade and was given the nickname of Sforza, or the Violent. He became a warrior of great renown, and we have already heard of him fighting in Naples, in the Papal States, and elsewhere, besides acquiring territorial possessions of his own. His chief source of strength lay in his army, and the devotion which his followers always felt for him. The manner of his death helps to explain his influence over them. He lost his life fording a swift river, into which he had returned to encourage his men, after having already crossed in safety himself. Seeing a young page overpowered by the current, he stooped to save him, fell from his horse, and, utterly unable to swim in his heavy armour, was swept down by the flood before anyone could reach him. His son Francesco took command in his place, and became his equal in valour and warlike fame. Now this younger Sforza was aiming at a principality of his own, and the son of a simple peasant was the recognized suitor for the hand of Bianca, an illegitimate daughter of Filippo of Milan himself. At the opening of the war all went well for Venice, and Brescia and Bergamo were added to her territories. But little by little the conduct of Carmagnola gave rise to the suspicion that he was not doing his best, that he was either secretly favouring the enemy, or that at least he was prolonging the war by his inactivity as useful for his own interests. The government at last could stand it no longer. The general was invited to Venice nominally for a consultation, and after being splendidly entertained, was suddenly arrested and sentenced to death by a special court, 1432. Other generals were soon found to take his place, and with varying success the war dragged on until the death of Filippo Maria in 1447 made a sudden change in the whole situation, for with him ended the male line of the Visconti. The question now arose, how should Milan be governed? The Milanese themselves proclaimed a republic, but there were plenty of claimants for the duchy. Sforza was married to Filippo's daughter, and had long been planning to secure his inheritance. Venice would gladly have seized the opportunity of advancing at her rival's expense. Charles of Orléans asserted his rights as son of Valentine Visconti and grandson of Gian Galeazzo. Eventually Sforza, having gained the support of Cosimo de' Medici, who preferred to see him rather than Venice master of Milan, solved the difficulty by besieging the town, and the Milanese, divided between fear of him and hatred of Venice, which might have helped them, surrendered to the formidable soldier and recognized him as their duke. 1450. The Venetians had lost a great opportunity, and they could do nothing against the new ruler by force of arms. In 1454 the long struggle was ended by the Peace of Lodi, which deprived Venice of her latest conquests and gave her the frontier of 1428. A few words must be said concerning the domestic history of the Venetian Republic during this period. Its chief feature was the decline of any real authority in the hands of the Doge, and the growing supremacy of the Council of Ten. For some time past the ducal office had been becoming more and more an empty honour, and the theory that he was the delegate of the people little but a picturesque pretence. Originally the people had been really consulted in the election, and though this had turned into a formal sanction, it was not until 1414 that the old words were omitted, "This is your Doge, an it please you," and the new ruler was presented to his subjects with the bald announcement, "Your Doge." The history of Francesco Foscari, the first Doge to be proclaimed in this manner, illustrates clearly the real character of the office and its complete lack of authority. His son Jacopo, suspected of taking bribes and bestowing offices, was tortured and banished by the Ten. Recalled once, he was again tried, again tortured, and again banished, his father refusing to interfere in his favour when the state decreed his punishment. Foscari, worn out and broken by grief, began to take less active share in public life, whereupon the all-powerful Ten demanded his resignation, 1457. In vain the Doge pointed out that such an order could only proceed from the Great Council. The Ten remained immovable, and Foscari left the palace, submissive to the will of the real rulers of the city. So ends our period for Milan and Venice. In the former, Visconti tyranny has merely given place to the despotism of the Sforzas. The latter has apparently come victorious out of the war, with increase of territory and plenty of riches and splendour for the moment, but there are rocks ahead. Dangers are threatening from Turks on the east, from Italian rivals in the west, and from loss of her far-famed commerce and wealth, which dwindled after the discovery of a passage round the Cape of Good Hope opened a new trade route for the vessels of Europe. We have seen in an earlier chapter that the government of Florence at the close of the 13th century was very democratic, largely, that is, in the hands of the people. As time went on, the upper classes became more and more dissatisfied at the limitations on their power, and the wealthy burghers determined to assert their authority. In 1378, a rising of the Ciompi, as the lowest classes of all were called, gave opportunity for a reaction in the opposite direction, and little by little the government fell into the hands of an oligarchy. A small number of leading citizens gained possession of all the chief offices, and by skilful management of the scrutinies were able to keep themselves in power until Florence was far from possessing a democratic government. The rule of this oligarchy was at first most successful. Florence held her own against Milan, increased her commerce, and extended her territories. The conquest of Pisa in especial gave her access to the sea and raised hopes of naval enterprises. Then followed a period of discontent and failure. The people, excluded from power, began to murmur, and especially the lower middle classes, who were growing in wealth and felt bitterly their exclusion from office. The weight of taxation also, necessary for carrying on the government, was a constant source of complaint. But above all, the oligarchy itself began to split up into hostile family groups, jealous of each other's power and intriguing for their own supremacy. Of these, the most important were the Albizzi and the Medici. Rinaldo degli Albizzi headed the narrow oligarchy which controlled the government. The Medici, rich bankers and money changers, came to be allied with the lower classes, whose favour they won partly by generous expenditure of their vast wealth. Giovanni de' Medici was looked up to as popular champion against the party in power, and he advocated fairer and better distributed taxation, but no active steps against the oligarchy were taken during his lifetime. On his deathbed he gave much good advice to his son Cosimo, his successor in wealth and more than his successor in power. Be compassionate to the poor and assist them with your alms. To the rich be gracious and obliging, especially if in honest adversity. Let your counsel be friendly, not dictatorial, and be not rendered arrogant by public honour or popular applause. In 1433, an unsuccessful war for the conquest of Lucca rendered still more unpopular the party in power, and Rinaldo degli Albizzi, feeling his authority insecure and dreading Medicean influence, secured the arrest and banishment of Cosimo and his brother Lorenzo, and the exclusion of the whole family from public office. The tide soon turned, however. Rinaldo was unpopular, and in the following year, in his turn, was banished, and Cosimo recalled with the greatest honour and signs of rejoicing, 1434. This was a great event in Florentine history, for it marks the foundation of Medicean ascendancy. Cosimo slowly but surely made himself the chief authority in the city, although he never posed as official ruler, nor did he alarm the citizens by outward pomp and ceremony. He avoided offending the lower people, and endeavoured as far as possible to level class distinctions, and to favour no single faction in the state. His great ability enabled him to establish a despotism which was all the stronger for being disguised, and from this time the foreign and domestic policy of Florence was really in his hands. The rule of Cosimo at home was very different from that of other Italian tyrants, such as the Visconti in Milan, for example. He aimed at complete power for himself and his dynasty, but he achieved this by influence rather than open rule, by intrigue rather than by violence, and by money, not by the dagger. His immense wealth was a great weapon in his hands, and if he wished to punish an enemy, he did so by ruining him with taxes instead of by arrest, torture, or death. His despotism on the whole was based upon popular support. All this does not imply that Cosimo was unselfish and scrupulous. Nothing was allowed to stand in his way, as he said himself. States are not to be preserved by paternosters, but he was averse to violence and would never have desired unnecessary cruelties. Comines, writing after his death, says, "His authority was soft and amiable, and such as is necessary for a free town." In foreign affairs, Cosimo aimed at maintaining a balance of power, at not, that is, allowing any Italian state to advance to such an extent as to threaten the welfare of his own. Thus he was bound at first to adopt a policy of hostility toward Milan and the ambitions of the Visconti, and this led to an alliance with Venice, although there was little love lost between Florentines and Venetians. Again, when Filippo Maria took up the cause of Alfonso in Naples, Florence threw her weight onto the side of René. In 1447, when the Duke of Milan died, Cosimo favoured the claims of Sforza, and wished to break off the Venetian alliance as no longer necessary, but this he was unable to do openly, owing to the feeling of the people, until Sforza's success in 1450, when Florence joined with Milan against Venice and Naples. Although this policy, thus shortly stated, may seem complicated and ineffective, the result in reality was to make Florence a very great power in Italy, the ally of France, and a mediator in all questions of difficulty in the peninsula. At the close of our epoch, Cosimo de' Medici had still many years of life and power before him, and his history belongs largely to a later period. End of section 18. Section 19 of The End of the Middle Age, 1273 to 1453, by Eleanor Constance Lodge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 10. History of France, 1380 to 1453, Part 1. The period which followed the reign of Charles the Wise was one of great disaster for France. The new king, Charles VI, was only 11 years old on his father's death, and though a boy of considerable spirit and promise, his early introduction to the troubles, excitements, and dissipations of royalty were too much for a brain naturally feeble. His reign began with a struggle for power amongst his uncles. Charles V had 3 brothers. The Duke of Anjou, the eldest, was greedy and ambitious. He stole the crown jewels and declared himself regent. The Duke of Berry was bought off by being given the rule in Languedoc, where his cruelties and oppressions encouraged constant disquiet, which kept him occupied. Philip the Bold, the boy who alone had stood by his father at Poitiers, had been rewarded with the Duchy of Burgundy, which had fallen to the crown in 1361, and was one of the richest princes in Europe. He had married Margaret of Flanders, widow of the last Duke of Burgundy of the old house, and only child of Count Louis le Mal, who died in 1382, leaving all his great territories in the hands of his son-in-law, an all-important fact, for it was largely on account of Flanders that Burgundy became later more attached to England than to France. A fourth claimant for power was found in the Duke of Bourbon, brother of the late king's wife, and the selfish disputes between these princes of the fleur de lis were not conducive to the welfare of the country. The close of the 14th century was a period of popular risings in many countries. It was not only in England that Wat Tyler's rebellion showed the strength of the people growing in opposition to feudalism. In France there were disturbances in Paris at the opening of the new reign, chiefly against the heavy taxation of the princes. The rioters were called maillotins or hammerers, from the weapon they most frequently carried. The government for the time had to yield to popular wishes. The Duke of Anjou was anxious for peace, as his whole attention was turned to Naples, on which he had claims, and in 1382 his departure to fight for his rights against Charles of Durazzo left the chief authority in the hands of Philip of Burgundy. Urged by his uncle Philip, the young king went off with a large army to assist the Count of Flanders, once more in trouble with his subjects. The Flemings, especially those of Ghent, as before, had risen against their unpopular ruler, and were headed by Philip van Artevelde, the son of their old leader, a man equally bold and determined. The rebels captured Bruges, where the Count had a romantic escape, being concealed in the bed of a poor woman whilst her house was searched by his enemies, and other successes also emboldened the burgesses in their resistance. Van Artevelde, however, was not a trained warrior, and he was unable to maintain his forces against the French army at Rosbecque. The story runs that before the battle, 29th of November, 1382, he had a vision of fire in the sky and heard sounds of war above the Flemish camp, which foretold the disaster that was to come. The horrors of the next day are unrivalled in the annals of war, and it was a ghastly introduction for the boy king to the trade of arms. The one idea of the Flemings was to obtain sheer solid strength and thus force a way through the line of their foes. With this object they linked themselves so closely together that no enemy could possibly enter their ranks, but on the other hand they themselves could scarcely strike a blow. Attacked on both sides at once, they were pressed more and more closely together, till half their numbers died. not through the weapons of the French, but from simple suffocation. There was a mountain of slain Flemings, both long and high, and never had one seen so great a battle, and so many dead with so little spilling of blood. This was because so many were stifled in the press, so shed no blood. Philip van Artevelde himself was among the slain, and Charles, satisfied with this victory, returned to his own country, where his entry into Paris was marked by a severe repression of all who had taken part in the recent rebellion. The leaders of the Maillotins were executed, the office of provost of the merchants abolished, and municipal liberties destroyed. The first great event in the government came when the king declared that he was of age, and, like Richard II. In England, flung himself free from the control of his uncles, 1388, and began to govern with the help of old councillors of his father. Marmusés, the jealous nobles called them, angry at the favour shown to men of lower birth than themselves. The whole condition of affairs was changed, however, by the king's attack of madness. A combination of causes helped to bring this about. One of Charles's most trusted advisers was his constable, Olivier de Clisson, a personal enemy of Clisson. Pierre de Craon, backed up by the Duke of Brittany, determined on his removal. One night, when returning with a few attendants through the narrow street of Sainte Catherine, the constable was fallen upon by Pierre himself and a band of hired ruffians, who dealt him blows which felled him from his horse, and, as they thought, killed him. He was saved by striking in his fall the half-open door of a baker's shop, where work had begun early. As he fell across the threshold, the assassins dared not enter the house, but fled in hot haste, leaving him stretched unconscious. The king, to whom news of the crime was brought, flew half-dressed to the assistance of his friend, found him alive, and learnt the name of the would-be murderer. Medical aid was speedily procured, and the constable recovered, but Charles, having failed to capture de Craon, determined on the punishment of the Duke of Brittany, whom he rightly guessed to have been at the bottom of the affair. Ill and feverish himself, he disregarded the prayers of his doctors, and during the hottest summer months rode to the attack of his unruly vassal. One blazing July day, having first been startled in a wood by a madman who had seized his bridle, crying, "Turn, turn, you are betrayed," he was driven out of his senses by the sudden clang of a lance, which a sleepy page let fall on the helmet carried by another of his attendants. Thinking that a whole army was upon him, the king, completely crazed, drew his sword and fell upon his own followers, striking down right and left. Finally, he hotly pursued his own brother, the Duke of Orleans, and was only captured with great difficulty, and at last quieted, although unable to recognize anyone. The attack was violent, but it passed at last, only to be renewed by the wild career of gaiety with which his friends sought to dispel his melancholy humours. An awful accident gave the final blow to his poor wits. Dressed as wild men, with clothes of skin soaked in pitch, he and 5 others were dancing at a marriage feast, when the Duke of Orleans, with a torch, set fire to one of the inflammable dresses. The king was saved by a lady with whom he was talking, and who covered him with her robe, but the other 5 perished in the flames, which caught them all and could not be extinguished. Charles never recovered from this shock. Though only completely mad at periods of the year, he was never really himself. Hence a struggle ensued for power in the kingdom, which threw the whole working of the government out of gear, and eventually left the country an easy prey to the renewed invasion of the English. The chief rivals for the control of the government were the Duke of Burgundy, whose great territorial power has already been noticed, and Charles's brother, the Duke of Orleans. The latter was far the inferior in actual wealth and position. His lands, though extensive, were scattered, and his purchase of Luxembourg only involved him in expense and infuriated his rival. But he had considerable influence and an attractive personality which won him friends, despite the levity and unscrupulousness of his character. Handsome, of a ready wit, a lover of books and art, a benefactor of the Church, always gay and affable, Orléans reminds one in many ways of our own Duke Humphrey of Gloucester. As was the case in the rivalry between Gloucester and Beaufort, this quarrel meant far more than mere personal antagonism, and the two principal opponents represented the two great parties into which the kingdom was divided. The Orléans party was that of the old feudal nobility, supporters of privilege and arbitrary power, while the Burgundians, more for the sake of opposition than from real popular leanings, were champions of municipal liberty and financial reform, thereby winning the allegiance of the Parisians. In every question that arose, the two dukes took opposite sides. Efforts were being made at the time to end the papal schism, and while Burgundy was urging the retirement of Pope Benedict, Orléans was his staunchest supporter. In England, Orléans posed as the avenger of Richard II, while Burgundy was making terms with the Lancastrian usurper. In the Empire, Wenzel was backed up by Louis, his rival Rupert of the Palatinate by Philip. This state of affairs was but little affected by the death in 1404 of Philip the Bold. His son, John the Fearless, took up the same attitude, possibly with even greater animosity. The new duke was the exact opposite of his cousin Orléans. Short and plain, built for strength rather than grace, he was silent, cautious, unattractive, and extremely ambitious. A sham reconciliation between John and Louis, when apparently they kissed one another with tears of joy, was followed almost immediately by the final tragedy. In the Rue des Francs Bourgeois in Paris, an inscription still marks the narrow passage below overhanging eaves where Louis of Orléans was murdered. He had been with Queen Isabella of Bavaria in Hôtel Barbette when a pretended message from the king was brought to him. Fearing no danger, he rode idly along the street, swinging his glove and singing as he went, his escort dawdling behind. Suddenly he was attacked, and, utterly defenceless, could make no resistance. 1407. This time there was to be no mistake. The body was almost cut to pieces, and a horrified woman who saw the tragedy from a neighbouring window noticed that when all was over, a man with a cap pulled over his eyes came and said to the others, "Put out your lights. He is quite dead. Let us be off." The mutilated remains were buried in a chapel which Orléans himself had built, amidst universal horror and mourning. The coffin was borne by his uncle of Berry and his cousins, the titular king of Sicily, the Duke of Bourbon, and the Duke of Burgundy. All wept, but none more bitterly than Duke John. The crime was not long a mystery. Burgundy acknowledged that it had been done by his command. "It was I. The devil tempted me," he whispered to the old Duke of Bourbon, probably in a moment of repentance and humiliation. But though he fled after his avowal, the deed was not regarded with universal indignation. Orléans had long ceased to be popular with the people, especially in Paris, and there was even a master of the university who wrote in defence of the act as the just removal of a tyrant. John of Burgundy, soon restored to pride and self-confidence, was able for some years to maintain his ascendancy, and through the Dauphin Louis, who was his son-in-law, became the practical ruler of the kingdom. Vengeance, however, was only delayed, not averted. The three sons of the murdered man, too young to take the lead themselves, were joined by most of the old noble families, and especially by Bernard of Armagnac, who now became the head of the party. France was divided into two camps, each of which took up arms, and a civil war broke out, known in history as the struggle between the Armagnacs and Burgundians. The complications of this strife of parties would take too long to unravel. The results of it were seen in the great misery of Paris and the country generally, and in the extreme dearness of food and terrible poverty and distress. Above all, the civil war in France was a direct cause of the new English invasion. Hitherto there had been little danger from England. Richard II, when freed from his own difficulties, had made peace with France and married the Princess Isabel. Henry IV had had no time to spare from securing his own position, but now Henry V, young, popular, and warlike, was ready to reassert the old claim at a moment's notice. John of Burgundy, for a time humbled by his rivals, began to treat with the enemy of France, and offered to help him in an attack upon the dominions of the Armagnacs. Henry spent some time in negotiating, but he meant war from the first, and it did not require the Dauphin's foolish present of tennis balls to stir up his zeal for the enterprise. In August 1415 he landed in Normandy with a small but well-disciplined army. Harfleur, a sort of second Calais, was taken after a determined resistance, and Henry sent a personal challenge to the Dauphin, the combat to be for the crown itself, although whatever the issue, Charles VI was to retain it as long as he lived. But the question was not to be settled in this summary fashion. The challenge was disregarded, and the English army set out in the direction of Calais, following a route very similar to that taken by Edward III. The strictest order was kept amongst the troops, severe penalties being imposed on all plundering and on all deeds of violence. The port was not to be reached without opposition. A large force of the French, 3 or 4 times equal to that of Henry, faced him near the castle of Agincourt, and a battle was inevitable. The situation was one of the greatest danger, but the king was cool as ever. "By the God of heaven, by whose grace I stand, and in whom I trust, I would not have another man if I could. Wottest thou not that the Lord with these few can overthrow the pride of the French?" So he answered one of his followers who ventured to wish for more archers. The soldiers were in sore need of encouragement. They were weakened by sickness and poor food, and a night of pouring rain before the battle did not contribute to their spirits. The ground was not particularly in favour of the English, but their small numbers were skilfully disposed in a long line, all on foot, even the king himself, and the archers were protected from a cavalry attack by a row of 6-foot stakes planted in front of them. The French, on the other hand, were in 3 solid divisions, one behind the other, for the space did not permit all their numbers to commence the fight at once. They had archers, but these were uselessly placed behind the men-at-arms, who had refused to allow them what was considered the place of honour in the front. Another mistake arising from the same jealous pride was that all the princes and nobles were in the first division, and their followers almost leaderless in the rearguard, so that no order or firmness was to be expected there. Add to this that the French had no real commander-in-chief, and it will be evident that the success of the English was not astonishing, although their courage in attacking so enormous an army is deserving of every honour. The loss of life on the French side was terrible. Fighting in such close ranks, the soldiers were scarcely able to defend themselves, and when the 2 front divisions were pressed back, the rear fled almost without striking a blow. October 25th, 1415. Henry could, however, do no more that campaign, but taking ship at Calais, returned to give thanks in England for his great victory. Meanwhile, the internal discord of France continued as before, and utterly paralysed resistance to the foreigners. As a Parisian, writing during the siege, says, the nobles were far too busy to attend to the English. The death of the king's 2 eldest sons made Charles Dauphin, and he was completely under the control of the Armagnac party, whilst John the Fearless had won Queen Isabel to his side. These divisions encouraged Henry, backed up also by the Emperor Sigismund, to renew the attack, and war was recommenced in 1417 with the siege of Rouen. The garrison was starved out, 19th of January 1419. They were reduced, says a chronicler, to eating dogs, cats, rats, mice, and such things, so that it was piteous to behold. When the attack began, the poor were driven from the town to save the scanty provisions. Henry would not let them pass his lines, but provided food for them, and they lived in the dry moat whilst the siege went on. Babies were drawn up in baskets to be baptized and then let down again, and on Christmas Day A dinner was provided for them by the English king in honour of the festival. Nevertheless, despite his kindness of heart, Henry did not make war as though it were a tournament or knightly exercise. He made stiff terms with the conquered, and would listen to no plans for peace which did not give him all that Edward III had gained at Bretigny, with Normandy in addition. Negotiations seemed to be falling through when an event occurred which practically threw France into the hands of the English. After many efforts, peace at last seemed possible between Burgundians and Armagnacs, and the Duke of Burgundy, though not without hesitation, consented to a meeting with the Dauphin. Tanneguy du Châtel, now the practical leader of the Armagnac party, himself silenced his fears. "My honoured lord, have no doubts. Monsieur is well pleased with you, and wishes in future to govern as you wish, and besides, you have good friends near him who love you." "We trust in your word," replied the Duke, "but see well that what you say is true, for you will do ill to betray us." "I would rather die than betray you or any one," swore the false Tanneguy, and together they rode to the meeting place. On a bridge at Montereau barricades had been erected, and the two principals entered, accompanied by a few followers. John the Fearless knelt to the Dauphin, and in this position, unable to draw his sword, he was struck down by a gang of men who rushed up from behind the prince. But Tanneguy himself is said to have dealt the first blow. 10th of September, 1419. The murder was disastrous for the country. More than a century later, a monk showing Francis I the great dent made by a blow in the skull of John the Fearless said, "Sire, that is the hole through which the English entered France." John's son Philip, now Duke of Burgundy, who thought of nothing but how to avenge his father, was ready to make any terms with the English, and by his assistance the Treaty of Troyes was drawn up, the terms of which would debar the family of his father's murderer for ever from the succession, 1420. Charles VI was to be left in possession of the kingdom for his life, but Henry was to be regent, was to marry the Princess Catherine, and to succeed when the king died. "This seemed strange to some in France," a chronicler quaintly remarks, "but nothing else could be done for the present." With characteristic energy the English king allowed himself one day only for his marriage festivities, and when urged to hold a great tournament on the morrow, replied, "Next morning we must be ready to besiege the castle of Sens, where we shall find the enemies of our lord the king, and there can each of us joust and tourney and display his prowess and hardihood." End of Section 19.